VOD viewers. It was being a little slow to see if it was actually launched. I think it was going for a few seconds. It was just being slow. Hello, everybody. Hopefully everything will be fine because, oops, I don't know if I saved that. That's fine. Right before starting the stream, my computer wasn't showing internet connection, and then I restarted it, and then it was fine. So who knows? Hopefully it was just one of those wacky tech issues. Today we're going to focus on the laning stage. I'm going to pin that in both chats. Unpin after. Oh,
who's that? Thank you. What?
Notice me SENPAI.
Yes. Okay, we'll do that. Yo, Alex. Speaking of the early game of my career, Alex is there. What's up, dude? Happy holidays. I hope you're well. When are we playing? We're gonna go play League of Legends together, or what? Is that still happening, or no? I don't have a replay to start us off, guys. So whoever's first, whoever puts a match ID first, you're in, and we'll go from there. Z, I'm doing well. Hope you are too. H Backer, what's up? Hello, everybody. Hello. I'll jump in queue, dude. Straight at the front. You're first. Let's go. You guys know the drill. Well, actually, maybe you don't, and in which case, I will now explain it to you. It's pretty much random draw since we don't have a raffle system for multi-chat between Twitch and YouTube. So you guys just submit games, I'll pick them out, and if people want to donate, totally optional, but it will guarantee you a replay. And we're still aiming for like about 15-ish minutes, which should work out because the early game is like post lane into, I don't know, it depends on the bracket. It's like 15 to 20-ish minutes. You know, it's like as Roshan and like full grouping kind of becomes, it's like very vague, but that's kind of what I'm aiming for, is we do these like, what's going on here? What is this? He's breaking the frame. Every coaching session, we're trying to like have a topic that we focus on. And that way people can like jump like, oh man, my laning sucks. Let me go find a whole 8-hour, actually they're not 8 hours, 6-hour coaching stream of different lanings and let me improve myself, you know? That's kind of the goal here. Okay. Keeper of the Light, Immortal. Let me do my timestamp. All right. Keeper of the Light, Immortal, and then let me close that. Oh, I forgot to fix it here. You are soft support, Immortal, and if you don't have a particular question, I will just jump to that time frame and look for stuff.
Dyer's pain.
How could I have had more impact in the lane / early game? The lane went poorly. Okay. I don't want to go through the entire lane because that's not the focus, but I will. I don't want to like completely ignore your question either. So like I'll zoom through real quick and also just give you some like quick thoughts on what you can do in the lane, which it looks like you've got the busted ass Tidehunter on your team. Tidehunter right now is pretty absurd, and anytime you make it late, or let me change that. Anytime Tidehunter gets to 20, your odds of winning shoot up dramatically. You and Tide you're like a decent duo because Chakra Magic essentially gives you 2 anchor smashes really close together once you guys get a couple levels. And in the meantime, you can just like double stack this. The double stack got a little worse because this is medium now instead of hard, but it's still a great stack that he can do very early. So that's what I would prioritize. Just focus on getting the lane to come back. You got boots, so you know you can easily walk over here, body block this stuff. You know, if you don't want them to pull, you can stand over here and drag it this way, or just like use a blast to stop pulls. Once the lane comes back, you're in a great spot, and then just like run over here, double stack. If someone else is doing it, run over here, double stack. Like just repeat your timings Like, they're a little bit stronger in the early game, in my opinion. We can see how the lanes go. Now they just got 2 kills. I'm definitely feeling that way. So you're kind of biding your time just to hit the later timings. Like, we have classic late game Phantom Lancer. I know he's like in a weird spot right now. People are trying him, but late game Phantom Lancer is still pretty good. Tidehunter late game is insane. The other heroes are actually kind of like more early focused, which is why your draft is funny. But especially if the start goes poorly, you can't force a fast play if we're, down a lot. Which, let me check your graph. Let's see how that looked. Not too bad, actually. It looks like you guys did okay in the lane after... First, you guys fed hard, and then it looks like they fed hard, so it came back. Yeah, so... I will quickly zoom through the lane, find you like 1 or 2 mistakes, and then I'm going to jump to like when you should leave the lane, except you're 4 support, so you're probably still playing that lane. And we'll go to about maybe like Roshan. This feels like early game to me, and then mid game is like this, and then late game is like beyond. So like post lane towards like the first Roshes. Okay, so yeah, the first stuff went poorly. We will now... This is pretty bold of you to still go for the bounty rune. In fact, I'm going to say it's disrespectful of you. Like, you just got killed 2 heroes here, and then you're like, well, maybe they'll all just leave, and I'll still get the rune. Like, that's kind of crazy to me. I would just leave, head over here, and start, like, early body blocking, because you can't do this block anymore based on what just happened. I would just head over here and do this. And then you block. I was zooming through, but just so you know, this is their perspective. And I would immediately, like if I'm Venomancer, I don't know what else I'm doing, but looking at my minimap right now as I walk over, I'm like placing a sentry if I'm doing this and like this stuff, and I'm looking at my minimap. There's no way you like just take the path you did for funsies.
Thank you.
Even if I didn't click you in time, I would zoom in on a potential ward here, especially because after the first blood fight, I should have clicked through everything to see you had an observer, and then I get here and I double check you now late and I see you have no observer, and I'm like, well, based on what I just saw, it's definitely right here. So if you want to ward here, for Keeper, it's fine because you can cancel south and stuff, but you should do it at night when they can't see you. When you do it like this, you're very likely to get spotted. So if you want to do that, you have to like do it from here over here, or you have to like go a little bit more around, go through the tree line, and then drop it like back here.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. Whoa.
And then, okay, so let's go back. So because you're doing this stuff instead of blocking, so now you start blocking. No, you don't even block. You kind of do this unintentionally. So if you had not done this and run over here, body block the back 3 creeps, let the first one go through. The first creep meets right here, and then you're like body blocking the others still over here. You haven't warded or sentryed right now, let's say, because that's what you chose to do. If we're blocking the creeps, we can't do that. So that's okay. I'm just gonna talk through it as if we still have it. So they start fighting. I walk up now, the rest of the creeps are starting to join, and I can choose to either aggro, because they're late to lane, right? I aggro the creeps this way, and hopefully my creeps run under this tower to the range creep, and they aren't even in lane because they're slightly late. So right off the bat, I've won the lane. I've recovered the lane because we're starting behind based on, that first blood. By doing the tricks, either they're in lane ahead of time, but they didn't block, and I put 1 creep forward, so that 1 creep dies first, and then it starts pushing over time. Or I get here, and then I go, oh shit, they're not in lane yet. I run in and I aggro the creeps back. I just got mine to go under tower. They'll never fix that. The lane comes back here instantly, and now I tell Keeper, or I tell Tide, I'm Keeper. I tell Tide, you just bounce the lane here. Keeper, I tell myself, okay, my only job is to stop this stuff now. So now I like poke a little bit, and then as it gets close to the minute spawn, I run over here and I body block. If I want a sentry block, I can, because I would still have it. And even if this guy has preemptively checked the camp and has a sentry, I'm putting it in at 59 seconds, and he can't deal with it. He's not Jakiro. Jakiro's the only one who might be able to like instant kill it and be okay. This guy will take 2 seconds to kill a sentry. So I definitely block this camp, which means we continue laning here till 2 minutes. I do it at 3 minutes. That means we're still here till 3 minutes, because they never pull this camp, because this is all I'm doing with my boots. I am just like constantly preventing this. So 30 seconds in, I could have guaranteed the next 3 minutes to come back here. And this is huge for Immortal. For the other brackets, I am fully aware that you get the lane to come back here, and then Tide brings it under the tower and shoves it straight back in. And it's like, okay, straight back over. But for Immortal, it still might happen, but it's much more likely that this guy will do what he needs to do, and you can do this stuff, and you will be laning here for 3 to 4 minutes. And you're just kind of like, you're through the lane already. I play a ton more 5 than 4, so I feel like my early laning instincts are whack for 4. I totally get that. A lot of people play them similarly, but they're pretty different in like specifics. So Tide getting chunked down a little bit. I'm just gonna compare and contrast us from laning here to this. And I know I said like I wasn't gonna do too much of the laning. That's why we're kind of zooming through this. But see how we're still here? I'm just gonna like speed forward. So this is, okay, so it looks like she finally shoved it forward based on you doing a pull. So 2 minutes, 40 seconds compared to what I highlighted, which is like when the very first wave goes under tower, we're here instantly by like 40 to 50 seconds. So I'm sure I don't have to explain to you how different it will feel laning here for the last 2.5 minutes compared to here for the last 2.5 minutes, right? You guys have like gone through a series of trades and pokes because you're up here, but being here, all you would do is like just stop this shit, and you'll be in a really, you'll be pretty smooth. And then because it's here, you have time. You may want to block these first because this guy's not going to jungle instantly. So even if I stack this at like 2, 3, 4 minutes, this guy's probably not going to do it till he's like level 5. So I don't really need to do those early stacks unless truly I have nothing else to do. So you can do like body block 2 minutes. Choose to do another block at 3 minutes, or maybe you sentry it earlier at some point, so you try to go for the Lotus. Or maybe, okay, this one's blocked, we're in a good spot, I know I can't get this Lotus, I'm going to start stacking at that point. We have a couple options at that stage. It just depends how the lane's going. And then 4 minutes onwards, it's like, okay, rune or stack. And you should do both. It's like double stack or 1 stack plus rune. And actually, Caudle might be able to do both. You're probably one of the only heroes who could do it. Stand here, like blast this way, attack this, and then get a double stack while making it to the rune. It's like you, SD, and Venge, these like super long range spell heroes might be able to do it. Everyone else has to just do like medium camp into the stack. Okay, so I'm gonna skip the lane from here just because I think this is already a huge difference from what I saw to what could be, which will affect you a lot. For your rank, when you're playing position 4, think about all these early aggro tricks you can do. Block the first wave here at 13 seconds, let 1 creep through, intentionally draw aggro. If you can consistently get it to come back very quickly, life will just be easier. Like, even without me explaining more, life will be easier, and it'll be a very different start to the lane, which, it's not even that bad in the end. Like, how you guys played is actually still pretty decent. So then just imagine, you know, being in a better spot. Swap Tide and TA, give Tide a couple extra CS, something like that. It'll build up. That's too far, actually. Let me swap to, like, I guess we're actually not even zooming that much further forward at this point. Let's see, you're doing some stacks. It's good for me. For our early game as Keeper, I want to draw attention away from Phantom Lancer. Rubik mid, once this guy gets going, we play around him. He looks like he's having a bit of a slow start versus the sniper. But usually early spell steal should be put to use very quickly and fight. So like this guy is of interest to me, and then Tide Hunter is of interest to me. And then Ogre, of course, I want to like drag over to me. So they were pushed up pretty far here. I don't mind you coming over. This is kind of the early game for Immortal. Lower brackets are probably all still just in their lanes, but for you, this actually would be around the time there should be some movement. That's not your fault. I didn't exactly see how that developed, but that's probably just a good play from them. Yeah, be careful of that versus sniper, but you got the D ward, we'll take it. All right, and then we have to think about our wisdom shrine. So I see you trying to rush over here, and you do a stack as well. Ooh, a little bit of a replay bug. Underwater shrine. I kind of like that, actually. That's kind of sick. Okay, so this enters that like chill period of I would be okay farming, but if I see opportunities, I want to take them. So have a smoke so that you can bring your mid laner around and boost your odds. Have observers and sentries as you move around. And we need to see things to have opportunities. So if I want to kill Sniper, if he's just sitting under the tower, it's probably unlikely to happen. If I see him jungling over here, the odds of success are a lot higher. So I need an observer in this area. It could be here. It could be here to see him like heading over. He might also go over here, but this is a little less likely because it's harder for him to farm ancients. But you could put an observer in this area. For example, I see 2 observers up here. One is you, one is the ogre. So it looks like you guys placed this around the same time. So a little like unfortunate. If you had just done yours, I'd be okay. If he had just done his, I'd be okay. No one to blame here because it looks like they're about the same, but just pretending you had both or he had both, whoever, doesn't matter, right? Oh God, there's a third. Okay, it's no longer your fault. It's definitely Ogre's fault. I missed how this happened. One of these is fine, or this one, but let's just say like any of these is good, and then another can be in this area, and then another can be in this area. And now I know all the key things. I keep PL safe. I know where to bring Rubik when I come over, secure a power rune, and we can see like where Sniper is. And then Tidehunter would be playing in the dark, but he's really tanky, and by default, this is where we're gonna play. So based on that, you Ogre and Keeper, you Ogre Tide are here. So even though I don't see anything, we just have our 3 active heroes in the place. So even if the enemy heroes are here, that's like what I want. And I will kind of know based on like the other vision I have of like, well, no one's here, no one's here, no one's here. Okay, we should be careful, right? Like surely they're doing something. This is Immortal. They're not just like totally AFK. If you want to take one of those we just talked about and stick it in your lane somewhere, that's fine with me. I don't really care. But that's kind of what I'm looking for in this early game. Sniper's dead. Okay, so immediately a sick power play. If your team seems to sort, kill Sniper again. In 26 seconds, I promise you, he will instantly use his teleport. He will be looking at the map and determining the best place for him to teleport to get farm, and he will use it just about instantly in 90% of games. 70% of those are going to be straight back to his own lane in the mid lane. So if you were to bring Ogre in a smoke, have Rubik heal, if he can, like bottle, shove the lane, heal, you guys can just smoke and like sit here and watch. And as soon as Sniper TP's mid, you can choose to go for him, or you can say, okay, he can't help bottom, let's go gank bottom. Oh, he can't help top, let's go gank top. So this is how we're going to play really fast in Immortal, is that I am using this first kill to set up the next kill, either for him again or for a different side lane once I know Sniper can't teleport. A really bad time to go would be in 20 seconds, we start the fight on TA around here. Where do you think Sniper's gonna show up? He's gonna TP here. He's gonna go, oh, I was gonna go mid, but holy shit, free kills, right? He's gonna TP here and participate. So you wanna bait him, see the teleport, and then make the play. Or be in the smoke waiting for the teleport and then to do it. We are TPing top again. This happened earlier, and now it's again. So I mentioned we want to make space for PL. I don't mind if this happens a little bit, but every time we chase too hard and things backfire, it could go away from us. And then notice this, like PL is not, look, Sniper TP'd instantly, right? Respawns, he sees a fight going on, TP straight to it. Fortunately, it worked out this time. But all this time means like PL missed a full creep wave and TA is farming full creeps. So even as, what is PL? 1, 3, and 2, so it wasn't great. You guys are trying to recover it, but like see where the TA is, right? It's because like action is happening here, and you need these to be super clean. We get kills, we get farm, we get out. This is relatively fast, so again, it's okay. It is the second time it's happening though, so let's see how many more times it happens.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
Power rune that you show up for. Yeah, I would just shove that in. No smoke, so even if this was a really good rune, couldn't bring him anywhere. Bottom seems good to me, right? I still see Sniper, Pudge. I see Techies here. Techies probably TP'd after dying. Sniper TP'd here. on the earlier play, which means no one can help bottom. So if you guys got a good rune here with your mid, you could smoke bottom and make a play. You could still try to make that play, but a smoke would help. And that's why around this phase, as the laning stage starts to break down, really helpful to just hold a smoke. You don't even have to, you can even keep it in the backpack now, right? They made it easy mode. So you can just stick it in the backpack, and when you need it, double click it from here. And if it, if it's a shit rune and it's like, oh, we can't do anything, just hold it, right? At some point it will come up, you will use it. Now,
pretty sight right now.
Yeah, you can just like wait for the double stack. That's okay with me.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Okay, so Rubik's moving towards the sniper.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Let's see how this plays out and then think a little bit further. Okay, great. There is no ward over here. That's the information you want to take from this. The only reason this play works is one of two reasons. Sniper's the stupidest player that has ever touched Dota, or there is no vision here and you guys surprised him. So it's up to you which you think, you want to go towards. But for this being an Immortal game, if they had vision here, there's no way that kill happens here. So for example, you have an Observer Sentry. How do we plan ahead with this? So if I see you like check for an Observer here, I would say the odds of this finding anything are extremely low. Again, Sniper has to be stupid to have seen you walk this way, Rubik behind a tree, and then be like, let me go over, right? So there's almost for sure no observers here. If you want to place your own and trust that they won't see you, you could probably do that. Going a step further though, Sniper got surprised by you guys, so he should have the feeling they saw me move this way, and he might tell his team that. So his team might now be checking these different areas for observers. So if you now put one in, funny enough, you got this play off of this observer, but they might be checking this area, you might now lose it. So if I am you, and I've got this observer sentry, based on where you guys got the kill, they could have an observer here. So I would be willing to check this area for a sentry, and then I'm not gonna put my observer anywhere in here. One, for the reasons we just talked about, and then two, you guys already have 3 observers up here. So if the 4th observer also goes in this area, it's way too concentrated. It needs to at least go back here, which he will not suspect based on where you guys killed him, or hold it until you come over here. Because if we put a 4th observer top, look how like dark bottom is, both defensively and offensively. Like, how do I make any plays here? I don't know when TA is here. I don't know when she's here. I don't know if they're invading. Like, I have no information down here. So I'm either placing this observer deep or saving it for down here. There's no way. There's no way. Let's see his vision. Ain't nothing up here. Ain't nothing. I don't blame you. A lot of people don't think on. There's like levels of the vision game, right? Of like what you can do because you see vision, and then thinking about like, why did what I do just work? Why didn't it work? And when you can start incorporating that into your game, you'll start saving sentries, right? Every time you save a sentry, 50 gold saved. Or you put it in a better spot, like instead of here, you put it in here, and there were better odds of it being in here, you might then get a D ward, which is also helpful to your gameplay. So for you, it'll really rack up. A Herald player trying to take these concepts, there actually was a very high chance there was an observer here, and Sniper was just like slowly buying his items and didn't see them, even though they were in vision. So like, this is one of those things you can only apply because you're relatively high MMR. That you start thinking about
Big
like
Daddy
the next couple
tier 1
steps.
sub to G1 Eep.
Zugi, thank you for this amazingly supportive trend. I know we say it every time, but thank you so much. Your team wards? Exactly. See, so there's a threshold for where you can start thinking about these mind games.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
I do like that you've got this now. This is a little bit of a harder one to get, but it worked out anyway. So you can kind of see the power of Rubik. You and Rubik, right? It's a lot of burst. You guys combo your stuff, and it just like, it works out, right? So like, this is the guy I'm really interested in playing around right now. And I'm going to keep coming to him. And if there's nothing, I'm Coddle, so I'll just like delay towers or double stack. Ogre, support player wise, he himself should have realized, like, I gotta leave this Phantom Lancer alone. I should be part of this. I should be part of this. If he doesn't, you gotta goad it a little bit in the nicest way. No flame, but like, hey, let's play around Rubik and let's make space for PL. PL can jungle, and if heroes are drawn away because we're doing things here and here, then he can shove the wave. The more heroes we bring here, the more heroes they will bring here, and you're gonna see something like this. For all the attention we keep giving PL, notice he's not catching up to the TA, because TA is just free farming. She's shoving this in, she's jungling. You need so many kills on PL up here to match. You essentially need 3 kills every time you rotate, right? If you think about it. TA is getting, for every creep wave coming in, about 150 gold. Oh, a little higher now because the melee creeps scale up a little bit. That doesn't even include banner and catapult stuff. So it's on the low end. But 300 a minute from lane creeps, 160, 160, whatever the hell this is at this time frame, right? To match all of that, that's how much farm, like, PL is not getting every creep wave because there's 3 heroes like posturing, so he's doing posturing. He's not jungling because there's 3 heroes up here. Every time he steps away, you guys are at risk. So you need so many kills to make it work. That's why like 1 or 2 plays, spontaneous, quick, it's okay. The more we do it, the more it backfires. That TA consistently free farms, and then you guys try it, play, and then like, oh shit, PL died this time. Right? Sometimes he gets kills, sometimes he gets killed. That's why it's safer to do things the other place. I think I felt a little awkward this game as refraction counters my damage, so I didn't feel capable of threatening TA. So that's true. You may not be able to kill her easily, but just being there will slow her down. Because she should respect what you bring. Also, you can build an urn to help break the refraction. It's a totally reasonable item on Keeper of the Light, and it would be good versus her this game. And you can even consider Spirit Vessel versus Pudge. You don't have to, though, because you do have Ignite. Like you said, Rubik and Ogre could do it. Rubik, based on stealing a spell, something like Gale, Pudge Rot, Shrapnel. So Rubik could steal a spell, or you have Ignite, and then Gush, right? If you're all there hitting her, even though none of our individual abilities break through refraction, together they will break through refraction. So if we just bring enough heroes, that is our multiple sources of damage instances. Repeatedly shoving mid is not bad, but it is, I wouldn't have expected it to work this well. Because they have Sniper, Veno, Pudge, Techies, TA traps. It's actually so, it should be so hard to do this if you think about it, right? Like, it should be so easy for them to hook you into mines, to hook you into like multiple plague wards, hook you into a trap. You know, you step up, the plague ward's bursted, a mine burst. This should actually be so hard, and they are ignoring you. So this is like the weirdness of pub games, where it's like it's working, but it's actually more of a mistake from their part than it is on our part. It's fine. If you see them making a mistake, punish it. But that's why my default play would have been like, let's go bottom to the TA. Oh, there. Okay, punished eventually. Okay, this is herking. So then step 2, or not really step 2. I don't know what step in the plan we're at. But the things I want to do next. I want this tower to live as long as possible. Looks like that window's gone. That's okay. Otherwise, you just sitting up here and blasting out waves could have been a reasonable thing to do. That's gone. That's okay. Probably a defensive ward in the jungle, somewhere likely to survive. So not like in the sentry in this area, and like anywhere here is pretty common. Something in the river is pretty good. Something like further out here is unexpected at this phase of the game. Just make sure like the camps weren't blocked earlier and there's a sentry still alive or something. Something to keep PL okay up here, because his job is still hold this area and jungle in the meantime. And I need him to not die while he does that. And then an aggressive observer somewhere in this area, because the remainder heroes, the 4 of you, I would like to play here. Somewhere in this area, kind of moving around. That is what will draw them down here. We don't actually plan to take these towers all that quickly. It's just we're going to occupy this jungle and block out like this chunk of the map from the enemy team. And they're going to try to get this chunk of the map. But our chunk of the map is larger because we have the mid-tier one and they don't. So it's easier. Like if they try to steal this stuff, it's easier for you to show up and like fight, especially based on the information you have on the observers we talked about. So that's where I would want to see observers, things moving into your jungle or in your jungle. In your jungle is actually a little better now. Because like if PL wants to push the lane and he saw like, oh, I saw 3 heroes walk in here. Like, okay, like now where are they? I don't know. Are they looking for me? Are they like jungling? Are they waiting here? I don't know. I know they're in here, but like I don't know where they are. And they don't feel like they're wasting their time because they are jungling or they're looking for PL or something. So when this tower dies, it's actually something in the jungle itself is often a little bit more helpful to your carry than seeing them walk in. That's not always true, but that's kind of my own general approach. Something over here. Damn, I didn't say it fast enough. I was going to tell you something over here. I'll just show you. How will this help our game plan? For you, you've actually been stacking the triangle a lot. So actually, I do understand why you are warding this because there's a lot of money here. So fair enough. But once this is done, and let's pretend you hadn't stacked, I would still see a lot of players put this observer. So then looking at the state of the map, what does this help us do if I want to play this area, right? This is watching behind me in case they smoke behind us and then like approach from this angle. It's very bizarre, right? They're almost for sure going to come through like this way. So observers in here will give me a target. I see the TA, I'm ready to go. Or, okay, people TPing in. Oh shit, time to back up, you know? This, we will be playing in front of the ward, which is very strange. This is like, you know, to put it in hero perspectives, it's like you're setting up for a team fight and then you are in front of the Tide Hunter. Why would I be in front of the Tide Hunter? The Tide Hunter is supposed to be the wall in front of me. The observers are supposed to be ahead of me, seeing useful stuff to give me the warning system. If I am consistently ahead of the observer ward, then I warn the observer, like, watch out, observer, they're coming to get you. Like, that doesn't make any sense. If you think you're going to play super defensive, this kind of stuff is fine. But for what we're kind of highlighting, you guys can try to do. This is... Okay, this is its purpose right there. It's done now. And there's another 5.5 minutes on this. If he did this as well, then it's like 5 minutes. So then 5 minutes of an observer where it's like, not amazing. How do you prioritize guarding your safe lane tier 1 or warding the area for your carry versus aggressive warding and playing in the enemy safe lane jungle? Great questions. It's a little bit opportunity based. So let's say this is happening. Let's actually just see this happen real quick. Maybe we have an actual example going on. All right, we actually happen to be the ones being killed. That's okay. Let's pretend we're ogre with an observer. So if I want to ward in here right now, it's a little awkward, right? Because like they're right here. I see a guy here. So I know this isn't really a great time to come in here. I have enough wards down. I have this one and I have this one. So there is some vision down on the map that I don't feel like I have to place an observer right away. If I had one, I could hold it for a little bit. Now let's say these are about to expire. Ogre's holding like 2 or 3. I do want aggressive vision and I do want defensive vision. They both play their role. Well, right now, I don't feel great about going to go place the offensive vision, and I kind of want Keeper to respawn before we start doing too much again. So if I was Ogre, I could be like, okay, I'm gonna take the time, 26 seconds, I'm gonna run up here, I'm gonna de-ward as best I can, and put my defensive ward for PL. I'll put one down. I don't want to put like a bunch. I don't want to put like one here and here. And then we go make a play with Coddle and we go in here and then I go, no more observers, can't place my deep ward, right? So I'm going to hold one observer. And that's why if he only has one, I would probably hold it based on what they have now. If he has two, he can place one in this area right now and hold the other one. Then when Keeper respawns, we reevaluate the map. Can we make a play? Can we get this sniper? Can we do something? And because we kill this sniper, let's say we all go this way, Keeper TP's in, we kill sniper. Now from the supports, okay, I'm with my team right here. Now it feels much easier to place the deep ward. So your question is kind of like opportunity based. Even if I want aggressive wards, I can't always go place them. Even if I want defensive wards, when these guys are set up in here already, I can't go do that. You know, like I'm going to die. They set up their offensive wards as they came in here. So they see me coming in, they kill me, I'm just feeding. That is when I should actually run down here. If I know 3 heroes are in here, I can't see them because I don't have the ward down, but I saw them go in. Now is my time to run over here because either they're not here and I'm going to place my deep vision now, or they're going to see me go in because they had some defensive wards. They're going to leave to kill me. I died. But by dying down here, I can now say, hey, PL, Pudge, Techies, TA, and Venomancer just killed me over here. So worst case, there's now only one hero in this area. Now PL can like move up a little bit more safely, even though they have vision here. And then if you died down here, the Ogre, let's say he was here for whatever reason, he just saw you die to 4 heroes. He should go, oh, I was too scared to run in here before because I'm a smart player. Now I know they're down here. I'm going to come up and remove their wards now because the heroes aren't here anymore. So I don't know if that helps answer your question, but everything you highlighted of like, how do I prioritize the safe tier 1 or for the carry or whatever, you kind of want all of it. It's just which one are you allowed to place in the given game. And I suppose depending what you think is more important, you put more emphasis on one. Like let's say you had the opportunity for both and you think protecting your carry is the most important thing, then you would choose to like come up here. And I would say that is more matchup dependent. Like this is my game winning hero as long as he gets farm. Like as long as we go late game with PL, we win. Then I would put more emphasis on making sure PL lives. If I don't feel that way, like I really need to slow down this TA, then I probably need to put more aggressive vision and play off of that. Tidehunter is actually pretty good at doing stacks. If he does stack a bunch, some lineups it is hard, and I agree with you. You don't want to overstack. But Tidehunter is actually amazing because you go and anchor smash the creeps. And then because of the damage reduction plus his damage block, he takes essentially no damage no matter how big the stack is. So huge multi-stacks are actually really good for Tidehunter. But he needs like level 5 or so to do it. Because you need enough points in Anchor Smash to reduce their damage. And you need like some point in Kraken Shell to actually block the damage. You don't need to block literally all of it. But if you block at least like... I don't know, like every creep is only doing 5 damage compared to like 50. Like that's big. All right, so we are down here. This is the guy I want to play with. This is not exactly how I thought we would organize this, but it looks like maybe we're getting the Pudge. Yeah, and Rubik's here now. All right, so we're making the... God, PL, what the fuck are you doing here? Oh my God. Why is he here? Oh, wait. What were you doing here, PL? Oh, my God. Well, he's got the defusal. I guess he wanted to join in the play. I kind of get it. But usually the carry would continue farming up to a certain item. I guess with the defusal, I'm okay with this. But I kind of feel PL's true timing is later. I feel like this defusal is more like you cannot engage me one-on-one up here, and so I'm going to finish farming the rest, rather than like I'm going to go join full 5-on-5 fights with a one-item defusal. The whole point of this space-making play is that the rest of the map is open. Although I do see 2 heroes top. So even as they lose this fight, they're actually going to out-farm you guys. Because TA now has access to all of this. And you guys are like splitting everything here. If someone feels comfortable to go through the twin gate, then maybe it's okay. Oh, so close. Okay, so right here, who's got one? No one's got one. So you see kind of what we're talking about, right? You guys just made a play into here. It was random. I didn't know this was going to happen, but I know it's going to happen at some point, right? Like, it's unavoidable. There are fights in Dota. So at some point, you will win or lose fights, and I want to be ready to capitalize on that. If there's Observer sitting in here, right? So this is you and Ogre missing the chance. One of you needs this, because after you win this fight, now is the time to play something. Like you Sentry, you check. Okay, feel pretty good about placing something here, and they won't see me. They won't know I put the Observer here. If I had one. But now I will have to make a second play into this area. Like if you get kicked out of here before this Observer gets here, you're going to need a second opportunity to come into here. Which is why, especially with the backpack addition and now the change to smoke, a lot of the time you want to just be sitting on this stuff. Like just have a smoke in here, which you do. And it's okay to sit on one Observer. As you get to 2, start feeling some pressure to place it. 3, you definitely got to drop something somewhere. But if you have one Observer in your inventory, it's totally fine, and you're using it to wait for an opportunity. So for example, this one you placed right here, it's not bad. See the runes, right? Your tower's still up. You could make a case for like, they could attempt an early Roche, and I want to see it. So this Observer is fine. You can also place this whenever. For example, all 5 heroes are missing. Ooh, I'm scared. It's right here. You know, super easy. It's not like placing it over here, where that is a once every minute, 2, 3, 4 minute opportunity. And when that opportunity comes up, I don't know when it will be, but when it comes up, I got to be ready to place my deep ward. And now it will be here. The ward I can place at any time, especially when this one is still up, is a little overlapping. Like if you think about what this protects you from, it's from people coming in this way, which you will have the forewarning system of like, hey, they're coming this way. Ah, yes, truly they were coming this way. Confirmed, second Observer, right? It's not bad if it's like a high priority area, such as Roshan, like we just talked about. But for this early in the game, I'd say like it's okay to not have that one and to save it to place like somewhere down here. See, double stacks, pretty good.
I deserve it.
Get the power rune, boom. So let's imagine something different. Can we kill this sniper? Probably could, right? Smoke. 3 of you guys. He's still got the shield rune, about to pick up regen, not the greatest, but like it's decent. I'd feel a lot better about knowing what I'm getting into if on that earlier play there was some kind of deep ward down, right? Let's swap to their vision. Ah, I would know Venomancer is in this area. So now when we smoke through here, run into Venomancer. Okay, we got a Venomancer kill. I was really looking for the sniper. So now I know I should have pathed this way if I wanted to just run into sniper. But of course, running this way is actually much better in case he retreats. We cut him off. So like I want to go this way, and the deep ward would help me know, am I going to run into a different hero and I can't do it? Or I have to like go around him? Or, oh shit, there's actually 3 heroes in here plus the sniper. This is not the play I want to make. I want to go somewhere else. Based on the vision you guys have, I'm not sure. I know I want sniper, and I know he looks very tempting. But I'm not super confident on whether I can do it or not. And that's the difference between having the Observer ready earlier and placing it down already on that earlier play, or getting it late and we end up putting it defensively, which defensively it will help, but when I want to make these offensive plays, now I am, Okay, well actually Teggy's over here. I feel a little better. You are pinging it. This is looking good overall. Okay, great. See the Venomancer. So you do have one deep ward, and this deep ward is now giving me enough information to go for the sniper. But you can kind of see the difference, right? Of like, it took a little bit to get this information. There's no guarantee they show on this ward. So I was a little uncertain until now. So you guys are already in the play. I might have waited a little longer to see if the information shows up. For example, let's pretend you didn't have this deep ward. What I would be looking for, this. Tide was shoving in top. Doesn't this look tempting? How can someone resist that? Surely someone will show up to defend this tower. And if no one defends this tower, then they must be doing something else. So if you didn't have this deep ward, or maybe just no one is showing there, and I know I want sniper, but I still don't know the others, maybe I'm jungling here. I'm like telling my team, like, wait here, jungle, let's be ready to smoke, and let's see, this starts happening, who shows up? Tide, sorry, not Tide, Techies, TA, they show up to defend. Well, okay, I saw Pudge here on that ward earlier, now 2 heroes are here, so then by process of elimination, only 1 hero could be here with the sniper. Okay, maybe we don't have this ward, but I still see TA Techies, TA +1. Okay, so if we bring 4 heroes and tell him to pop through the twin gate, maybe PL joins us on the play, right? 3 to 5 of us will run into 3 heroes at most, or maybe it's only 1 hero. Like maybe truly sniper is on his own. I have covered my bases. The play is more likely to work out. All right, but you are not the one who should lead the charge. This guy's got a stun and a slow. This guy's got the instant lift. These 2 should lead the way. You have solar bind, so that's like kind of something, but you've now kind of like given up the gank way too soon when these guys are way back here. Oh shit, misclick. It looks like it might work out anyways, because Sniper did not just teleport, because he thought for sure you had people near you, but turns out they were miles behind. So don't forget, you're a super fast hero. You don't actually want to lead the way if they could maybe just TP out. Make sure the people who can start the play go first. Okay, we made the play. We're on the enemy's half of the map. I got a kill. I know some heroes showed here and here. Now would be a great time to place a deep ward if either of us had one, right? So once again, here's another opportunity. We make the play, but I don't have it. I don't know where it is. Maybe it's like on the courier. It's on the courier. It's on the way. But by the time it gets here, he's going to respawn. I don't know if people have rotated to try to help him. So now I'm actually kind of scared for you two sitting in this area.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Earlier, I mentioned like he's going to instantly respawn and TP. Boom, right there. The concept applies for most of the game. Cores will almost always look for pretty instant teleport. I would say before 30 minutes, cores will almost always TP to where they think they can farm the most. They will not wait that long. They will just go. Should they? No. There should be more thought to it than that. But for most pub games, most ranks, they will just TP to wherever the highest concentration of free farm is. And you can prepare around that. Minesweeper. Okay, I think we're kind of like wrapping up the end of the early game, getting into the mid game where you start thinking about like, oh, one big play we can do Tormentor, one big play we can do Roche. It looks like a big play should happen. Based on the vision you have, I know they aren't pushing mid, they aren't pushing bottom. You can click creeps to check auras as well if you want to do that. There's a very high chance they're all on this top half. So we should start positioning this way. Notice if they run into one of you, they run into 4 of you. I shouldn't give them that much information. Depending who you're playing, you should either be the smoke breaker. Ogre Magi, for example, could be further up, be the first one targeted, and then everyone else can help. You do not want to be the smoke breaker. I want to be the one in the back. So I'm the save healer type hero. So I could be behind this tree. I could be like behind these trees. I could be in this tree line. That's also okay. We're kind of like all together. So when one of us gets found, we all get found. Tidehunter being the only one showing in the creep wave is good. Ogre now also revealing himself unnecessarily. Let's see if you do the same thing. I think you turned around that tree at the very last moment. But see how you're like super up front and then we're running to heroes? This is not where I want to be. I want to be further back. I want this guy to be at the front. And you guys have 3 heroes in front of Tidehunter. Ultra tank Tidehunter right now. And the 3 much squishier heroes in front of him with 5 enemy heroes missing. So all the vision in the world will not help us if we don't also read what we don't see. Which is another lesson to take away from this. So let's see how this fight goes, because whoever wins this fight gets to set up completely for top if you're holding observers and sentries, and you are then prepared for Tormentor if it happens. It's pub game, unlikely. So we can argue like Roshan maybe for early Roche lineups like TA. Otherwise, maybe it's bottom. Or you just send it on the sniper and it works out. I'm kind of can't believe that worked out. They just did not care about him. All right, the fight works out. Where are you guys? So it turns out not all 5 heroes were here. Pudge was back here. Though now that I look at their vision, they also should have known all 5 of you were up here. Because 1, they had this observer to see you guys coming over. And then 2, like, look how lit their jungle is with mines and everything. And you guys aren't pushing mid, you guys aren't pushing bottom. So from their map, I can also tell you guys are all top. So this is a mistake from Pudge and also a mistake from them for also just running in point blank.
Double kill.
Thank you for the Prime sub. I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce it. Crixist. I'm butchering it, I'm sure, but thank you so much for the support.
Radiant's top tower.
Okay, any questions? We're gonna pick a new replay coming up here because this is like the end of the early game now.
Towers getting the business. Radiant's top towers taking hits. The Radiant lost the top tower.
Maybe explain why you want to create vision at bottom lane for PL. That's a good question. Kind of goes back to the idea that you can work off of what you see or what you don't see, right? It is true that in some pub games, your opponents truly will be doing the most useless shit possible, and they will just be like AFK doing nothing, much like our teams will AFK and do nothing at times. But that's not really a good thing to plan around. Like, oh, I'm sure they're not doing anything. You want to like assume the worst case scenario a lot of times. And so when we look at, for example, just as it so happens, nobody is showing on the map right now. And that should create a sense of caution. Like, if you could create a plugin, this would be cheating, but if you could create a plugin that just analyzed when nobody was showing on the minimap and it like flashes your screen red, like warning, warning, danger, danger, that would be big. But a lot of players, like if you put a ward here and you saw 3 heroes coming up, they would know, oh, I should be careful. But when no one is showing, a lot of people do not have the correct reaction, which is, where the hell is everybody? Like, what is everybody doing? No one is showing here, here, here. Any of the wards I got, like, where is everybody? Smoke of deceit, they could be under wards and just be hidden. Or 2, they're somewhere not showing. And realistically, 20 minutes in the game, are they really down here? Are they, like, all in the triangle? Like, they're probably doing something. So tying this back to, like, why are we getting vision down here for the PL up here? If PL can see like us sieging this tower and no heroes are showing, like we're camping this area for the last 30 seconds and not a single hero is showing, they're not back here because we're up front, right? We're like this wall here, so they're not here. So this whole chunk of the map, if no one is showing, maybe they're back here, but there's not a lot to do back here. So there's probably 1 hero there at most. So then the rest is like this area. So by process of elimination, when you have deep vision down here, carries up here should be able to say, okay, I see the heroes down here, or I don't see the heroes down here, which means they're up here, which means I need to be really careful. Of course, having like one defensive ward then helps with this to potentially see the heroes actually up here. And if PL wants to be here and you put up like one deep ward here, that could also be okay. But if they have towers here, like why would they be back here when they're actually going to be here? So that's why the deep wards, depending on like where the map is, sometimes the deep wards actually skip where the heroes will be that threaten the PL. Okay, let me see what you guys submitted.
Guess what's happening?
Atomic Dogga, no problem. I thought there were a lot of useful things here. Hopefully you find it helpful. Hopefully everyone else found it helpful. Great game to submit. Have fun playing with your daughter. That's very wholesome. Brood support. I don't know about that one, buddy. I love Broodmother as well, but I don't know if I believe in Broodmother support being possible. That is a hero that is really based on getting crowd control. Let's try this one. We're gonna be jumping around between different games. This one we went pretty far into. That actually went a lot longer than I was expecting it to for what we talked about. But I think there was a lot of useful stuff in there, so hopefully it's fine. We'll try to be a little bit faster going forward so we can get more people. Yo, Brocraft, what's up? Win or loss, better for replay? I don't really care. You could argue losses, but truly there's a question involved, right? Like, that's what you learn from, and you can be winning, but still have a question on like, was this the right play or was this chance? Was this, the right thing to do? Was this a missed opportunity? So I don't really care. Either's okay with me. How early is early game? In my head, the end of the laning stage, which will vary depending on the rank. For higher ranks, it's around like 5 to 6 minutes at earliest. And sometimes goes a little later. For lower ranks, it tends to go 10 minutes plus. I'd say for Herald, it's like particularly long, like 15. And then as you get to like Crusader, 10-ish minutes, and then give or take per game, like it varies a little bit. Okay, Chen, we're also gonna jump ahead. Let's jump ahead to something like this. Let me make sure I had the timestamp right. We'll do here. Okay, so for the Chen game, I know not everybody plays Chen, but that's okay. A lot of the concepts are not like hero specific. You won this game, but lost the lane. I will be skipping over the lane since we're focusing on the early game. But then our mentality can be, okay, I lost the lane. What do I do going into the early game? Like, how do I give space to the CK? How do I recover his game? All that jazz. Your team, I'm not that surprised you maybe lost this lane. Underlord's pretty good versus CK if the start doesn't snowball against him. Chen is fairly strong in the early game because you can pick up auras very fast, usually off of a winning lane. So if you're having a rough time to start, maybe we get slowed down a little bit. Looks like you have a Viper versus Wraith King lane up here, which should be going well. And yeah, I see Viper with a lot of CS, Wraith King not, though he is getting XP. So for you, okay, I need to draw attention away from Chaos Knight. Who can I play with? You have a mid Necrophos who doesn't really make plays. If he has Reaper Scythe, you can get him involved. Otherwise, this guy is also a slow farmer. He's probably going for Radiance. A lot of Necrophoses like to get Radiance. Even if they're not, there's usually like 1 or 2 items Necrophos needs before they get that involved. Boots of Travel, you know, maybe finish that item before you start dragging him into stuff, which would still be like 600 gold away. So he's not really the guy I'm interested in. I might help him get a power rune. Like 6 minutes coming up here could be a great time for you to leave this lane, head over. Okay, got a good rune, got a haste. He still has his ult, smoke, bring him in. Sure. And then after that, okay, peace, dude. Like, get out of here. I'm playing with the Viper, with the Wraith King, you know? We're taking this tower. This is the start of our early game. Anything else to consider here? Besides that, I think it's good. This lane's kind of pushed up, so you could help, especially because Puck died. This is us adjusting to the game on the fly. Puck is dead, and we'll have to TP in and sprint to the rune, and he will still show up late. He might get it based on RNG. Like, Necro sits top, Puck goes bottom. Puck, by the time they respawn and teleport, will be late. But if, you know, not late enough that if Necro is here and has to walk here, he's going to beat the Puck. But because of that, Puck can't cover both. Like, Puck can't be top with the Necro and then or bottom and secure both potential spawns, which would require us to be here sooner. So because of that, I am willing to delay going to the lane, or going to the rune potentially, and helping CK fix this a bit more. You could also send 1 creep to cover this rune while you continue to play bottom, because this lane's not in a great spot. And also, it looks like Underlord's pretty close to dying, so maybe we can make 1 more big play and get him killed. So for that reason, I'd be okay if we stick around here instead of moving for the 6-minute rune, which I generally encourage you guys to try to go to. But once this is dealt with, either we get the lane in a better spot or we kill Underlord. I want to see you move, which means I need the Observer, because if we leave and Chaos Knight has to play on his own, I need to know what he's dealing with. I see some in stock, right? 3 in stock, good God. So I'd buy 2, leave 1 for someone else on the team to buy. I'd probably buy 2 Observers and 1 Sentry so that before I place my Observer, I can try to Sentry and make sure it lives. For example, Sentry in the middle here, and then pick the left or the right. Even if you don't want a Sentry, you want to like run around this way, drop it back here. I'm up for that. You might want to see if they warded back here. So like Sentry here, Courier, check this, and then walk around, Observer here or Observer back here, and then head out. A little bit split focused. Okay, got the kill anyways. I'm out. I know Underlord is low, tempting to stick around. He can't stop CK from farming. And that is the true question. If I leave, can Chaos Knight still farm? If I left and Underlord is that low, but Silencer's full health, they could together 2v1 stop the CK from farming, which is why I'm okay with you sticking around, taking the fight. Now, they cannot stop CK from farming. So I don't want to sit here hoping Underlord will come out and we can kill him. That is just going to be like a... maybe it works, but it's probably more off of Underlord making a mistake rather than us making a good play. So now I want you to leave. Mid-rune is probably the go-to if it was a different time than just like Twin Gate, whatever, all that stuff. But it looks like you're sticking around, and I'm guessing I'm not going to see you do that much. Like, without you here, CK can probably do everything he's doing. This little pull you did, There's actually another creep wave here. You don't need to do this pull because Chaos Knight actually wants these creeps to tank for him. Because of this pull, CK will quickly tank like 8 different creeps here. Unless another pull is happening right now. Okay, I'm glad it didn't really work out and you killed it pretty quickly. So now you're jungling this stuff. But if you think about Chaos Knight's game, and let me compare how this went. So you said you lost, but at this point it's actually pretty good because you just killed Underlord. The farming pattern for a carry to accelerate once the laning stage breaks down is shove this lane, and if you're feeling good, jungle this stuff. Shove the lane. Too scared for this one? Okay, I come small camp, I farm it, or I do my own pull to get the lane to come back so I can shove it again and then reevaluate. Can I do this? Or, okay, back here. Can I Ancients, or do I make my way over here? Do I make my way to this other camp? If you stick in the lane and then you end up jungling this stuff, it's almost taking farm from your carry, right? Where like every time this guy is done with the lane and he looks over to the jungle and you're there and it's like, hey, what's up, CK? Like, just finish the hard camp. Don't worry about it. This camp's maybe okay because, like, you know, it's contested from the enemies. But every time you farm this camp, Chaos Knight's like, oh, what the heck? Like, that's my farm or my pull. And then, like, he can't pull because he just farmed the small camp. Like, okay, I'll just, like, run past all this to over here. So we're almost at the point where we're kind of griefing this guy. And I would actually prefer if you jungled over here because he doesn't want to run over here if he has, if he can help it. He just wants to, like, cycle like this. This is, like, best case scenario. Sometimes he will come over here, but this is like step 2. So you can come over here and jungle, and it puts you off the map, and now they go, where is Chen? Is he ganking here? Is he ganking here? Is he ganking here? Now they're not sure. From here, they're standing here watching you, and they know like, oh no, you guys are fine. Chen's jungling right here. So it would help both of you if you moved further away to jungle. Or you want to do the Wisdom Shrine, head over here early, jungle this shit, and then come get this. Earlier, advanced play for Enchantresses and Chen at like 5-ish minutes. If you're not needed in the lane, come over here, jungle this stuff, and then come straight over. Or if for whatever reason you're coming from this angle, which would be a little funny, but like let's just say you do it, you jungle this stuff, come over here, boom, straight into like a tower dive, straight into the rune, right? It flows a little better. You'll see the pros do that all the time. Since that kill earlier, notice a lot of this is like you watching Chaos Knight or farming next to him. And now Ogre. Ogre has made the move first. Ogre has come down here. Or was he already here? No, Silencer was here before, right? Yeah, Silencer was here before. I see now Silencer top. Maybe there's been, I don't know, some swapping around. The point is, though, more heroes are showing up bottom, which is not good for my Chaos Knight. And I want to be drawing attention here, so they feel they have to come up here, and then Chaos Knight's on his own, and now he can do this kind of like pattern we're talking about. Now with a bunch of heroes here, now I have to, oh no, I have to farm this stuff, right? And it's like, it's kind of true, but it also means Chaos Knight's not getting the solo farm. Sometimes this stuff happens, right? Oh, I thought we could make the play. If you get it, great, but there's a risk. Uh-oh, Chaos Knight died now. So now, Chaos Knight into Underlord is not super fun, but Chaos Knight should be able to get farm. Wraith King versus Viper is very unfun, but when Chaos Knight is dead, Wraith King is getting a lot more farm than a dead Chaos Knight, and that's going to create problems if they keep happening. One instance, not the end of the world. It looks like there's like 1,000 gold difference plus. So one instance, totally fine. The longer we stay down here, and I'm now gonna zoom until I see you leave. The longer we stay down here, and I saw you farm another jungle camp, right? Okay, farm the small camp, TP top, let's get involved. So I'm glad you're leaving, but now let's think about Chaos Knight. I shove the lane, and then I do, shit, there's no camp, right? So he can't farm this. He can't do his own pull. He now must wait till 9:17 before he can do anything here. Whereas before, he could maybe shove this and then at 8:47 do his own pull, or shove this based on the timing, stack this at 9 minutes, do a 9:17 pull. He had a couple options here. Now he's gonna like, this is when he ends up deeper in the jungle and then having to run back. So there's more downtime of running to this stuff rather than the shorter travel times right here. Oh, sick micro though. Now, funny enough, TP'd here, but didn't actually do anything. So let's reevaluate that teleport then. Maybe you saw this fight happening and you thought like, oh, I gotta go help this guy. And actually, now that I look at it again, I think that was the case. So you thought like, oh, I gotta go help this Shadow Demon. But in hindsight, Viper died, so we're like super late. That's his own mistake. I don't know how he ended up dying to a Wraith King. But ideally, you would have walked through the teleport here, which is cheaper now, right? Only 30 mana. So we twin gate, and that way, when they then run at Chaos Knight like they did, we could teleport back and help him. But because we teleported somewhere else, now I can't help the Chaos Knight. Sometimes you do have to teleport to other lanes, so like, that's fine. But that's why, as much as possible, if we make the proactive move that is just walking away, then we can also teleport back to help the carry who is next to the safe lane tower. So you can be more likely to win on multiple fronts. If you teleport, you're instantly responding to one thing, but then anything else that goes on, we cannot help with. So it is necessary, but not my preferred course of action. This feels better. Look, Silencer came up here to help Wraith King. But now you look like you're gonna go through the twin gate back to bottom. But what's that gonna do? That's just gonna keep drawing attention bottom. So actually, this is a great time to just stay top. Stay top, and if you jungle this stuff, that's way better. Taking farm from the offlaner is way better than taking farm from the carry. And you're also taking it away from the enemy carry who wants to do the exact same cycle we're talking about, like what Wraith King's doing. Shove, jungle, shove, jungle, shove, jungle. You can at least steal this stuff, even if you can't take the tower. And then because you're Chen, you can take the tower. You can just like send the creeps in. So now we're with Necro, who actually does have the ultimate. So if we did something with him, it wouldn't be too bad. But notice Chen and Necro are not really the best at starting a play. All right, so you actually just get a free puck mid. And taking this tower is actually pretty good, so we can do that. If you have an Observer and Sentry, for this whole walkthrough, knowing I want to leave CK, one defensive ward as I head out, especially because it looks like we might lose this tower, right? So something in our own jungle. Another side of that, though, is like, okay, I have an Observer. I finish this tower. Previously, I might have been a little scared walking in here. But now that I killed Puck, or not me, but like the team killed Puck, and I helped take this tower, now it's a very natural movement into this area to place my deep ward. So these are my warding opportunities, where sometimes people ask, like, do I have to smoke to go place a deep ward? Sometimes, but other times, and most of the case, you should just have it ready. And then when a situation like this comes up, I didn't know Necro was going to be able to Reaper Scythe a Puck. That was very surprising to me. But it does happen in pub games, and when it does, I can now capitalize on that by running in here or running in here. It's totally up to you what you think is more useful to your team. But I will be ready to do so because I have an Observer in my inventory.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower's mid tower won't last much longer. Radiant lost one of them bottom towers.
All right, Silencer killed. Nice.
Towers having technical difficulties.
So see what's happening here. Came top. Now it actually looks like they killed Viper to start this, but you guys responded. So what did Underlord do? Oh shit, I gotta help. Puck. Oh shit, we gotta help. Global, all this. So who's winning? CK's winning, right? Let's look at free cam. Full map. So now CK has access to like everything. Who's gonna stop him? This ogre, support ogre rushing a Midas is gonna stop my CK? I think not. So because we are up here, we're drawing the enemy's attention because they're reacting. Although technically you guys are reacting to the Viper kill, but like whatever, you know? They are reacting to us reacting up here. And so now all this stuff happening, all of us aren't farming well, all of them aren't farming well, but that includes their carry. And our carry will be farming well. So in this short instance, for the next 30 seconds plus whatever, Chaos Knight will speed ahead of the Wraith King. And the more we can create this situation to happen, that's where you'll actually see gold advantages build. So like one instance, no big deal. Do this for 3 minutes, you'll notice like a 500 gold difference for your carry.
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
I didn't read chat for a bit. Seems like there's some kind of argument going on. I missed exactly what it's about.
Tower's in bad shape. Radiant's top tower's taking hits. One last top tower for Radiant.
What are you doing, Chaos Knight? He's joining in. You don't have your armlet! I think that's twice now. Last game was an Immortal PL joining, but at least he had a defusal. I think Chaos Knight finished his armlet, but it hadn't been delivered yet. All right, I see you buying 2 observers. So 1 observer can be placed right away. And since we lost this tower, somewhere down here is good. I leave it up to you, but my recommendation would be somewhere in this jungle that you think will survive. Like here, here, here. Because now, okay, from here, Chaos Knight would ideally shove, jungle. Sometimes have to go over here, and the ones that could do Ancient can come down here. This is where he plays. Now the tier 1 tower is down, and when the enemy shoves it in, Chaos Knight must shove it out, and then jungle back here. Shove it out, jungle over here. So he needs to see people like in this area or like sneaking in through here to get him with a smoke. So that's why like observers over here can help see people come in. So pick your side. More plays will happen through here in pub games for most ranks. As you get higher and higher up, more plays will happen down here. So you can kind of adjust on your MMR where you think is worth warding. For a legend game, I'd probably just stick it like somewhere in this area. Here. Here's actually pretty good too. I hate wards in this area during the laning stage, but after the laning stage actually breaks down, wards in this area are actually pretty good. So anywhere in there could help Chaos Knight farm and hold this area. If you are crushing this lane actually, and you just lose this off of the enemy making 1 good movement, but your carry should still feel good to play in this area, then you can ward further up and possibly the Twin Gate. But if you guys are like playing up here, then they can't get the Twin Gate, so then you don't need the Twin Gate. You can like ward up here, and then your carry can still do like the same pattern as before. But it depends like how ahead and how safe the carry is on how far they can push up. If you think they can push up really far, then you can put your observer further out. If you think they can't go that far and they have to mostly stick to this area, then it should be like closer to the jungle. Is it ever worth warding to block camp after laning phase? I wouldn't really. Only if they are like proving to be some ultra stacking lineup for like a super momentum draft. Like they have an alchemist. Then that would kind of be okay. Block ancients, for example. Generally, though, it's not worth it because of how large the map is. You kind of need your stuff to see everything and to survive. So the more you give it away by like blocking camps, you'll lose it more and more. Up to about 15 minutes, those stack heroes I was talking about, the ones that are ultra greedy, that's around the window that they're really interested in stacks because they finish their laning. They jungle, right? They're trying to get the Radiance. They're trying to get the Butterfly after the Manta. They're trying to hit that really powerful timing. And the most likely case of stacking is going to be 15 minutes and earlier, because that's like in the laning stage, people have time to stack, and then in these early plays, while you're waiting for cooldowns, you have time to stack. Beyond 15 minutes, there should be more moving around, or the cores can just farm more. Because before, it was like, oh, I can barely farm one lane and one jungle. Now, it's like, I farm this, and then I farm this, and I farm this, because I'm rich enough, I'm high enough level. So there's less room to stack. So after around that window, I wouldn't typically bother. You have to have a really specific reason to do it if you're going to. Okay, for you, put a Sentry Observer. This is generally good, but notice it's probably going to die because it's a common area. If you want to do this one, I recommend you move it over here. This is much harder to see. It looks like you should be able to see it, but I don't think they shifted the tree with the recent patch. I will double check this. As far as I know, though, it's actually surprisingly hard to see this area, even though it looks like it should be very clear. So if you put your observer here, it won't see as much into this area, but it will still see this stuff, and it'll actually see a glimpse of the high ground, and it will be much harder to find than this. The other one is like over here, same deal. See the same outer stuff, see a little bit of the high ground, won't see this area, but much harder to find, or at least more annoying because you have to like walk out to go get it. That's why something like here and here, because I really want this to survive, and I want to see them like sitting in this area. Even in the river here is fine. You could also do like right here. I think all those spots are probably a little better, at least, than this one.
Dyer's mid tower.
My ward was definitely lazy. It's actually very common to feel that way. Like, I know it should be better, but I'm just gonna like be lazy and do it. Don't underestimate the payoffs of not being lazy on the warding. There is a surprising amount of reward for consistently pushing yourself to do the responsible, try hard type of ward, and not just like, good enough, place it, you know?
Dire structures looking for Dyer's top tower.
Same with this one.
Might want to mine their top tower.
If I highlight your vision, I thought this might be one, but that's actually just a sentry. So this one's defensive. This one's defensive. This one's moderately aggressive, but mostly for the tier 1 tower. It doesn't help anything this. It is about to expire. So somebody should have another observer. It happens to be you. Shadowed even has another one. Or I thought he might have another one, but he doesn't. So if you place a third defensive ward, we're going to have a very hard time making plays and seeing when the enemy makes smoke plays. These two, I will accept. Even if we can critique them a bit, I will accept. Third one, you have to hold this. And hopefully, you guys make a play, you take this tower, and then we go stick it in. That's I'm holding this for the opportunity, and it feels like the opportunity might be coming up. And sometimes, especially if you know the enemy is like trading towers or you just see them somewhere else, while my team is finishing this tower, I'm not even helping. I'm like running over here and placing a deep ward in this area. You'll see me do this in a lot of the streams. I am like sitting here watching the offlaner. I see enough enemy heroes showing somewhere else. So I know, like, if I place this, I know we're going to take this tower, and then this won't help me. So I'm already planning ahead to go place it over here. And you guys can easily copy that. You just need to be in the area and then see that the enemies aren't contesting you. If you don't know where they are, like right now a lot of them are missing, then you don't need to do it. Just like wait in the area, finish the tower, and go after that. But it's the same idea. It's like, I want a deep ward, I am ready, and now I just need the opportunity. So let's see. For example, your hero is actually... Okay, I know you actually hit like surprisingly hard, but the creeps are doing the majority of the tower damage, so you can stay out of sight, which also will help hide if you have observers or not, and will also hide where Chen is, like how many heroes they need to bring up to defend. Now I know you're here. So you can actually just stay out of sight. Off of this, we're retreating. I want to see you move in, right? They didn't defend your tower, or their tower. So what are the odds they're like right here? What are the odds they're like right here? Maybe they were just late and they were like rushing in. But a lot of times when you take a tower like this, they weren't interested in defending. That means this area is actually pretty empty. Let's double check. This area, very empty. Because if heroes were in this area, they would have been a little bit more inclined to defend. That's not, you know, guaranteed, but having watched and played a lot of games, that is what a lot of the mentality is. Now Necro's dead, but you should have been up there. Notice you and I don't know where the other guy went. Oh, he's over here. Notice you guys fell back and you're just watching your chorus farm. But actually, it would have just been strictly better to continue to jungle here and to take the enemy's farm. Chaos Knight would have gotten his own farm and solo XP. Necro and you guys, maybe you guys die. But after killing you, they push up and there's no farm. Right now, they're farming. After killing Necro, they're still farming efficiently. If you guys had been here, maybe you fight with the Necro. At the least, there'd be nothing here, and these guys would have gotten solo farm. So walking backwards was actually a pretty negative play for you compared to going forward. The deep ward, compared to another defense, this, all defensive. So now I have no plays to make. I can't see anything. My B. Now that I highlight it, though, you can tell, right? Like, this ward will see a lot of the same stuff this ward will see. So in terms of extra defense, it's like, yeah, a little bit, but not that much more. And now in terms of offense, I don't know. Where is Wraith King? You know, you smoke in here and you go, oh shit, maybe he's up here. So you loop this way. Turns out Wraith King was never here. You guys are just like running merry-go-round around this tower with smoke, and he was never here to begin with. So you're just wasting everybody's time. So we need something. Even if it is defensive, even if you're planning to be defensive, I need to know when no one is showing in this jungle, that's really bizarre, right? There should be at least one hero going through this area. If no one's been there for 3 minutes, they've got to be like only playing bottom. That's also information. Okay, I think that's also pretty good for this one. I'm going to refill the water. We are talking a lot, so I'm drying out my mouth instantly. I did see Warren Darn Barn. Oh wait, I remember this name, the 3 different A pronunciations. He did have a donation. We're gonna do their game next. I will just let this one play out for a little bit. You guys can judge the remainder of the early game. There's like a few more minutes of it while I go get my water. Let's stand up a little bit too.
Someone's dropped out like a kid in school. Guess what's happening to Dyer's bottom tower? Penance. Dyer's mid tower could use a little help. Carry on.
Also, what were you guys arguing about earlier? Let me see.
Do something about that
Before we switch games. I didn't see the exact moment you guys are talking about. Stealing farm from a core can be kind of tricky. Depends on the situation, though. And Chen farming in general is okay. But choosing where to farm is very important. And I didn't really see exactly what happened.
Dyer's ban.
I'm not sure what part reminds you of Mr. Bean, but I think I'll take it. Mr. Bean's a legend, classic. Is that how? What's a good Mr. Bean impression? He doesn't really say things. He just makes noises while doing stuff. What rank was this? Unranked. We gotta snipe it from somebody. No big deal. We'll just type it as unranked. Mid unranked. Okay. And then I don't know why I do this every single time. I type the time for the timestamp. I predict how long it'll take me to fill out everything. I'm wrong every time. I should just fill it out after. Okay, Arc Warden mid. For an unranked game, not sure on the exact rank. Doesn't really matter. Same deal, early game. But this time, thinking from the mid perspective.
Places
Arc Warden. I guess there was just a patch. I'm not 100% sure how much will change, like with the Midas and stuff. I actually don't expect it to change that much. So for Arc Warden, you kind of just still focus on your own farm. You don't usually create plays. You show up to stuff if it makes sense, though, which will be a little tough with your team's draft because Anti-Mage is also very much the same. But the other three heroes are decent at doing stuff. So hopefully they can make space while you go do whatever. I'm supposed to jump ahead. Just old habits. I always want to look at the lane. Can't help myself. Yeah, about here. About here could be like the end of the laning stage. Looks like you had a bit of a tough time versus the Shadow Fiend. Not going to worry about it too much. Could just be here for like the Arc Warden practice. It could be why you're in the Unranked. Oh yeah, I forgot you put more in for. Let's see. Laning was really bad. Just skip it. Yeah, don't worry. We were doing that. Mid game, I kind of recovered, but eventually lost. Okay, that's okay. When you end up in this kind of situation, it can be like it just happens. Even if you're supposed to win, sometimes you lose. So bouncing back from here, we are very focused on our own farm. I see you going for an Orb of Corrosion. I will be honest. I'm out of date with the Arc Warden builds because he's not really in the meta, but I don't really think this is something you need to go for. Yeah, I don't see a lot of people. I don't see anyone doing it. I would say you can get like a Wraithband, Bracer, stuff like that if you think you need it. If you can just rush the Midas is probably still okay. I know the item just got changed, but I think for Arc Warden, you're kind of just going for a bunch of items anyways. Losing some XP will be pained, but I think if you're doing Midas, you're still rushing it. Like, I don't think the Midas change isn't like, oh, I'll get it later. I think you're still rushing it or not, and it just has a different payoff. I could be wrong on that, but anyways, we'll go from here. Whatever item you decide to do, because the lane went rough, we are in recovery mode. So for mid heroes, that is usually shove the lane and then jungle here or jungle here. You can do your own observer to protect you as well, to make sure when they invade, it's going to come through like here. So you can put like an observer in this area to help protect you here. If you're doing this area, then something like in this area would be good for you. But you don't want to sit in equilibrium too long, because if this guy's beating you in the lane, then, and we sit here, he's just going to continue beating us in the lane, right? So this is where you can probably just like kill this melee wave that's been sitting here. Notice you've been kind of like waiting a little bit. It just send it, you know? Send it, because even if this guy ends up denying it, we're done. We're done with the wave. We can move on and we can start jungling this stuff where he can't deny us. So I'm just gonna like speed up here. For your game plan as a whole, actually, I don't really expect it to change much. Actually, a lot of the window of the early game for Arc Warden is this solo farming, and then you TP occasionally to show up. If you are in farm mode, I think you put more points in Spark Wraith. Again, I'm not gonna claim to know the exact matchup of Arc Warden versus Shadowfeed. I'm not going to critique the build too much, but for the situation we're in, which is like, I am behind and I'm trying to catch up, let's do stuff. So you are TPing in. I don't think you need to, though. Looks like he already used Blink, though, so maybe you do, though I think it should just be a hook and you're out. If you show up, I guess you have your clone. Maybe you guys can take a fight here. I would have been okay if you just shove this and continue jungling and then get the 8-minute rune. Because as long as in your experience you think you can get a kill here, then this is good. This needs to be a TP, because I am going to kill him and that's going to be my recovery. Because that should be our mindset right now. Like, I need to recover, I need to hit my timings. If I am teleporting just to save the carry, then it's not worth it. As long as you think you can get a kill here, I'm up for it. If you don't think you can do it, then you should just farm in jungle.
Hook, 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 hook. Don't block his hook. Sidestep, sidestep. Oh, 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 oh. Not the guy.
So this is what's likely to happen. This is why I was a little worried. Because if he beat you in the lane, it also means he's stronger here. So when you rotate and we start a 3-on-3, if your safe lane was doing really well, then there is a chance this works out. And actually, it does look like your safe lane was winning. So maybe that's why you thought you could come in and make a difference. But essentially, it's your winning safe lane plus your losing mid lane versus their losing off lane plus their winning mid lane. And usually the mid lane actually brings more power because of the solo XP and stuff, right? Like, even though they were winning, your team still didn't have ults. This guy had his, and that was the big difference maker in the end, although it was a little funny to start. So that's why, like, you know, I'm not even that worried about it. It's part of learning if you think like, oh, I can rotate and help. But hopefully what I explain helps make sense, like the mindset of it, of why you rotate or not.
Killing spree.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's mid tower's coming. Radiant structures must keep fortified.
Back. Okay, so it's gonna sound a lot like what I've already said, but I'm just gonna add like a little bit more to it. Whether you're winning or losing, there will come a time when it's just like, I need money. I need money. And if you sit for equilibrium and only go for last hits, kind of the way you're doing, the most money you can get is 1 creep wave every 30 seconds, because that's how fast it spawns. And if you sit here and wait for the creeps to deal with each other, creeps take about 30 seconds to deal with each other. So if I only wait for last hits, I will sit and watch creep waves fight for 30 seconds, and then the next one will show up. And I'll wait for 30 seconds, and then the next one will show up. So you will only ever get the lane creeps. You will never have time for more. At some point when you decide, like, I need money, either because I'm winning and it's time to accelerate, or because I'm losing, I need to deal with the creep waves faster to create time. Otherwise, all of my time is accounted for in sitting and watching creeps and waiting for last hits. All 30 seconds for the first wave, 30 seconds for the next wave, the full minute. If I go and I just blast them and I kill that creep wave in 5 seconds, I've bought myself 25 extra. What did I just say? Did I say 5 seconds or 10 seconds? I forget. If you kill the creep wave in 5 seconds, you now have 25 seconds to do something else. And you can walk over here and jungle a camp. So now we have the creep wave and a camp. And you might miss like the first creep of the next wave as you get here, but 1 camp is worth more than that 1 creep wave, so it's okay. And then you show up, you deal with that creep wave in 5 seconds. Now I have another 25 seconds to do something. So I come over here and I stack and I get the rune. Okay, back. 25 seconds to do something, I go somewhere and do something else, right? Like, you get the idea. It's kind of what Shadow Fiend's doing, which is like he's dealing with the creep wave and then ganking. He actually shouldn't gank. He should just finish the item he's trying to build. So he is making time and then using it in the incorrect way. But that's where your recovery would be. Like, you focus on money and you would end up passing the Shadow Fiend. Even though you're having a rough time to start, this guy only gets more money because he gets kills, and he is getting kills. So it's kind of working out for now. But realistically, he actually should have finished his item, and the rotations wouldn't have been the best time. So as long as your team gets out, and this is why warding the stuff would be really important, you need to know when he's going so you avoid it. So he is wasting his extra 25 seconds, right? You both spend the 5 seconds nuking the creep wave. He wastes his 25 seconds trying to gank without items, and then he's just not getting money. You see it happen, so you tell your team, please be careful top. You jungle for 25 seconds. You are gaining 25 seconds of money gaining over Shadow Fiend, if that makes sense. And that's how you kind of recover this stuff. One instance, he'll still be pretty ahead, but you consistently do it. That's how you catch up and pull ahead of this guy. And then that's where it like comes into like playing to timings. Like, you wait for your whatever you need. I did mention, like, if you think you can get kills, you can show up, because as you see, this guy killed Jakiro, 232 gold, ignoring assist stuff. You killed him for 390. So if you do think you can kill him, then showing up is totally worth it. But compare that to the bottom rotation. We show up, nothing happens, oops, right? So that's where the more you play certain heroes, and you can have a better read of, if I show up, will it do anything, or is it a waste of my time? And that's why, like, spamming heroes helps, because the more you do it, the easier it is to make the call. Hey, Hogshine VOD viewer, what's up? With the Largo game. Nice, we'll add that to the queue. This is the only one we have to do right now, and then we'll be picking from randomly, so we should try to get... We have not been getting VOD viewers lately. Well, just because last week we didn't do any VOD viewers anyways.
Radiant's mid tower ain't doing so good.
All right, I have not fully caught on to what all the arguing has happened over, guys, but let's slow down on arguments. Potentially, we will pull up the games and I can help settle it, but regardless of who is right or wrong, I don't want much arguing to be happening. So let us all relax.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
All right, you're doing the same where you are also trying to gank while you don't have items. And Shadow Fiend's trying to gank without items. So like Shadow Fiend wanted a Shadow Blade. Whether that's right or not, put that aside. You are going for Midas, which I think is probably still okay on Arc Warden. But I don't know. And the downside of it though is like the build-up's bad. So like if you want Midas, you have to just do it. You have to just get the Midas. And you only rotate if you really think there's a very high chance you're getting multiple kills out of it.
Radiant's top towers.
Otherwise, you just jungle. Because if you think about it, full committed jungling. 2 creep waves every minute, 300 gold from that. Passive GPM, 100 gold. Talking about the time save stuff, if you work in a jungle camp here and there, then we're pushing 500 to 600 GPM. Of course, missing some last hits, blah, blah, blah. But that means from behind, dedicated jungling, about 4 minutes to finish the Midas. But the more we potentially make rotations that don't work, spend time looking for stuff without the full power, then we actually slow ourselves down. This last set of rotations actually really did work out for you, so we did get a chunk of money from that. But it's a little more inconsistent, and it's harder to guarantee, which goes back to like, I leave it up to you, depending on, I think I can do this because I play this hero a lot. Right? I mean, like, yeah, when Shadow Fiend jumps in like this, we can get kills and it'll work out. So if you think that's gonna happen, I'm fine with it. It's hard to say though, based on any given game.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Dire's mid tower could use a little help. Radiant's bottom tower seems Radiant's gone and fortified their structures. Dire's mid tower is having technical difficulties.
So for Arc Warden, the way you're playing, okay, 2 things. The way you're playing actually fits a different type of hero more. You may have done this because you were losing, so you thought like, oh, I'll try to be more active. But Arc Warden doesn't really start plays. You are like hyper farm mode for 20, 25 minutes, and then you are online and you're really powerful with the clone, double Midas, teleporting around, getting maximum farm. You hit a crazy timing and you're just like too hard to deal with. The other way to play Arc Warden is to get active items very early. This build rose and then dropped off a little bit. And I'm not really sure if it's still a thing, going back to the fact that I'm not really much of an Arc Warden player. I don't know if you still do Midas or not. But the idea was stuff like Urn, if that still works, Orchid, Atos, those type of items. And you would just show up, double Atos, double Orchid, double everything, all your spells, and kill people. If you want to try it, like you've been showing up to a lot of stuff. If you want to do that, I would give that type of build a go. I don't know what the best is. This game, maybe Orchid is pretty good into like Bloodthorn and stuff. You'd probably have to do a little double checking on like what the best optimal aggro build is. But if you want to play that way, like I'm up for it. I don't know if it really fits Arc Warden right now, but I would make one of those changes. Like if you like this play style, try another hero. If you like Arc Warden, then try a different build. Otherwise, the default Arc Warden is they like super farm, and then you show up you rotate to show up. Kind of the way you did for the first 2 SF rotations, but it's not usually those. Those are usually still your like focused farming period.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a great sight right now.
Killing spree.
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Yeah, the jungling is not the fastest for Arc Warden, at least to start. But having the clone helps, and then I am open to showing up to fights, but you just have to be careful of it. And I'll be honest, I don't usually play Arc Warden. When he's on my team, I kind of know what he wants, but I don't know the specifics of how he does it. So how they jungle or like when they choose to show up to fight. I just mostly know like I make space for this guy, and when he thinks he can show up, he'll show up. But he's usually on the greedier side.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits. Dire structure.
Hey, Horizon Strider. I had the Whose Fault Is It anyways. I'd recorded it after one of the Dream League days. I didn't super love what I had, so I was probably gonna redo certain things and all that. But then the patch came out, and I decided it was still gonna take a lot of time to finish it, and I'd rather move on. This happens every time we like revisit Whose Fault Is It anyways. I'm pretty sure this is the 3rd time where I am trying to redo the series, and then it gets interrupted. So I will probably enter that cycle again, where we now focus on the patch. When it's time to do the Whose Fault, I will need to collect a new one and start again. I am new. Should I start Dota 2? If you want. Dota's a lot of fun. If you ask any longtime Dota player, we think it's the greatest game ever made. You know, one of the best. But it is a big commitment if you want to get super good. If you want to play casually and you won't get like too frustrated over it, you could also do that. There are toxic moments of it, but I would argue any online game has its toxicity. So as long as you think it's a game that you would find fun, and it's literally free, so you can just give it a go and try and find out. Mute people who are toxic. It's right here. Once you open the scoreboard, which you can also get from here. Mute the people who are toxic, give it a shot. You can do like the more casual modes, turbo. There's an arcade system. You can play some stuff there. You know, if you like it, you can get into it. If you don't like it, that's okay. It doesn't cost anything. Okay, if you want to replay, let's I feel we were a little distracted on this one, but to be honest, it was mostly going to be a heavy farm focus early game for an Arc Warden. So I actually think the initial tips are mostly it. Like, continuing to focus on his own farm is going to be quite a lot of the Arc Warden's early game. You want this set of items a lot sooner than this. So anyone else, submit your games and we can like pick through. How different is Dota 2 with League of Legends? It's been a while since I played League of Legends, so I'm not sure I'm the best person to make the comparison. We have someone, Czar Potato, TZAR Potato. He plays both, and his channel is more focused on the comparisons of League and Dota, and if you're coming from League, you know, stuff into Dota. So you might find him and his channel a lot more accurate to that question and helpful to you. From my rough experiences of vaguely keeping up with League and occasionally checking in every now and then, like once a year, if not more. And actually at the start of the stream, anyone who was here heard me joke with Alex. He randomly pitched the question if I wanted to play League, and I was like, yeah, maybe, so I can do the transition questions like this. It's been a while since I did it. But from my understanding, League forces more of a meta, and it's a lot more restrictive in what is good. It's also a lot more skill shot based and individual play. To me, Dota is a lot more connected because we have different mechanics like teleporting, which allows for a lot more connected play. There's a lot more complexity. We often have over 100+ heroes be viable at any given moment, despite what people will complain about. over 100 plus heroes will be viable to see competitive play, more or less than others, but like you'll see them compared to League, which there's usually a handful of the like, this is the right way to play, and this is how you have to play. It's fine, whatever you end up preferring.
Mid towers having technical difficulties.
Should I do this? All right, I'll take a bite at this one. Let's see. So I saw some different arguments going on. I didn't see everything going on, but you guys are saying the argument was over if you should continue to support someone. So I'll help settle this. Who are we playing here? What's going on? Wait, what was the argument? There's a Twitch and there's a YouTube channel, a chat. So there's different ones. Tinker support. Okay, soft support, Crusader. And then maybe this is our, we were just saying, whose fault is it anyways got interrupted. Maybe this is our new whose fault is it anyways. Done live. Let's find out. All right, so we got a Tinker 4, and you're saying your the argument that kind of broke out is if you should still be supporting the off lane Tide, and you don't believe in the Tide. People tell me I should have gone with the flow. The flow was gonna lose us the game. Okay, let's take a look. Now, before even to answer this question, I guess we will have to go a little bit more into the early game and all that. So we'll focus on that a bit more than maybe today was meant to be early game focused and the rest will be, but I guess we're going to see for this one. Before even getting into it, right, I am open to the idea that either side could be right. I do think offlaners can have a bad time and you can fix it with good support play. I also think some people are pretty bad and sometimes you got to step up, which is some of the idea of like why I like Tinker support, even though it's fallen out of the meta. Right? We know this hero as a mid laner, he can scale. So I do think it's possible to start playing that way. I also still think there's a balance to it, since you mentioned you ended up getting low prio reported. I will say one instance of it does not get you low prio. So you may want to reevaluate some of your behavior in other games, because a single instance of this should not get you low prio. I don't think you should start with bottle. But we are running out, blocking the camp. Okay.
30 seconds to go.
Shall I pull up? Let's pro tracker the Tinker support. I think it's doable, but it isn't very popular anymore. I looked away and stuff is happening. We're gonna have to fall back. All right, let's go back a little. Went too far back. The 10-second rewind is like bugged lately, where if you press it once, it's about 10 seconds. If you press it multiple times, it snowballs and zooms and then skips way more time. Was trash talking, not gonna lie. All right, so unrelated advice, don't trash talk. It will lower your team's morale. Even if you dislike the guy, I know you still want to win this game. And if you don't want to win this game because of this guy, then that's a whole separate other mental issue, challenge, discussion, right? If you're play Dota, you want to win. And even if this guy's bad, if you flame, it only goes worse. There is no upside to flaming. It is damn. There's such a good word for this. I would have looked so smart, but I don't have it. You're jerking yourself off by flaming teammate. We'll put it crudely. It's only for your own benefit you flame. It never helps your team play better. So as soon as you go into it, you no longer care to win, which goes against the like try hard mentality that, you know, I bring here. Our positive try hard mentality. I rewinded because I believe you guys made this move before even seeing the enemy team in here. Maybe it happened at the exact same time. Okay. Otherwise, I was gonna say this is really risky to come in here.
First blood.
Self-flagellation, is that correct? I kind of had it in mind, but then it felt wrong. I think the word conflagration also came into mind, which I don't think is a real word. I think I'm combining a different word with another word to get a third fake word, which was not the word I needed. Anyways, we come up here. I don't think you should do bottle. Tinker actually has really good base stats. Tinker support, back when it was more viable, and I played a lot of Tinker support, so I can speak to this with some experience. Your base stats are pretty good if you look. Decent damage, good armor, attack speed solid, naturally fast movement speed, which makes no sense as a keen folk carrying a bunch of stuff on his back. Right, I don't know how this guy's fast. I guess he's like got powered legs with his armor. But your stats are really good. So you actually just want like intelligence, null talismans, components, stuff like that. Because it'll be useful later because you get item CDR based on intelligence. So everything you start with, like the null talisman components, they help you lane and they will be valuable later on. The bottle, you can't easily refill as support Tinker. So it's kind of dead value to me. I would buy one late. Like once you get your teleport and you want a bottle, I'm open to that. But in the early lane, this is a 4-minute respawn, and then this is a 2-minute respawn, which obviously should go to the mid laners. So then you'd be like griefing your own mid if you demand the bottle refill. So I'm not really a huge believer in the bottle. This guy's super low armor as well. So like if you just had stats and right click him every time you see him, you'd be in a good spot, which you kind of did right there. I would, rather than start defense matrix, by the way, I would start with laser and just laser gyro when he wants to trade and when he wants last hits. I guess I don't even know if support... Okay, if we are doing support Tinker, I think we need to do the heal bot. I'm not really... I guess there's maybe translocator, but I'm not feeling great about it, I'll be honest. I'm not feeling great about going translocator. I'm open to it, though. I'm open to it as we were saying earlier, Dota being a very complicated game. If you had stats, you could actually just fight this guy. This guy has 0 armor, and he went a bunch of mantles. You see he's actually running out right now. If you see Skywrath and you click him and you see this kind of build, this is the kind of guy who's going to spam Q, and if he wins the lane, he wins the lane. If he hasn't won, then he has nothing. So if you buy 1 salve, you're good to go. So you buy regular starting components, including a stick, because we see like stick would have been really good versus like any mixed match of safe lane heroes. You could just stand and fight this guy with laser. You wouldn't even need to like back off with defense matrix. And then 1 salve, now you fight, you're full health, you're both full health, let's pretend, and he has no mana, you hit harder than him. So you can just like finish off the Skywrath. These heroes are good versus Tidehunter, by the way. You have a window here to help your own lane keep these creeps out of the tower for a little bit. You can tank, you have enough health to tank a little bit. So if you keep this creep wave out of the tower, you'd be in a better spot. We didn't even hit Skywrath there. All right, we have our bottle. So this is the issue with the bottle. You've lost 3 minutes. Like, you haven't been able to fight Skywrath because you don't have starting items, and this guy has died. We can argue he could have been a little safer, but like, we would have always been on the losing side of this lane. So now we must win. Like, that's the idea. If we're gonna like do a really greedy start, you're saying like, we win now that I have the bottle. But I'm pretty confident once this bottle runs out of charges, it's like, we won't do anything again, which is why I would recommend the stat start instead. If I went laser, gyro rocket plus sky slow will kill me instantly. But why would they get close to you? So like, for where you've been playing, gyrocopter has never been able to threaten you with rocket barrage. So I agree, if you're too close up and you don't have translocator, you could die to slow plus rocket barrage. But that's where you just need to position differently. Like, you've actually been positioning correctly to deal with the rocket barrage. The way you've been standing is like, oh, I won't get slowed in rocket barrage, which I agree with. But then like, from there, it's okay, I'll take Skywrath out, because without Skywrath, this is how I'm helping Tidehunter. Gyro versus Tide, together they will kill Tide. If I can keep Skywrath away and then eventually focus the gyrocopter, that's me as Tinker. If I'm playing Tinker in this lane, I feel I am the strongest hero, and I will first take Skywrath out, and then I will take Gyro out. I think either approach would be good. You want this guy, he has to do his damage slowly. So if you also take healing bots, you can now trade really effectively and shove the lane. And if they try to fight into you, you will always have creeps. Like, if you're fighting in the lane, creeps will help you tank the rocket barrage, or this guy has to deal with creeps, and rocket barrage isn't good at dealing with creeps. So he has to use a lot of flat cannon, which also counter shoves the lane, which balances out the healing bot spam, but we actually get healed from the healing bots. You can also like fight over here and then get extra value from the camps, because you shove in the lane, then you pull and you have healing bots to zone them off of this. I think this is actually a very winnable lane if we change the way you play on the Tinker. This guy's issues aside, like, he could still be a bad offlaner. I'm saying for your own improvement though, like, if this guy was a good offlaner and you played the way you're playing, he would still lose this lane. His last hits are fine. We can be here to stop this pull. Actually, we could stack it. Our team is better at clearing it. Part of the reason this guy can fight so much is that we aren't doing anything to him. You essentially have 50 net worth right now for the, like, just to like put the bottle. This is the issue with the bottle support build. We haven't spent the rest of the money. So then they have, so this guy is spending most of his money, minus 225. And then Gyro is spending most of his money. It's not all here yet. Essentially, this guy soon to have about 2,000 net worth, but we can cut him down to about 1,500 right now. Skywrath has spent most of his, we'll say like 1,000. So this is like a 2,200 net worth lane versus Tidehunter, who has actually spent most of his money. I think some of it is about to arrive. And then you with like 50 gold, which is like below, like underneath this chart. That's part of why like this build is going to really struggle. Also, to paint a different picture, if we did play the way I mentioned, but we go for this bottle build, you won't have the stats and the upfront regen to play the way I discussed. So it's like multiple things have to combo here. A different build and a different play style will win this lane. But like a mixed match of either, you'll be on the weaker side of it all. Oh shit, Ogre's here! Ganking Ogre! So where every little bit helps, any extra harass on the gyrocopter, slowing him down a little bit, that may have been a kill. Overall, pretty good though. At this point, I actually feel okay about this lane. For everything we've critiqued, I feel about even in this lane. I actually think you should be losing a lot harder. If a Tinker tried to do this to me, and I was for some reason playing Skywrath 5, I feel like I would have dumpstered him. So I actually think we're getting away with a lot here for like how greedy this build is. I don't have any major issues with what Tidehunter has done up to this point. And I feel okay. And looking at the net worth, like it is kind of okay right now. So I'm not sure what has affected us quite yet. Ogre's even over here. This is actually sick. He's actually rotated over, and it looks like Medusa's doing fine. So we are now going to start slowing down the gyro together, and Medusa should be free farming. Look at this ogre. Ogre is a ZQuixotix watcher. Look at this. Okay, but this ward's not the best ogre, but I like that you had a ward. Besides that, he got Medusa in a good spot, and he's up here. Like, I actually, as a team, pretty good. This guy just soloed Leshrac? Hell yeah. All right, so what's next? We're now into the early game phase of what we've talked about. So Tide tanking a bunch of damage. Looks like they're gonna get Ogre. No big deal. They brought 3 heroes here. It's not very good for, what's his name? For Gyro. I mean, it's like okay, but notice he didn't get the kill. He's farming. I prefer this. Like if you ask me like Gyro with 1 kill, let's say he got it, versus Medusa free farming, I would be happier with where the Radiant is right now. Our goal on Tinker is to get to level 6 and start holding the worst lanes possible. Midas is not going to help us do that. We just need like arcane boots and stuff.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
I would not report you for Midas because I am not to like, I don't know, hype myself up. I'm probably one of the most open-minded Dota players in the game. If I saw you get this build, I would not report you for griefing, but I would think it's one of the worst builds I've ever seen, and we will probably lose because of it. But there's a small chance I am wrong, so I guess I'll see how it goes. And also, anything can work in Dota, so I would stay open, you know? I am not trying to flame, but I want to, you know, genuinely put out there the harshness to like highlight the mistake. I think you can play Tinker and not trust this Tide, but I think if you just play differently, you would actually have a much more impactful game that could still scale into core. You can still do normal Tinker support stuff and transition to core, because the core transition is not 0 minutes in the game. The core transition is like 15 to 20 minutes in the game. You play the exact same way up to level 6, and from level 6 you would start being greedier, but you would still do normal stuff. You don't actually need to do the changes you're doing. I think you're overcorrecting for what you are going for. The Midas has lower CD on Tinker. That's if you have intelligence items. We don't have any. I know it's gonna be a little lower cooldown just based on your regular intelligence, but it's not worth it. This will get you a bit more gold. However, comparing... Okay, Midas will only help you kill creeps, and you'll get money from that. It won't help you do anything else. If I wanted to be a really greedy Tinker support, I open up, I get arcane boots, because personally I believe in that. You could potentially skip the arcane boots, do the bottle, but I would buy it later, right? But let's just say I'm going into this and I want to carry. I would get arcane boots, soul ring, Kaya, and I will be doing a bunch of jungling once I am 6. I am playing normally till 6, and then I am planting wards for my team and then just like jungling. I'm looking at where my cores are. When Medusa is here, I am jungling this stuff. If I see her retreating back and this tower is up, I'm coming here, shoving the tower and doing these ancients. I'm coming here and like while Tide is here, I'm stealing these. When he's here and the time works out, I'm here stealing these. And it's not stealing because he can't get to it, right? I am min-maxing on what my team can farm, and I'm not even griefing them. I'm playing super greedy, and I'm doing like a, you know, I'm going for a fast Kaya and stuff, but I can do all this farm, and because I can show up and farm faster, you're actually going to get more money than the Hand of Midas, and XP, which is very important for Tinker to scale, which Midas no longer helps up. So a different build would still help you do the same stuff, but then... Let's say I see my team make a play top. I can actually show up with my like Arcane Kaya Soul Ring build, whatever I've decided to go for, and I can actually get kills, which will also accelerate faster than the Midas. So like I have more options to take control of the game. Trying to think of another way to put this, but like there's a reason if you see someone smurfing, they don't pick a hyper scaling slow hero and like rush Midas. They usually actually upfront power and get kills. That's not to say they only do that, but like you're actually giving up so much control with this type of build. But if you think you're better than like someone on my team is garbage and I need to pick up the slack, or their team is garbage, whatever, this is actually just giving more space to those heroes, and actually like stronger builds will help you do more, I guess. Like even if you want to be greedy. Soul Ring on Tinker. I guess that was the build when I was doing it, because it helped with mana. I don't know if he still needs to do it anymore. Actually, with Holy Locket being better. Oh shit, maybe we should try. I should test this. I should test the numbers on the new Holy Locket active. Maybe we can play support Tinker again. I hadn't really thought about this. Yeah, I mean, if Soul Ring is no good, skip it. Just do like Arcanes, get the bottle later once you're 6. Now that you're 6, the bottle's got a lot of value. But you can see when you bought it, it was not doing much. But now that you're 6 and you're like going back and forth to base, you're good to go. This is actually pretty dangerous. If you're doing this, you might die. I would like TP back here and like do the machines. Okay, so this is where it's a little griefy because like Tide is here. And I know you may have issues with Tide from the previous game, but if I want to win, rather than grief him, I just need to like do what's good. So for example, you could get the same lane farm over here where there's nobody in the lane right now. And Tide would come up here and get this farm, and he would look like a better player because when we take his farm, he obviously looks poor and underfarmed because I am the one farming it. But if you come here, this is actually dead space for your team. So now you are benefiting, and Tide will still do, like, he will get something. Other dead places on the map right now are here, 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 and we could have maybe even joined this fight that happened here, and then here. So there's actually like 5 other places you could still get a lot of farm that don't grief the Tide Hunter. But this puts him in, because you can teleport is the thing with Tinker, right? And that's why like Tinker support was so good, Nature support, Dawnbreaker support, why they've all been good is that they have this flexibility. This one's fine, because everything will respawn before Tide Hunter could get here. So this is not stealing farm from Tide Hunter. That one is A-okay. Now we would TP out and stack if possible. This one is really bad. If we start farming this, again, where are dead areas on the map? This is going to respawn, but now it's kind of griefy because Tide Hunter is backing off from this area and could make it here. So if you farmed this, this would be bad. This creep wave is about to go to waste, and no one will make it here without teleporting, and no one else has the teleports that I do. So I would come here to farm. Medusa is literally about to farm this stuff. If we start taking this, it's really bad. If you're just here to bottle her, that's okay. This one is kind of okay, but again, Medusa could actually make this farming pattern. She probably won't make it here before 13 minutes. For how fast she can farm at level 7, the time it takes to like do all this stuff, she'll probably get here around 13 minutes. So if you farmed this, I'd be okay with it. So essentially, we can TP here, shove this lane, and then jungle this stuff, and then kind of reevaluate, see where people have gone. And yeah, we do kind of steal some farm from her. So now, like, every time we do this and we go, man, my teammates are underfarmed, it doesn't make sense. It's like we don't understand what we are doing if that ends up being the case. Because it's like I'm pushing the kid over and then I'm saying like, look at this kid, he can't even walk. The kid starts to stand up and then I kick it over again. I'm like, this kid can't stand. What is he doing? It's like, I am the one doing it. I am taking the farm from the Tide and from the Medusa. It is okay to play greedy supports when you don't believe in them. Like, I'm all on board for that. But the high skill thing is to understand where to do that. Because what you are doing is actually a completely legitimate strategy with good players. But if you execute the way you are doing, it is not going to work. So you still want to practice your skills. Even if you think like this game sucks, this guy's bad, he was toxic, right? All of that aside, the important thing is that we improve in this game. And that will be useful in the next game. Like this is what improving in Dota is like practicing every single game, whether the game is griefed or not. Because the lessons you learn and what you practice will carry between games. So if the lesson we learn here is how do I read the map and where do I farm, that is getting me money, but not reducing the money my cores are getting, that is an invaluable skill that is not going fully to plan here. Again, this one's actually okay because they're about to respawn. This part's okay. The build also I would, change. We talked about that. But like, it's okay to play this way. I am fully on board for that. Or like the theory of it, the execution of it is what can change here. Okay, so right here, again, where do we go to farm? 3 heroes are here. Actually, where's the Shadow Demon? Is he in disrupt? Where? Oh, blind. 3 heroes here. If a fight breaks out, I can TP in and contribute. So that is active, good Tinker play. If nothing happens, then I won't show up. That's also okay. Well, if nothing happens, these guys need farm. So where are they going to go? They will either go forward, which is great, but if the enemy team is here and they can't go forward, they might start falling back and farm the stuff. And it's 13-17. So if we farm this, this is stealing farm. Now, what are the odds they make it over here without a teleport? What are the odds Medusa, right? So I wouldn't want to jungle this stuff because Medusa's right here. And after shoving this lane, she should jungle this stuff. She might go here. She might go this way. But she can really just like do this. So these camps and these camps are pretty free for my team. And then if this mid wave looks like it's getting close, I can see if anyone wants to go, but like I could do that so my team can stay top. If we want our mid to be like active and making these plays, then this is where Tinker legitimately, non-grief, like true Tinker gameplay would deal with the mid wave so that the mid doesn't have to come over. Would the mid have no farm? No, because the mid would be farming this stuff. So I mean, I know there's still more. Okay, we should show up to this. And we are here. This is where, to compare, we could be showing up with Arcane Mech. Could be showing up with Arcane Kaya. Blink if we're trying to be greedy. Like, I mean, that's like the mid-Tinker build, right? Is like the Kaya, Blink, Ag, stuff like that. Like, we could be doing a standard build and then have more impact on this fight. So this is where we're hurting ourselves. Even if we put it in the nicest way of like, I'm trying to do a lot of heavy lifting. This is not a build to do heavy lifting. This is a build to be lifted. This is like, my team will carry me until I am farmed. So it's not like I outskill. It's like my team outskills. And then I put in the final golf ball 2 inches, but like the other 700 yards was done by the team. So that's why I really recommend changing the build. I think you can still be super greedy with like a standard build. And then you switch. And then you start like, oh, maybe I wouldn't have gone Blink Ags, but I don't trust the guy this time, so I will do it this time. Like, you pivot at that point. This one's good. This mid lane was fine. I mean, they came over here. That's kind of a separate issue. I actually don't think they needed to come over. We go top because maybe Tide's not going. I'd be okay with that. Okay, Tide ended up going there. So then looking at the map again, places I can be in this mid fight, which is where I would go. And then if I am farming, I would go here and here. But this is actually a mid fight we could have gone to and shown up with. We're probably about the end of this. Yeah, like this camp was fine. Also, actually, I hadn't even mentioned, if we can farm the enemy stuff, way better. Which will happen at like level 12. But let's say we like come here, we push with the team, and then while nothing's happening, we farm this, A-okay. Even if the mids and the stuff are here, that's a-okay because this is aggressive farm. Okay, we're back here farming this stuff while my team is pushing this. It's greedy, but like it's relatively acceptable. And then once that tower is down, your own farm will go up. Like this is where you're playing for yourself by helping the team, but it's actually for yourself. By working together to take a tower, you will open up more space for yourself. So that's why it is good to do some elements of like team play to take this. Because soon you will be level 12 and we will have access to all of this if this tower is down. This camp's actually okay this time. We can go home. This is where with more mana items, you wouldn't have to go home so often. Because essentially, until you just finish this Kaya, it's all been bottle regen. But if you have like the arcane boots, a faster Kaya, and then like working on 2 other intelligence items, you actually have more mana pool and more regen to work with. Because the fountain is percentage based, or it has both. It has flat and percentage based. But essentially, the more mana you have, the more it will do, which is why this Kaya is actually, or sorry, this Midas is actually slowing you down. All the time, the theoretical time save of the Midas is lost in like how long I sit in the fountain waiting for regen instead of being able to just like instantly blink to another camp. And every time I like, for 1 extra camp, that makes up the Midas, like the 100 seconds of Midas time, whatever it is, 90 seconds now. I mean, I don't know if we're getting through here. I don't know that this tide has done anything. Maybe you feel that way from a previous game, but from this game, I haven't seen this tide even do anything that I think deserves to be like, is part like out of the realm of Crusader Archon. It's pretty normal. He's under-farmed because of the times we've pointed out what you've stolen. You can say you carried this game, but you also put yourself in a situation that you had to carry this game. Like, there was no other way. How do I put this? It's like, well, my team wasn't able to win this game because you didn't let your team, like, how can they win this game? You create a situation where, like, you have to carry it, which is what Smurfs do. And if you want to be like, that's what I'm going to do, fair enough, but that does come with consequences, which is the low priority you got, because teammates do not like when you do this kind of stuff. And Smurfs don't care because it's not their account and people don't like Smurfs. So like, there's a consequence to it if you want to try to play this way, which what I've been trying to say is there is a way to try to do heavy lifting for teammates you don't believe in that are not griefing. And that skill will actually carry on. If I played this way in one of my games, we would lose. Because I would grief my team too much, and I can't do enough. You will be able to carry this game because it's low enough, like, that the issues it creates are not being punished. What I'm saying is, like, this is not a good skill to learn this way. But the skill, like highlighting which camps to farm and all that, that is pretty useful and will continue to be useful. Which I would argue is like a better use of your time.
Radiant's mid tower. Have fun trying to bust down Radiant structures now. The dire best do something about that.
I think this is gonna snowball out of control, so I think we're gonna have to stop and move on soon here. If this was a whose fault is it anyways, and maybe it will be cut together, I would blame you, you know, again, I'm not really here to flame, but like, I think you are making this harder on yourself than it needs to be.
Double kill.
I think you can still try to play with the mindset of like, I want to carry, but in a refined way that is... Okay, hold on. One more try at this.
Dire's mid tower won't last.
The current way you are playing, the only way you can win is to hard carry. But it's the hardest way to do it because you're gonna have 9 enemies and the 5 on the enemy team are gonna be fairly strong. It's the hardest way to win.
Double kill.
If you play a little nicer, even if you don't believe in Tidehunter, but you adjust the way you play, you adjust the build, you do some of the things we talked about, there are multiple ways you could win. You could still carry the game yourself, but your team could also win you the game because we play in a team game and I helped the Tidehunter more, I did more team stuff. I have multiple avenues to win, which over the long course of gaining MMR, the more games you give yourself high percentages to win, either from yourself or from your team, you will win more games. The more you like, I griefed 4 people so that I have to win, like, it's just harder. It is simply harder to gain MMR that way. "37 minutes into the game is how I wanted to win." I mean, all right, this is... I guess we can't go further than that. Like, I can't dissuade you on that, but you will get reported by your teammates. I guess that's the end lesson on it. All right, we'll move on. Mendirk donated. Thank you so much. Let me adjust the timestamps. A Huskar game. 5. Wait, did you lane swap or are we like actually 5 Huskar? Are we getting wild over here? Let's go. The replays are getting wilder. I actually think there is a world for Huskar support. I think it's gonna be tricky to pull off. Oh, hold on, I didn't fix this. Okay, so I think there's a world for Huskar support. Unfortunately, most of it is in the lane, which, I guess we can also zoom through real quick. But today was supposed to be early game focus, so it'll be quicker there. But I think Huskar is going to be, like, to make the Huskar support, I'm pretty sure you have to dumpster the lane. I also think Cauterize might be the way to go. As much as I want Incendiary to be a thing, I think Cauterize gives you more flexibility as the support Huskar. Okay, step 1. We need super safe laning. So you should not walk up here like this on your own. Fortunately, it worked out. You ended up having teammates a little closer than they did. But there's a world where you just gave first blood because 5 heroes were here. So be a little bit more careful. Sometimes getting first blood is not the end of the world, but if you're playing Huskar support and you get first blooded, I think it's just over. I think it's done.
First blood.
All right, we get a kill. I don't even know. Do you get tangos? Maybe you do. All right, we now go to our lane. Okay, he saw us. So we could try to block this, or we could just do it at 1 minute. Because there's no way this guy can fight us at 1 minute. Phoenix probably will be a bit of a tough lane. The damage over time is quite good. But you pressed W, and it's currently working. I don't think you should actually be backing up. If you're not willing to like stand and launch a couple more auto attacks, you should probably be waiting for a better spot. Because this will build up really quickly, and they should have to run first, which is what then lets you get extra auto attacks. If you feel you need to run first as the Huskar, that's not a fight you should have gone for, and you should have waited for a different positioning or something, and then just like focus the creeps in the meantime. Like for example, this creep, right? Like just like help Kez deny creeps and maintain the lane here. And then when you do think you can just stand and fight, then you go for those. And I think you got, you didn't want a sentry earlier because he saw you, which I think is fine, but then we did need to come over here to body block that. You can block it now, but the camp has already spawned, and the first spawn's actually the most important. We do stack this. Seeing this in action, I might have bought a salve. I think you should be like standing in front of the wave and completely zoning them off level 1. I think as soon as you step back as Huskar, we're missing the... It's like Undying, you know? Like as soon as we're defensive as Undying, we've missed it. So maybe a level 1 salve could be good so that you can do super aggressive stuff. You actually don't need to do this pull because this is coming in. It's at least a stacked wave though, so it's kind of okay. Okay, W. I think you can stay here and poke. W. Keep this wave out. Run it this way in circles until this is done and then reconnect it. Or bring this all the way back here. We're going to lose equilibrium here. I also think for Huskar, much like Undying, if you're losing control of equilibrium, we're missing the point. Like, it's got to be a lane dominating hero. As I'm seeing into play, these two are pretty annoying for you. I actually don't think you even take the silence. I know the silence will be what lets you finish the kill on Phoenix, but I think as part of lane domination, we just go like W, E, E. 1 point in this is enough to do the damage. I think you just need like 2 points of Berserkers, especially because they're like super high magic damage. In cases like that, all right, so don't really need to do this pull, but you can. And then if you're not feeling great about fighting here, like let's just throw this in theory, then there's 3 creeps to get denies on. So then you just focus this. Which you did try. You tried to get like 1. But that's why more Berserker's Blood helps you just stay low health and have really fast attack speed. And every time they back away, usually what limits denying is like how fast you can attack. But Huskar, because you're going like, boop, 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 like they step away for 1 moment and you launched 4 auto attacks and denied a creep. Which you don't even need kills to do, which is what like the silence lets you do. But I think you can just do, you can just deny. I think you send it here. Actually, it looks like you got away. Right here, I need this guy to live. He is very close to dying. If one of us has to die, it should be me over the Huskar. Or sorry, over the Kez. So like, just go for the coddle kill here. Just like, send it. W. Fight this guy. You actually kill him, and then maybe you kill the Shadow Shaman right here. Because with this amount of attack speed, we're 271. 271, you need... I think 2 auto attacks might kill this guy already, but like 3 definitely kills him. So 3 auto attacks on him could definitely happen. And then the question is like, will I get the 5 to 7 auto attacks to kill Shadow Shaman? I think that's probably about how many you need. And I don't know, kind of might. I actually think you could kill both supports here because they've used everything on Kez. Like, look how much your 2 auto attacks did. I know he has the shackles, but this will be part of the learning curve if you want to keep playing Huskar. You gotta go balls to the walls. Undying, you know, there's no like, oh, let me like chill. You gotta go. And I think Huskar support is the same. Like, I gotta go. Here, if you just wait a little longer, like he'll step up. You can bide your time and then like silence him into Invoker and go for a kill. You kind of like give up the opportunity for 2 auto attacks, but I think you can just like either wait and get a better chance or go all the way down here with the invis. At this point, I think we have missed the Huskar purpose, which is like, that's the really rough thing about trying to make this work. Once you are behind, I guess you got to play around someone who's got stuns. So I think we got to head up top to play with Axe and Witch Doctor. And when they stun someone, we just do some damage. Like when Maldek comes out and we throw 3 incendiary spears, that might actually just kill.
You know the drill. Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Yeah, that one is kind of tricky. This lane, the Phoenix especially, is very annoying for Huskar early, which is kind of why I think Cauterize is good. Yo, sick rune rotations though. Hell yeah. Yeah, take it, take it. Take it, take it, take it. I don't think he, oh no, okay, never mind. Yeah, he is the guy we go for. I was gonna say, just use this to go to another lane because Morphling's really hard to kill. Because he used, what's it called? We maybe had a shot there. Yeah, if we came down here a little sooner, we'd have more haste time and then we could have finished that. Penguin.
Killing spree.
All right, this is gonna sound crazy. If you want to keep playing Huskar support, I think you need to like, I think you have to have this idea that like, if I walk up to someone, I must attack 3 times or more. I see too many instances. I think you're playing like a regular support is the thing, but we're Huskar. So to make this work, which I think could work, is just very tricky. I think we have to shift our mindset. We have to be insane. We have to caveman Dota, like, I am in, I'm going. Like, just constantly do that in the lane. And the hard part is you're going to overcommit feed and then it's going to also lose. So you need to find the exact right balance, but it will definitely be on the side of, wow, I can't believe I went that aggressive and that worked. You have to scare them. You must establish a health lead really early and then maintain that. Because I think once you are behind, it will feel horrendous, which I think is now the situation you are in, which is like, I guess I'm going to try to jungle to catch up. I do think you should still go with like Witch Doctor, Axe, because they're the playmakers and you are damage. That's what Huskar support offers. He's supposed to like win the lane and then just be insane damage for a support. But if we jungle, then like we're not really doing damage to the heroes when it's really scary. I also don't know if you actually need to max your W. Oh my god, oh my god. I don't know if you need to max your W. Bloodseeker's got to be zooming over there, by the way. He's you're in 1 health this whole time. I think Berserker's Blood is the way to go. Do like a 0. Well, I was open to the 1-1-1, but I also think a 0-1-2 build is pretty good. And then this one at level 4, if you think it'll let you get kills. Otherwise, skip it and go like 0-2-4. I think that will probably be better. All right. I think for how rough this one is, we can probably start collecting replays for the next one. Right right back to jungling. Since you are support, you still have to, like, you know, after these plays, we got to go bring stuff out. Wards and all that. Have smokes ready. And I would just keep going with Axe and Witch Doctor, which hasn't happened yet. There's been a whole lot of jungling. I don't know if this just, like, recover, but this feels... I feel we're missing the power. Like, when you're joining with heroes, look at, like, it keeps working out, you know? Because, like, I think that's where Huskar is supposed to be. Right now, like, we should be here. Bloodseeker with Blade Mail. Okay, that guy's kind of scary. But everyone else, I'm pretty sure you can handle. Why not troll Warlord support? You could do it to a degree. You could kind of like win your lane a bit, but it would be harder than for Huskar because support troll would have to depend on his spells to like get winning trades, and support troll is dumb as heck because he's already got horrible intelligence gain, and then you're a support, so you're leveling even less. Huskar support kind of works because he's a lane dominator. He can harass without drawing aggro. He doesn't need mana. He has a silence, and then he tanks a bunch of damage. Like when people focus him, he draws attention. Troll could probably win lane versus certain heroes, but then what? It's like, okay, provide a slow and miss chance. Like, you could get that from any number of other support heroes. So, like, that can't be the reason you do it. So then, like, what is it? They ignore me and I kill them? Probably not, right? Troll's probably not doing the damage that Huskar is doing as a support, right? Like, oh, I'll tank more damage. I guess that's true. Like, with your ultimate, if they just kept throwing stuff at Troll, it'd be a waste. But what if they don't and they just ignore you? What if you ignore Huskar? Huskar will kill you. What if you ignore Troll and he has no items? What's Troll gonna do? You know, it's like, that's kind of why it doesn't really work, in my opinion.
Guess what's happening to Dire? The Dire Radiant's top tower's hurt. The Radiant got one last top tower.
And then you have to go with the heroes, I guess, the final point, which there's been a lot of jungling here. If you want to jungle, the way you should switch it, which kind of connects to the last one we did, jungling your own stuff is very passive and doesn't... Here's a good example. You have a good amount of farm. So does he, so does he, so does he. Your farm does not affect them. The plays that have affected the enemy are actually what your team is doing. If you do the same jungling, but you do it here, or you do it here, you're up with your team and you're watching the offlaner Axe farm here, and then you jungle this, you are doing a lot more. You are stealing from the enemy, and you are nearby to help Axe. That's like the double win. That's what you want to go for. This kind of stuff is like, I'm not in the plays, and also I'm not doing anything to the enemy. This is why a really common question from carries is like, I'm 6 slotted and I can't win games. What's happening? And you look at the game and all of their farm is AFK passive. So they are 6 slotted, and then you look at the enemy carry and the enemy carry is 6 slotted. There's no actual gold difference, which is what wins you games. So it's not just about getting yourself money. It's about building a gold difference against the enemy. And that's why this kind of jungling, it could work, could also not work. It's like very random. You make it to the end of the game and then you coin flip and you see like who wins the one fight. Ah, we lost. Damn, we lose. You know, but if you actually build a gold difference, when you take those fights, you're more likely to win because you have a true gold lead. So that's what I would recommend. Which is true for like any hero, not just like this Huskar support idea. It's true for any of this stuff. What's your favorite pro Dota role inversion? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure I fully understand. Ah, man, Dirk, you were no problem. I wasn't sure you were here because I didn't see. Thought we were so slow getting to yours. Maybe it didn't come through, or like maybe you had left and you were gonna tune in. Did that make sense? Are there any questions? I can respond now before we move on. Like IO carry. Oh, gotcha. IO carry was super cool. That was very fun. What else? The general trend of, like, if you go back 5-10 years, there was much more strict roles of like, I'm a carry, you're a support type stuff. Lately, it's a lot more fluid. I think Witch Doctor core was really cool. The offlane Witch Doctor was really fun to see. Morphling support for all 20 pro games there ever were of the low CDR strength Morphling. That was pretty sick. I liked that one. Who else? Who else had some cool stuff? I like the idea of the Beastmaster carry. That's been a thing lately. Ooh, there was Grimstroke mid for a little bit. I thought that was cool. Medusa support and offlane, also kind of funny, though also toxic. What is up with that combo? It barely, like, infinite damage into that thing. I like Monkey King support, but I guess that's not really a... The true inversion was just becoming a 24/7 courier killer. That was awesome. I loved that. That was so funny. But he was technically a support who could kill couriers anyways, but the full commitment that came out for a while, that was amazing. That one was god tier. Mid-Tusk, that one was pretty cool. Lifestealer AFK. Man, I didn't even get to do it. That came out, that was one of those patches that came out when I don't even know what it would have been. I was busy, and then I heard everyone talk about this like Lifestealer support, and I was like, oh, that sounds sick. Before I could even play the patch, they already fixed it. They already removed it. I didn't get to do it. I didn't get to not play Dota while I just watched my course farm after I farmed. What sick gameplay. It should have been me. Should have been me. I like Veno jungling too, but that's not really that much of an inversion. But I just thought it was cool when the map became larger and people were, I guess Speed led the way on it. It's ya boy Speed, Plague Carrier, and then like doing some jungling. I thought that was fun. I like that strat. All right, we can do one more of these. After this, I want more standard games. I will take a look at the Brood support since we've already gotten real wacky on these other ones. I think what I am more likely to point out are reasons I don't really believe in it, but we can see the things it does. And then after that, we should actually get more standard games in here because there's been a lot of weird stuff. Crusader. I saw one tree in off lane. I haven't seen any in mid. I'm not really a huge believer in it, but maybe I just haven't seen it come out yet. Okay, so what I want to try to highlight in this replay, like we'll highlight things that are good and all that, but we'll also try to show like why it's a little weaker than other stuff, or like why a different hero could do it. I think it's okay to like try these kind of experiments. I kind of mentioned earlier, like I never really write anything off, because like the first people to try Tinker support were definitely being reported because like this sucks, it's not good, right? I think it's okay to try different stuff. But I think some works better than others. So part of the reason I don't believe in Brood mid is that a lot of your abilities scale off of items and levels. So for example, Insatiable Hunger is a base attack damage bonus. So the more stat items, the higher level you are, the better this is. The Innate is based off of last hitting. It's just like why I don't like Underlord and Necro supports as well. Because, like, you're supposed to last hit, and if you don't get last hits, you're actually losing a huge chunk of the toolkit. You can't spawn as many spiders, because, like, you're not supposed to be last hitting as much, so you get less spiders. The trading with incapacitating bite is cool. The moving around trees is cool. But other heroes can kind of do that. There's something with this camera movement that's really... I'm trying to figure out, like, what setting this is that is, like, making you do this. It's jarring. I don't think we're going to be able to really look at it very much. We're kind of... It's actually Brood 5 rather than 4. That's almost even worse, I feel. I don't think you should be blocking other people's camps. I think you're missing enough. Sharing tangos is worse than it used to be. I wouldn't want to do that. Okay, killing couriers with the Observer. That's kind of fun. I mean, I'm on board for that. That is making use of Brood's webs. I think another hero could also do that. Essentially, anyone who makes this ward, which I guess I gotta ask when that happened. Anyone who puts that ward can do it. And when did we do it? I would do this at the start. Rather than block for another lane, I would do this. They actually should have seen you place this, and we've lost the first lane already. So, like, this is under the tower, and we're not up here. I'm okay if you want to put something back here to snipe couriers, but I would do it at the very start of the game. And for example, if you're worried about running to heroes, go along the edge and then put it like on this cliff. Something like that. We've sacrificed a lot to do this when we did it. And then we should have just TP'd to lane. Ironically, creep drag, for the problem we created, the creep drag here actually kind of fixed it. So I'll take that. But PA is not here. PA, get over here. We created a problem and then sort of fixed it. PA still loses money for this, but at least we kind of go back. Once she is here, you have to come over here and catch this, though. We've now created another problem. This is why creep dragging in the safe lane is very weird. We are now in another problem. All right, enemy fixed it for us by not doing a pull, an uncontested pull. So far, most of what you've done is unrelated to Broodmother.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill. Radiant's top tower.
We aren't really... I feel like PA is doing most of the trading. So we're mostly watching PA do that. And all the little pokes we've done can be done with any other hero. This was the unique thing that we kind of like zoomed through. A hero who has mobility or move speed could do that. So like Invis, Bounty, Mirana with leaps. And the reason I'm highlighting it is to like continue the thought exercise of like, why can't this hero play core or support or whatever, right? It's just like to highlighting the things that like we do that anyone else could do, but have more synergy for the role. Up to this point, I don't feel we've done very much for PA. There's been like some pulling and stuff, but I think anyone could have done that, so I don't really think it's related. I also think we only entered that situation because we did this so late, but that's like separate from the Brood support. That's like that mistake could have been made on any support, not just like the Brood. All right, another one. All right, then Jakiro killed him, and then we're stealing the Wisdom Shrine. So this is, again, like, all stuff that is irrelevant to Brood. I haven't seen anything Brood-specific besides, like, some running through the trees that a more mobile hero couldn't also do. Okay.
Double kill.
I don't feel we're doing much. Scouted here, I guess. Which again is like Bounty could do.
Dominate. Triple kill.
I think we do need to get to level 6. I don't think we'll see anything Brood unique until we're level 6. I think up to this point, any support could have done the same stuff. There's been good stuff, like stealing the Wisdom Shrine, but everything is doable and better with a different hero. All right, so now we start jungling in a way that only Brood could, right? Like on a creep wave. But usually having to jungle is not great for support. It's like a bonus optional thing rather than like, I must do this.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
All right, jungling over here, much better than jungling on our own side. So we are stepped up from the Huskar and like the Tinker game we saw earlier. Stealing farm from the enemy side. Natures, Mirana, Crystal Maiden. These are a lot more standard supports that can do it. Chen, Enchantress, Bat Rider, Venomancer, Caudle. Who else? I feel like we've already listed out quite a few. So I do prefer this, but it again still feels like something another hero, Pudge, something other heroes could also do. So we TP back, but notice like, so this is the difference from like the nature stealing, right? Natures would TP in, sprout, earn, stuff like that. As Brood, I've TP'd and then I've watched and I've ran next to him and then that's it. I have a 15% slow if I attack for 2 seconds. So I have to keep attacking if I am strong enough to do that. But we see like a couple quill sprays and I back away and then that's it. I died trying to come in to apply the slow.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's top tower's hurting. Dire's mid tower.
We have our level 6 now. Part of the reason getting level 6 was hard though is because like I think you realize like I can't really make plays with the team as the Brood support, so I'm required to jungle. But then my early jungling is slow because I don't have a bunch of spiders. And it ends up being like a 6 at 14 on Brood compared to like, what if we played core Brood? Mid Brood, 6 minutes you have level 6. Off lane, closer to like 8 to 10 minutes, depending how the lane's going. But in terms of accelerating, a hero that has super fast farm speed, doing it earlier is much better. So that's where it's like kind of funny. But we are playing support Brood, so it's a little different in theory of like, oh, I'm not just playing to scale. But the build you're going for is something that core Brood would do as well. You know, like this fight happens, can't really do much. Throw like some spells, but it's not that different. The Wisdom Shrine spells, again, are great, but any like fast invis hero could do it.
Killing spree. Dominate. Double kill.
Trying to split push away from the team is good. Natures could also do that. Oh, I mean, like any support actually can, but like... Uh-oh. This is unrelated to Brood. This is just a dangerous way to ward when the enemies are missing.
Killing spree.
Alright, I think we can. It's not that you aren't doing anything, but it's that there are other supports who can do the same thing you're doing, but a lot better. And some of the things you weren't able to do are like, when they dive, the fights, like you would have been able to help more. The lane for PA was really not that great. The enemy made a lot of mistakes, but like you weren't able to do anything for her. Now you're kind of like creep cutting, but someone like Nature's, like let's just take Nature's. Nature's could do almost everything you did. He could help PA more in the lane. You could also place deep wards on Nature's to like snipe couriers. When you like rotate to this stuff, you could do stuff. You can still jungle on their side using Sprout. You could use Treants to like push lanes and scout and block camps the way spiders are. And the item build would make more sense. Urn is very cheap. Shard, relatively cheap. Like, you don't have an impactful team item until this Orchid, which at this rate looks pretty late. Where is it at? Did we not finish it? We changed to Mage Slayer. So essentially our first support item was 28 minutes, which is, that's like really, really late. In fact, in this very own game, we can compare Warlock, 15 and 20 minutes. He's like useful, and his abilities are useful. Grimstroke, Arcane's much earlier, and then he also changed his mind. But Glimmer could have finished like around here. He has Aether here. Or did the Glimmer finish? No, people just getting like casual items. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I'm all for creative builds. I actually love Broodmother, so I'd love to play Broodmother support. But I just don't think there's really been anything unique to like the Brood support here that she wouldn't have done a lot better on off lane or mid or carry. Like any of the core roles I think are pretty fitting for Brood. I think trying to play this Brood support is like really forcing something that doesn't quite fit. Hey, Blue Flash, what's up? We are focused on the early game, and we kind of made some exceptions for earlier games, but I'm trying to like get us back on track. There's been a lot of theoretical supporting concept discussion over the last hour, which I think is useful in its own way, but I want us to get back to some like straight up early games. So if you have any examples of that, if there's a particular match ID, because I know you had a couple, if there's one that you think would be like the most early game answers, we can do. I'm missing the big picture, anti-mage, low farm. But that's not unique to Brood either. I think you're missing some of the big picture here. I am not saying you aren't doing anything, but I'm saying you can do what you're doing better on other heroes. If you want to play Brood, go for it. Because like Dota's a free game and you can do that. You know, no one's saying like what heroes you can play. But I think you will find it will struggle compared to others and that your teammates will not like it. Which is not a reason to not do something, but I think Nature's would be way better for you the way you're playing. Pushing a fast tempo can stop Anti-Mage from having farm. Controlling Anti-Mage and killing him can slow him down and prevent him from farming. Like, there's multiple ways to do it. Bat Rider could be another way to play and slow down. You can steal a lot of enemy farm with Bat Rider. Like, the kits make more sense for what you want to do. Or like, why can't you do the same thing as Broodmother off lane, for example? Beat Anti-Mage in the lane and then farm all his stuff. And then make, like, you can do the same aggressive farming. You don't have to like win the lane for someone because you're the off lane. You don't have to rotate on people because you're the off lane. So the weaknesses Brood support had are no longer an issue. And then you would farm a lot faster, making use of the Spider's Milk. The scaling on Insatiable Hunger would be faster. The item timings to shut down the anti-mage would be faster, like having an Orchid before he has the Manta. There's like a whole bunch of different things. Picking my OD game. Okay. Let's do that one in a second. I need more water again. I'll be right back. Okay. Look, you're free to disagree. I'll say one more closing thought and then we'll move on to our next one. If I was a meaner person, there would have been like some seriously harsh flaming. Part of the reason we did some of these previous ones, like the Tinker one and this Brood, is because like I do think it's interesting to explore the idea of other heroes and point out different play styles, different mentalities, and try to explain like why some stuff is good, why some stuff is bad. But sometimes I think I'm too nice on that as well. So to like, you know, again, if you want to disagree, if you want to play Brood, it's a free game. But from my perspective, I really don't think you did anything on the Brood for like 15, 20 minutes. And like the team got you through that. I think the Chen and the Tinker that you compared yourself to, Chen had way more impact. He made mistakes and we pointed him out, but he like did things relevant to the hero and was useful to the team. The Tinker and the Brood did very little in the lane. So you're free to play that way if you want, if you like the heroes, but you will get stuck at a hard wall. Because part of the reason that playstyle works is no one is punishing you. For like everything I pointed out of like if I was the Bristleback, no, who did you lane against? It was the Bristleback. Like if you bring this playstyle to a higher rank, like your PA will not leave the lane with more than 2,500 gold. And like you won't have the space to do stuff, which is fine. Like if you want to do that and you're like, I'm okay sitting in this rank where it works because it's fun and it's what I like, that's okay. But at the same time, if you're going to flame other people for making mistakes, then that's not okay. And also, if your goal is to climb higher, you will have to realize the limitations of doing something too far out of the meta where the hero will not contribute. Which one did we go for? We ended up doing OD. OD mid. Okay. All right.
Dire's ban. Everybody get set.
Wait, this is the wrong match ID. Sorry, yeah. I got distracted by everything going on. All right. Now we're on the right one. And then this one does have a rank. Thanks, Shrimp Gripper. I mean, I'm fine. Look, to end the closing thoughts on it, it's fine to play weird stuff. I am open to like challenging ourselves and the viewers of like, let's check out this idea. But there will not be... There's no room then for flaming like other stuff. If you want to try your own ideas, it's fine. But we are going to wrap back around and focus again on like people who want to improve and like learn what's better. I think we had our chunk of like out there ideas, and I think they're useful for what they are. But they're pretty off the beaten track. All right. OD mid. Where are we? In the right game this time. So we're gonna skip ahead a little bit. OD usually wants to win the lane. Jakiro is gonna be real annoying for you in that sense.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
And looks like, okay, so going into our early game this time, we're on the back foot. Jakiro has built a lead and then gotten the kill, so we're now behind. It's not as bad as it looks since you're almost level 5, but we're going to be a little bit in recovery mode. And much like the Arc Warden game earlier, we're going to focus on our own farm. And for you, you are better at getting kills than the Arc Warden. So you will also push out mid to try to prevent Jakiro from just taking your tower quickly. And you will probably end up jungling. But if you can find plays, you definitely want to go for them as your recovery mechanic. Alternatively, if you think Jakiro can be killed by rotations, Astral is one of the best setups, right? Like, hit level 5, get level 3 Astral. This guy steps up. He's a slow-ass hero. Astral him. Tell them ahead of time, right? Like, I will Astral him. I need you all to respond to save my lane. This is not me micromanaging you. This is me asking for help. I am losing. Help me, please. You know? And then that can be one way you get back into this. Beyond that, your hero is still pretty good this game. Astral's really good versus all these heroes. So you mostly need to get by this early game, even if it's rough. Like, the later this game goes, the better it is. My God, you can't be warding while that creep's hitting you. I mean, that'll work in this bracket probably, but going forward, you gotta wait till you're out of sight before placing a ward. All right, a little bit of astraling, pulling the lane back in. This is one downside to your ward. Can't see the rune. So if you can adjust the ward placement to help you know where the runes are, that would help a lot. You're so cooked if that was any other rune, man. That was really lucky. That was really lucky. Kind of got saved by that rune.
Mid tower could use a little help.
Okay, Jakiro goes straight back into mid. You buy your own smoke, thinking about the maybe rotations you could do. Yeah, I was gonna say, gonna lose that. Okay, a little bit of poke. But this is where it's like, yeah, the longer we lane versus Jakiro, I'm not having fun. I didn't actually think he would kill you, but just to like go back to the way we're dealing with the wave and changing the mentality of I'm not having a good time versus Jakiro because this liquid fire, liquid frost is very strong in the lane, in the mid lane. The thing with this hero is that he drops off. So you just need to get through the lane. So like up to here was fine. And then when the creep wave gets here, see how we use the astral to just like run away? I want to be like trimming down creeps. I want to be done with this and out. So try to just like hit creeps, drag them back. You're like kind of doing it, and then I think you stopped doing it, but you need to keep going to get them further back, and then we can avoid this death. But we'll always have a rough time. Like the more we end up just sitting mid versus Jakiro, the less and less fun you're gonna have. What's a lot of fun is like killing people, right? So I do like this idea of the rotations, but it looks like, I guess I was watching mid maybe too much. TP'd here and tried to help Jug, but he immediately retreated. So maybe a bit unlucky on that.
Dyer's top towers getting beat down.
I mean, it did look like Jug was going to run in and then Omni Slash. I think that's actually a pretty good read on the teleport, but I suppose an even better read to the Juggernaut. Let's see if he had vision of you. Oh, he wasn't even 6 yet. Never mind. I thought he was 6. All right. Never mind. Yeah, it was just a good call from Jug. He didn't have 6. Tide was like kind of tanky, so he just backs off. I'm still open to you trying to make that play, because we talked about why like mid kind of sucks for you, but oh, too fast. Tide, I will save you. I need to hold the Omni Slash a little longer. Or sorry, not Omni Slash, the Sanity's Eclipse. Uh-oh. Okay, sidetrack, guys, to this observer over here. This was placed earlier as part of laning for like courier snipes, and that's okay. Sometimes I see you guys place this kind of stuff. So let's just pretend this was more recently placed. Placed here, placed here. But this doesn't really make much sense. If you want to siege the tower for safety, this needs to come back further. I know this is not the purpose of this ward. I'm just using this as an example. Place it further back here. The reason I wanted to talk about it is because I'll see it in games like this where your team is losing, like the Radiant, and then most of the time you're actually laning back here. So then this kind of observer doesn't actually help you. So this, you only do this when you're comfortable to sit here and siege for a long period of time, which I don't think you should feel versus a Pudge. So then you wouldn't want this kind of observer as much. You would want it somewhere else. If you get killed once, do you generally stop engaging and go farm somewhere else? It really depends on the matchup. If it's like a very volatile lane and the first kill determines the rest, then yes, you would start being very careful. Most matchups are not so one-sided that one death is it, you can probably still play the lane and do stuff. In this case, OD, because of the death, it was not just the death, it was also at a crucial time where a big creep wave shoved in. So Jakiro hit level 6, and then OD was behind. So he's not only behind, but he's under-leveled past the ultimate and all that stuff. So then you just want to be in the lane to shove it out and then jungle. That's kind of why OD has to shift the mindset. If you died and it's like level 3 to level 4, that's actually still playable and recoverable. Even being 5 to 6 is like manageable depending on the matchup. But that's why I highlighted like he probably needs supports to come in. Because every time we've seen him just directly fight the Jakiro and Jakiro has Macropyre, it doesn't work out. New goal, secure Ursa's lane. He is doing pretty well, actually. I don't mind a couple rotations, and it looks like you guys are trying to get the kill off of this. Swap this in. But actually, I would want to draw attention away from Ursa, because he's on a good Battle Fury timing, right? So now we just leave him alone. It's okay to make plays every now and then. So like, okay, we show up, we get the tower. I don't want to see you guys come here again, except to save him, or because someone is really deep and you guys can get a lot of kills. There's now no reason to play near Ursa. And you guys start by moving away, so that's good. And you can now shove out mid. Thank you, Pudge. Help me recover my game. Oh no, Ursa, what happened to you? All right, carry players. I know we're sidestepping here, but part of the reason I said we never go towards Ursa again is because Ursa should not be taking risks. So everyone knowing everyone else's early game plan is still important. So I will talk about this. Ursa now. Okay, where's this creep wave going? It's 4 to 1, so it will move this way. So Ursa does not need to do anything here. So Ursa is coming in, risking his life for a single range creep. Now, clearly, he didn't think about that when he made this initial play. But now that we have the power of hindsight, or if you just know enough of the game and you can like see this ahead of time is the true goal, the question is like, why would he go for this range creep over this small camp? This small camp is worth more. There's less danger. There's no reason to do this. I know we usually push you guys to be like, hey, farm the lane first. It's the most important. But there are limits to that. And so once you are the carry and this tower is down especially, but even if it's up, as long as the creep wave is moving this way, you're good. You don't need to go to the lane anymore, and you should just jungle. Your new early game plan as the carry in this period is safe farm. It is as active as possible, but always prioritizes safety. Always being kind of heavy. It doesn't always, exceptions, but Ursa should just jungle right now. And he is working towards the blink, and because he plays this area, no one needs to deal with him. Ursa does not need to say, like, where's my deep wards? It would be nice to have one ward down here. So if a support could put, like, one defensive ward for Ursa, that'd be nice. But mostly, he will only be here, so he will never be the cause of anyone, like, having to go save Ursa. And if they do, it's very close to his own base, and that is what frees everyone else up to do their other stuff. If Ursa does not play that way, then these guys can't play the way they need to play. Or they will, and it just doesn't amount to much. Because, like, this happens, where it's like, oh, we're doing great. We just killed Pudge. Oh, but Ursa's dead. And Ursa should be free farming right now while they just got a kill on Pudge and then can now, like, look to pressure Juggernaut and all this stuff. But instead, there is no gain because Ursa didn't know his own early game plan and now is, like, griefed himself and therefore his team. Because you guys don't have the best initiation, it will be really hard to get Juggernaut. What you want to do is just, like, push up. And then if he steps up too far, you might be able to get, like, a Hex Shackle. But when he comes to the tower, like, he'll have to do something. And that's when you can maybe get the Juggernaut or the other heroes. If you guys don't want to, then, yeah, you can kind of chill. Like, once you get the lane here, you back off again and farm. I'm seeing stuff happen here. So right now as OD, you have to make a choice on what you think will be doable. Do you think you can help fight this tower? Like as they dive the Ursa, can we show up and make a play? If yes, that's actually kind of it. If yes, great. Don't take any other massive risk. You know, like don't try for a kill over here if we think we're going to need to show up here soon. Don't blow out all our mana if we need to show up. But other than that, you're free to go like where you kind of want to. But ideally, we don't want to show up here and then lose like creeps to the tower. So depending where stuff is, you could come mid and push this out. And that way, when you do need to show up, you can feel good for multiple reasons. One, we're showing up and hopefully winning the fight. But then two, hopefully, because this wave pushed out, it's actually doing tower damage as well. Maybe it even baited someone to TP away from here to deal with this, and then you guys took this fight. Maybe no one shows up, you just get some tower damage. Great, they missed creeps. At the least, you're not losing creeps and feeling like you have to come back right away. So pushing out mid would be nice. Alternatively, okay, I see them coming to get bottom. I don't actually think I can take mid on my own, and I'm too scared. But maybe we can take top. So that's another choice for you, is that you could come top and try to take this tower with your team. And that way there's at least a trade. As Ursa gets kicked out of bottom, you guys kick Juggernaut out of top. You lose your safe lane, you take their safe lane. Maybe you go mid, these guys go here, they take the tower, you chipped 2 towers but didn't take either, then that doesn't feel very good. So I guess that's like all your different options. And I would say in this game, you can defend. So pushing mid is probably your safest bet, but I'm also open to top. And in fact, if you're willing to commit Serpent Wards, you can drop it top and then twin gate over here to then make the biggest play. And then we may lose creeps mid if no one deals with that.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Where are you going, Ursa?
Ain't a pretty sight right now.
Where are you going, Ursa? Notice the lack of teleports to help Ursa right away. I mean, they're like funneling in. That's because there's no way to teleport up here, guys. So carry players don't go up here. Aw, there goes the Ursa. Overall, a pretty good trade, but losing Ursa while Juggernaut is alive and farming is never great. All that could have happened like under here, so that's a mistake from the Ursa, not really from you. You did go to push mid. Scary. I don't play a lot of OD. You might need to get a 4-staff first. Though I think if you had won the lane, you could probably do Witchblade into 4-staff. I think this game, 4-staff is pretty good versus all these heroes. And because of how important your Astral is. Having the mobility to make sure you can get the Astral saves is important. Oh no. I mean, this would have been more preferred, right? They push up and then we make this fight, and then Ursa would have been here full health because he would have played smarter. Carry support players, this is why sometimes you still need to do the defensive wards. Even though the carry should be like free to do literally anything he wants, he's not. There are still things that are dumb to do, and you need to make sure he doesn't throw it. So putting some kind of observer down here might keep him a little safer. Or it'll let you know when you have to like preemptively go over to help his dumbass. Because you see 3 heroes and you're like, I bet this Ursa is going to want to fight those 3 heroes. I better go. Holy shit, it's working. This is why winning the lane is so important, guys. These are dumbass plays from Ursa, but he has mostly gotten, it's mostly worked because of how far ahead he is. So it's so important to win your lane, and then when they do this dumb shit, it's okay. If he was losing and then played this way, you guys would be so in the dumpster. Your Ursa would be feeding and Juggernaut would be so farmed. But that's why for support players, I always recommend start in the lane, make your cores rich, so even when they're dumb, you're still winning and it's okay. This is, he's out there. He's out there. The turnaround. We wanted to win from here, or we did win from here. Good, good, good.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Dire's mid tower won't
It's conflicted there of whether you should follow the Ursa, because actually I wanted you to push mid, but we're at the point where we kind of have, yeah, like, let's protect Ursa at all costs. Sometimes you have to adjust. Like, Ursa's going really ham, way more than he should. And then that's where we have to make a choice. Like, do we go with it and make that work together, even though it's a suboptimal play? Bro, this is so scary. You're just losing a sentry. It's okay. I would just chill there, get another sentry, and then deward it later.
Dire structures looking fortified.
Right now it's pretty scary. Only Pudge is showing. They could have been setting up top and then Pudge TP's in. That was pretty dangerous from your team. We're kind of recovered from here. So now it's like mid to late game Dota, looking for objectives and good fights. Which currently, they've been missing a lot. To bring it back to warding, and actually you're doing some of the warding yourself, so this is why it's good for core to know warding as well. Let's see where OD ends up placing the Observer, but as closing out this early game and thinking about moving into the mid game, the next major objectives are Roshan and Tormentor. It's a pub game, but partied, so I don't expect Tormentor, but it might happen. And then, of course, Roshan. A little bit more likely to happen in pub games, but also a little rare. So now involves a lot more, like, find, kill, take objective. We need a deep ward. I don't care where. I do care, but, like, for a pub game, I don't care. If OD placed a defensive ward, we just won't be able to do anything. We won't have good information to do something. We'll do what like Ursa's doing, which is like just blind aggression and praying it works, but that's not how I want to win Dota games, right? I want to make smart choices. To make smart choices, I need information, and the areas I need information are anywhere, any of these spots. I don't care which. Judgment time. The worst is if you put this Observer in this area where you just killed a sentry, where you put this sentry, that'll be the utmost judgment. The utmost judgment. Ooh.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Okay. It's far enough away from here. I will accept it. It's kind of aggressive. It will see into the triangle a little bit, though I would have loved for it to be a little bit deeper. The biggest issue is that they may have had something here. With that said, they had one here. So the odds that it overlaps, I want to say is like, oh, you know, calculated bet. And I'm up for that. But we have seen, for example, earlier, you know, boom, boom, boom. Like it does happen where the observers are all close. So if we were going to put it here, I would have loved two things. One, scan this to make sure it's safe for you to walk up the way you did and you're not just feeding. And then two, to have a second sentry, actually. The first sentry was this one. The second is to make sure our deep ward lives. So we would sentry this area, check, see that there's nothing, and then place it a little deeper. But that's scary to do on my own. So stepping further back would be to wait for an opportunity to make a play with the team, get some kills, and then because we've moved up naturally with the team, place the deep ward at that point. So I'll give you like 70 to 80% on that observer. The last 20 to 30 comes with a slightly deeper ward placement, the sentry, and choosing a less dangerous time to do it. For example, maybe this fight, which... If you had anyone else on your team, that would have been sick. I don't know if that was a miscommunication there. Either you guys went first too soon, or they just didn't respond to you guys. That was a sick ass play that should have been everything we're looking for to close out the early game, right? You guys would have finished this triple kill. That would have given you the confidence to push up, which is great. We could start taking tier 2 towers, and then you can place your deep ward. As your team comes up here, you could have had the confidence to do this. Or the supports. Usually the supports would do it. You wouldn't have to do it yourself. The supports would have done it. Because it's close to 20 minutes, after this play, you guys could Twin Gate, do Tormentor. I would say you could do Roche. You can do Roche. You guys have a really good Roche lineup. It's unfortunately going to be walking pretty soon. So by the time you get here, you'll just have to walk here. So it's okay to like move into here, push this up, place a deep ward, and then come do Roche at like 20-30 once it's in here. That would be a really good follow-up to this sequence. Notice after that, you ended up on the defensive. Hell, okay. Take a look at where we are right now. So one guy's here, you're here. So this is what I'm going to critique. And then Tide's up here. So I'm okay with, like, Tide pushing is good. Should Ursa be going this ham? Debatable. But with 2 dead, kind of understandable, though they're about to respawn and we can't take this outpost, so we're about to get trapped. But with that in mind, where you are farming is not helping the cause. We are not stealing farm from the enemy and feeling a little bit okay about it because the team is up here, and also being close enough to participate in this stuff. We are not split pushing another lane like, oh, okay, they're all going to come here, so they're going to be distracted. I'm going to push another lane, get this going in, set up the next play, right? This is purely defensive, our own farm. And if you think you're going to finish the game-winning item with your next item, then, like, I'm okay with that. But I think you should either be up with them or have twin-gated over and, like, get ready to push other stuff. For the same reason this guy has a little bit of confidence to do a really aggressive play, you can have some confidence to, like, twin-gate and, like... It's a little scary with heroes missing, but you are the mid-OD. These 2 are dead. This guy's accounted for. So then it's just these 2. Which, you know, we can maybe scan if we're like that scared. Mid also works. So we did end up going mid. Yeah, you got the Roche. Okay, this starts pushing us into the mid game. So that's where we'll call it, since we are trying to lock in on early game. I need a dagger so bad. I do think dagger is good. I also think the 4-staff could be a middle ground. You could have done, like, in a better game, you could have done Hurricane Pike into Blink. I think in this game, if you just do 4-staff, that's still okay. It would be cheaper on you, too. I think you're about to go for Ags, but I would do the 4-staff and then the Ags. Look at this guy. We need to be with this guy. When someone is playing this way, you gotta live or die by the sword. We must go. This is both your win and your losing condition. As much as, okay, like, ignoring this, I would say what you're doing is perfectly fine. But for adjusting to a pub game, right? When you have to debate, like, can we win, can we lose? This guy's going for it, so then this pales in comparison. Because this guy's either about to feed over 1,000 gold to the enemy team, or you'll win and you'll win the game. So in that sense, split pushing, especially when you've already got, like, some impactful items, not as useful, and you gotta pivot. All right, chuck him in, guys. Yeah, this Ursa's, he's going for, he is living up to the Ursa aggression. He loves it.
Dyer's top towers, you know the drill. The Dire might want to mine that top tower.
Got a related question? Hit me with it. Oh, it just crashed. My game is crashing. It's very slowly crashing, but I can tell it's crashed. Okay, there it goes. 1 second. What if I don't want to die by the sword because I know it won't work? What do I do? Then don't go. Well, I guess it comes down to a difference in philosophy. So let's say Ursa's playing that way and you truly think like, there's no way this works. We're going to lose. If I go, we're going to lose. Then we don't do it. Split push, get your own farm, and create the other win condition that you clearly... You have to believe in a different win condition, right? Like, if it's not the Ursa, then it's like, okay, I'm going to get my own items and do something, right? However, if you can't come up with another win condition, and you're like, I don't know, Ursa's just going to throw, and then we're just going to lose, nothing I buy will make a difference, nothing this guy, that's where we die by the sword. Like, this is it, we're going in. We must. And we have to hope that the enemy messes up, that it's better to do something cohesive as a team, even if it's suboptimal, compared to the optimal, but everyone's doing different things kind of play. As long as you can paint a different win condition, like, okay, Ursa's going to feed, but I am going to finish Hex on OD, and then I will be able to blink Hex, kill the Juggernaut, and then even though Ursa fed a little bit, he's still strong enough to kill the others, right? If you can paint another picture, and you really think what Ursa's doing is bad, then I would say just, like, you can do your own stuff. Hopefully split pushing. Do something that indirectly helps the Ursa. You know, as he's causing chaos, make use of it. Take towers. Bait people to respond. So then when Ursa's doing these dives, only 3 people can respond instead of the full team, you know? Like, don't just abandon him to AFK jungle. Do the most aggressive thing you can that is separate from him, is my advice. Is there any condition for these free sessions? No. You just submit games and we randomly pick stuff. And if you're feeling generous enough to donate, then I will do it guaranteed, but it's not required. And we usually do enough replays that we try to get a bit of both. For now, we're going to start with this. I actually do want to see, I want to see a Largo game. I have been playing a lot of Largo. I've not seen anyone play Largo in my games because I always lock him in. I've seen a couple replays off stream, like I've done some due diligence, popped up some like Dota 2 Pro Tracker games, see what other people are up to, but haven't really gotten a chance to see too many others, especially at different ranks, since a lot of the Dota 2 Pro Tracker games are now like around my rank. So I'm kind of curious to see how it does here, and I really want to take a look. I've got a lot of Largo thoughts. I'm excited to eventually make the guide on it. I want to play a little bit more. I think I could do it already, but I want to play a little bit more, and then I think we're going to do a Largo guide. I hope... I don't know when we're going to do it, because like the holidays are right around, but I think tomorrow I probably won't stream. I'll probably try to play a couple games to test a couple more things and get some final examples, and then try to like make a video out maybe before Christmas, maybe after. I don't know. I also haven't decided if Wednesday we're gonna stream or not, because it's like Christmas Eve and all that. Okay, before we launch ourselves into this, oh, Blue Flash, thank you. Thank you so much for the, you really don't have, you always come in here, you do a donation, and then you like do a couple extras. I am very appreciative, but
you know, feel free to save it for like the next time. You can get another replay, you know, separately. It's always really generous of you, but you don't have to either. Thank you. What's your opinion on phylactery, like Undying phylactery or Wraith King? I tried some Wraith King phylactery, lost, but it felt good, the item. I am very interested in phylactery with the recent changes to it. Those are not the heroes I would have thought of. I was, like, for my self-support, I was thinking, like, Skywrath is probably number one. Bounty used to kind of be able to do it. I was thinking about that, but it feels like kind of griefy. I was thinking about like what is a damage focused support that could do it, which is why Skywrath is in mind. Offlaners, I think it could be interesting. The Undying one is an interesting idea because where is it? Something very interesting to me. Someone builds Vanguard to start in the lane. That's why I think Undying could be interesting. You start with the Vanguard, you become very hard to kill, so you're farming up. You break the Vanguard, you disassemble it. The Ring of Health will build into the Perseverance to finish Phylactery. So we tanked up through the lane, we got our farm, we got our Phylactery, we now have Phylactery and a health booster, and then we can be aggressive with this. With the health booster, or a vitality booster, you could reassemble the Vanguard, and then you can see there's other stuff you can build, especially if you're interested in the Conda. You can turn your Vanguard into both a Phylactery and then the component for Conda. I just don't know who would do this. Like, who both benefits from a Vanguard in the lane and wants a Phylactery and wants a pretty fast Conda. Although Undying is kind of interesting, I don't think he is that hero either. I'm not super sold on it, but I'm open to seeing it. Ignoring the final step of the Conda, I do think Phylactery is much better now. It's in a much better place than it was before because it builds out of regen rather than stats, which is what a lot of those heroes need more than early point booster. I'm just not sure who wants to do that build. BSJ mentioned Bristleback and Axe offlane. That could be interesting, yeah. Axe could do the Vanguard into Phylactery, which is a classic. It was always a bit of a meme, but maybe it's better now because the Phylactery works on the ultimate. So it's a funny one, but it could be good. I think the Phylactery on its own, I'm not sure who wants to rush it though from the off lane. Sniper support. No, it's not good. Don't do it. Don't do it. Maybe Axe is like the best offlaner that could do it. Oh, there was a window where Night Stalkers were building Phylactery. Though I don't know if that would make sense anymore. But maybe. He kind of likes the regen, the extra slow on the Void.
The hunt begins.
I don't play that much Night Stalker, so I don't know how good that would be. But I do remember seeing some Night Stalkers do it. Does it still work on Tiny? Or no?
No stone unturned.
Not Cornucopia.
Better get ready. Yes.
But you need the blink first.
A rolling stone.
You do like having regen on, Tiny. Can you do this? Yeah, he liked the old crit. But if we compare, like, let's say you needed a break and Tiny had to do it. Silver Edge is not bad, especially for the right-click Tiny. But if you're doing the Spellcaster Tiny, maybe you do prefer the Conda. Maybe that makes more sense. Wait, can you? Can you?
Places
You can't disassemble Conda, right? Oh. I was wondering if there's a world where you could, like, you can't disassemble Octarine either. Or sorry, this one. You could, like, disassemble this for the Octarine or vice versa. No. Now, we ain't allowed to have fun in Dota. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. I want to try it on Skywrath. I think it could be okay on Skywrath. Beyond that, I'm not certain. Oops. Okay, let's get back to this one. Let's at least let's do this. We can do more like random searching around in a bit.
Dyer's ban.
Zeus 4. Maybe. That could be another one. Largo. Okay, we're jumping ahead in the lane. Let's actually go back a little bit. Because what rank did I say this was again? Crusader. Okay. Okay, Legion, Lion, and who's mid? Looks like Razor, Invoker. Okay. All right. I have been pushing to try to go for runes if you can. And that could be the start. To me, this is why, like, at the highest level, the laning stage ends around now. It's because you start moving around for runes, and then it just works out that you keep going. So, for you, for your rank, you don't have to, because the mids are less likely to benefit off this stuff. Your side laners are more likely to feed. There's less active play in general. If you decide not to, I'm okay with it, but let's just make sure it's a decision, informed decision. So I want us to think about it and see if it can come up. Pretty happy to see you already have an Observer Sentry, because as part of going for the rune, you could, like, do the warding as you walk away. The lane looks an okay spot. Oh, you even picked up another one. So now I definitely want to move. Because if you're picking up 2 observers, I got to place 2 observers. And one can be in the lane, and then one probably needs to be in the mid lane. If you don't plan on moving and you're just going to sit in your lane, you should just keep yourself to 1 observer. Even if they build up, you should just hope that your team buys some. Because if you buy them, you put the responsibility on yourself. Which is okay if you plan to move. Lane's in an okay spot. I don't think you actually dispel anything there. He's technically debuffed by this, but it's not really like a dispellable debuff because it's being channeled. You do break it, which you did, but I don't know if that's worth it. I think I would just let him walk out. He's already out of mana anyways. If this camp is up, maybe should have done a half pull on this like 517, 520-ish wave. Oh, there's a double stack. Pretty scary to walk away from this and then they get the double pull. Notice how we've mostly just watched him farm though, because he's in a relatively safe spot. So that almost tells me I think you could have made your way over Observer somewhere. I don't know what fighting over the camps has looked like because we jumped here. If there's been no fighting, you could just put it like here or here. Here would be safer. Here would help you see a little further in. You could also do the wraparound here, here, here. Here's probably a little safer than here. You could also just put it in the river so you don't even have to deviate your path that much. and then be here for the 6-minute rune, and then head back bottom.
Radiant's mid towers get
And then because this camp is up, even if you didn't do a pull earlier, Troll could farm it or do his own pull.
Radiant's mid towers coming apart.
Ouch. That's what I would look to dispel, by the way. Use it on Legion. She thinks she's super tanky with that barrier. Remove the barrier and heal yourself. This is the ideal Largo response. If you, and this is something that may need to be changed, but is also maybe okay to make the hero complex. Catchy lick on yourself or your teammates is only partial value because you get the health regen and you get the dispel, but you do no damage. And a lot of times you don't even like pulling yourselves in those situations, or like your carry, not yourself. Though that'd be pretty funny if you could. Using it to dispel an enemy's positive buff feels the best to me. Because not only do we dispel and hurt them because they're losing their buff, we actually hurt them because we do damage, and I heal myself. And typically pulling the enemy out of position is better than like pulling your carry to the side and stuff. So these feel the best to me. Not saying you can't just do safe dispels, but you don't really have a safe dispel to do in this case. I think you actually killed Legion. You know, if you had done the dispel on the shield, there's just about enough damage to get the kill here. Although it looks like she has some wand charges, so... Ah, damn. Amazing! Okay, never mind. We did end up using it there. I don't know if intentional or not, but didn't end up getting that one. I think max Q this game looks good to me. I know a lot of people like Frog Stomp, and I am up for it. This is going to show up more in the guide later, but lately I am now in the max catchy lick camp. And in this case, Cold Snap remove, pull them out of position, the various supports, remove overwhelming odds barrier, and then Jingu can actually be removed. Like once he builds up the stacks and he gets it, you can actually remove that buff, which is quite strong. It says cannot be dispelled. That's the debuff on yourself, the counter over your head. The actual Jingu buff on Monkey King can be removed, which is very impactful because they often forget it can be. And just like Ursa with Fury Swipes, they like overcommit into it. So I think having this on a lower cooldown would be really nice. You also have high damage cores in the like Razor especially, so just keeping people near him would be pretty good. Damn, these Sunstrikes. Chill out, bro.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
All right, yeah, let's play up here. Okay. Since you TP'd up here, I need you to ward instantly. Because anytime we TP, it's got to be because there's something I've got to do right now in the next 30 seconds. Otherwise, I could have walked here in 30 seconds. And what you can do right now is that these two are up here. So if you're like, this is the only chance I'm going to have to deep ward, I got to go do it. Even though Nyx should arguably be the one to do it right now. But if that's what you're trying to do, I'm okay. But otherwise, I would have preferred we just walk out. And that way we can TP to save this guy. And in fact, you should tell him now, I don't have teleport. I always ping my teleports when they're on cooldown. So he knows he cannot be saved. Okay, Sentry looking around. And then Observer here. Let's get back to this in a moment because you have separate things going on. You are now looking to Invoker, but have no detection. And then your team is kind of going top. So I think we got a little sidetracked. Your own observer location is also... you're likely to lose this. It's very common to put sentries here. If you're going to do this one, you want to at least push it towards an edge to see a little bit more and possibly miss sentries that get placed. A lot like where you put yours, right? I can't see it now. Weird. Your sentry sometimes is a little lower. So stuff like at the edge here survive, things at the edge here, things over here, here, here. These are all a little bit more likely to live. I like this spot in here a lot. It's less common because people putting sentries here to check this and this is also common. So then putting it in the river often survives quite a lot. Looks like you do get the invoker kill, which is great.
I learned a long time ago how to deal with the diva.
Dire's mid towers having technical difficulties. Them Dire buildings tough as nails for now.
Oh, Hef instead of Jupiter. Wow, I got tricked. My fiance walked in here holding the other cat, and then I look over, and it's a second cat. And so, all switcheroo. Do you have a smoke? All right. You see how we're like moving around? So if we had the observer sentry smokes, this is a great time for it. Now I know you actually placed yours up here, which is fine. This could be another opportunity. Let's say you hadn't been able to go through here, but you played with the razor. You go through here. Great. Keep track of the rune timing. So I see you heading bottom, but do I want you to just sit with troll? No. We say this a lot, but it'll just draw attention to troll. And the two of you aren't... If you're going to bother going bottom, I want it to feel very likely we get kills. And you and troll versus Legion and Lion just feels like the same laning stage. Like, it could go either way. I don't love it. If I bring Razor, I feel a lot better. Or if we camp up here and then only TP here, I feel a lot better. So, how do I get this guy involved? The mid rune could be one way you do that. Give this guy a good rune. Let's go make a play. We're more likely to succeed because he's buffed up. And then I have a smoke, so they're less likely to see me head over here. Great. See, it'll be the same play, but your odds of success will be a lot higher. I feel you are coming down here without the required party members, which would be Razor, or it would at least be like your Nyx assassin. But he's not 6 yet, so I would actually want him to be 6. So now, when we come down here, it's a little funny. I place a deep ward to help me play aggressive, but now I'm coming to play defensive anyways, which means this now might be de-warded, no contest. I see Shadow Shaman walk through the ward, and that's where I want to kill him, but I walked down here. So things feel a little funny to me right now. Get him, troll, get him. Get him, get him. Get him, get him. Get him.
So much for the Radiance courier. Poor little Radiance mid.
Pretty awkward, right? So now I don't feel great about what we just did, right? This whole time he ran, he could have just been farming and then jungling. And that's why I said, like, if we're gonna go, I want higher odds of success. I want another hero, mid, Nyx, whatever. And then I'll feel better about this. Otherwise, this ends up being a negative. Wait, how'd I end up on Nyx? Oh, you were just looking at Nyx. Good map awareness.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
I thought you... I didn't realize you were being chased. How did we get here? What happened? I look at Nyx for a little bit and suddenly... Alright, we try to help troll and then we ended up running away. Yeah, going this way, we're definitely dead. So you probably have to go this way and try to, like, live. This does waste time, but... I mean, my Monkey King went over too. Maybe the Space Maid is okay. I think you have a chance of surviving this way. Because don't forget, they just killed Troll. And part of killing Troll was to use their abilities. So you have a window where I know you're running through them, but it's not like they can just duel you and finger and everything again. So there's a window for you to get by. Okay, TP out, though. You probably don't even need to do this one. Razor should have been there for it. Although if it was actually to, like, get to the rune, I'd be up for that. Though it looks like, you know, this was just a late rune pickup.
The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
Hello, Hef. Okay. I'll move my stuff. Ah, you almost clipped her. That would have been so funny.
I guess you guys aren't ready for that.
This Invoker, holy shit. Where's his vision from? He's gotten so many Sunstrikes, I'm suspicious. Oh, he just had vision from earlier. Okay, okay. What rank was this? Crusader? Oh, okay. Okay.
Bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Killing spree.
Yeah, I mean he's nailing them. He's maybe focusing on it more than farming though.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
All right, so since we started this, like let's take a moment to step back. We jumped in here around 5 minutes, and then here we are almost 10 minutes later, and I'm still somehow in this bottom lane. I know you like traveled the world a little bit, but notice you keep getting drawn back here, and you should have the complete opposite feeling of I am being repelled from here, right? Like I no longer want to be here, and I only show up because I'm absolutely required to help this troll warlord as he's getting dove, and because like, okay, they're pushed up, we're gonna get a kill, and then I have that feeling of being repelled from here again, and I want to go anywhere else. I want to go back to mid. I want to go through the twin gate and play up here. I just want to be like up here, you know? This is really common with hard support players, which is like, yeah, it's my safe lane and that's my carry, so I got to keep going. But I got to let the baby grow. He's got to face the world on his own for a little bit. And if I keep coming here and coddling the boy, he won't grow up right. So the occasional visit, that's okay. But I can't be a helicopter parent.
Dominating.
Like some kind of big power play, take the tower and then leave again, that's okay.
Dire structures look like won't last much longer.
Ooh. I hadn't thought about Vendetta plus Reverb, that's pretty fun. I'll have a
Dire's
Dagon
mid
later
tower
too.
needs a little help.
Killing
Trouble
spree.
brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Largo especially, you like being near people making plays. Centaur with Croak of Genius is a lot.
Bottom tower's seen better days.
Razor's actually a great combo. Reverb is really good for lots of magic damage. Lots of spell damage, I should say. Lots of spell damage is what Croak of Genius likes. But there's only so many spells. Like once they're out, they're out. So low cooldown spells especially are really nice. That's why Centaur, Razor, pretty good. The Bull Belly Blitz. 8% spell amp is nice. So if you can target that as they use spells, great. But if you look at the numbers, it's not that impressive over a long fight. Bull Belly Blitz for auto attacks, though, at level 1 is actually quite a lot if they attack a lot. So I know Troll does fit that bill, but I also want him to farm alone. So Razor is amazing. There's like a lot of spell damage, and he right clicks a lot. So he's like the ideal candidate for Croak of Genius, and then I run next to him using we run to people with Hot Feet Hustle, and then I Bull Belly Blitz, and if he gets low, I heal him up. But he benefits from all of my damage amp. And then if, you know, I pull people around and like frog stomp for him. So I would love to play around Razor and Centaur more than the Troll. And then later it'll be the Troll.
Yes, the Radiant disown their bottom tower.
Killing spree.
We did need our daily dose of frog gameplay, and I'm not the one doing it this time. I had to see. I had to see it. Okay, respawn. Where do we want to go? Troll. This is a two-step question. So Troll's also about to respawn. So first, I have to think about where is Troll Warlord going to go? Because maybe let's take Nyx out of here. You see a giant creep wave pushing in bottom. Oh, that yeah. I want a TP, right? It's Trolls. Troll should go there. So I gotta X myself out of that. Looking at this, it's not super obvious where Troll will go because there's not a bunch of creep waves pushing in anywhere. He should actually probably walk out into the jungle and then arguably go bottom, though maybe top. Top could also be acceptable. Depending where you think he wants to go, and you could always ask him too. That's why we have the communication. You then pick where do I want to play and who do I want to play with. Maybe I want to play top, but Razor loves his bottom area. Then like, okay, I got to go with Razor because he's the guy I actually want to play with. He's also doing the best on your team, so truly he is the guy I want to play with. I would say a good split for your team: Troll down here, Centaur up here, and then the three of you doing things everywhere else. I won't care too much about where that is, but I hope it's the three of you doing things. Okay, he's dead. So now we wait. Now you just deal with creep waves. If you see an opportunity, you guys can go. But right now, it's actually all your waves are pretty pushed out. So this is where you can like jungle a little bit, waiting for Razor. Runes respawning, so you guys are trying to get that. This is really dangerous. You don't want to move up. You need to be really careful right now. So in regards to placing deep wards, so you have a lot of wards. This can be one of our closing moments. We have 3. I need to place them. 1 defensive ward is fine. It's essentially like 1 defensive, 1 deep, and then where the 3rd ward goes is up to you depending on the game. Like a 2nd defensive ward or a 2nd deep ward. But you don't usually want all deep vision and you don't usually want all defensive vision. So it's a split. So right now, when I don't have any vision and everyone's missing, I'm scared to move in like you're doing. Like you're trying to do the deep ward first, but I'm very scared right now, even though you do have an illusion to bait in front of you, so I feel a little bit better. I still feel mostly scared because of these heroes all missing. So I would have said defensive ward bottom for Troll, and then the deep ward's top.
Thank you. What?
Troll went top. So maybe I could do a defensive ward top, and then the deep wards could be bottom. Like, I'm okay with that. If I was min-maxing this for, like, ultra tryhard mentality, I would say a defensive ward bottom. Troll makes his way here. That defensive ward will last long enough that daytime will swap. Roche will come down here. My defensive ward becomes an offensive objective ward in this area. But it doesn't need to be here, you know, like just having vision in this area is still useful for when you want to do Roshan. So you could do a defensive ward like over here. So let's say you're here. Instead of doing this, right, I'm coming through here and I can place it here. I can place it back here, place it here, walk through here, place it in the river. All good wards that you can place pretty safely while all the enemies are missing. And it'll be defensive, but it'll be aggressive when Roche swaps. Then when my team makes our way up here, we can put more aggressive wards, especially because this lane's already shoved in. Especially because Tormentor will also spawn around the 20-minute mark. So having an aggressive ward up here will help give me the confidence to do Tormentor at 20 minutes. So, again, being here, let's say we walk in, let's do this defensive ward. And then I tell my team, when Razor's up, let's go top. Someone will farm this creep wave. It could be Invoker, it could be the carry, but this is a big creep wave coming to the enemy tower. Someone will come here. So I put my defensive ward, tell my team to get ready to smoke, push out mid before we go, right? Centaur could do it with the illusion. We smoke with the Razor here. We just start running top through the lane. And I'm waiting to see someone show here. If they show, I kill them, maybe depending on what else I see. If I don't see anyone,
and this is hitting the tower, I should feel really suspicious because this is the tier 2 tower in a big creep wave and no one's dealing with it. That means they're doing something else, not in this area. But since I'm already up here with the smoke, I can now place my deep ward. So then I do it. I place one like here again. I place one like closer to mid lane maybe. You know, I don't really care where. There were some heroes, but they went for the illusion mid, so we end up getting to live. You took the risk, but then you never placed the deep ward. You got scared, you did this, you did the sentry, but where's the deep ward, right? Now, I wouldn't want it here because they're probably going to check here. But, you know, if you felt confident to come up here, it should be enough to, like, make your way over and do this. Maybe you adjusted because you saw them there, so you got scared. But, like, in the end, took a pretty big risk. Still don't have a deep ward for it. And we end up with a pretty defensive ward from, was that you or for the Nyx? That one's Nyx. I actually don't mind. Like, this is fine. Mid-rune. God, does it see the mid-rune? No! Don't see the mid-rune, but do see some useful stuff otherwise. Razor spawns, goes bottom. Oh, I didn't even see this defensive one from earlier. So we are going top for an aggressive play. You're leading the way, though. You are the behind-the-team buff guy. Let Nyx go first. Let Centaur go first. This is my strongest hero, and we're leaving him alone. So we're kind of seeing a mismatch from you guys. And you may know where to play. You're actually going top like I suggested, but at the end of the day, I need this guy. So this can happen in my games too. It'll happen a lot in your games where the people that need to be involved are not always in the right spots. But if you know they need to be involved, you just have to go to them. You have to go play behind this Razor. Okay, we ended up with 2 deep wards. These are a little too close together. I don't mind either of them, but we now need to play here because this is a cliff ward, which is not bad versus Monkey King. But just make sure we play up here. If you don't think your team is going to commit to staying up here, then do a different observer, like over here, down here. It's a little tough because there's a Nyx, so they should actually be putting ground sentries to look for that. But I still think it'll be, like, kind of worth it. And then try to split them up a little more than this. Like, if you were thinking of doing this one, you shouldn't do this one. Because these see the same thing, essentially. I would rather have one here and one further back, or on this top side.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Okay, so they're coming in. They're de-warding. We're starting to lose stuff. This is where ideally we would fight if we had the Razor. I think it's okay for you guys not to fight, but it's also why we want to put them... You see, this is like the first spot the Lion checked. He instantly got this. So when placing deep wards, I want things that will survive a bit more likely. Like, I want this guy to have to put 2 to 3 sentries to find what I placed. I don't want it to be in the place he checks first, which, fair enough, you know, maybe he checks somewhere else first, like this cliff. These are very common spots that they were very likely to lose either one, if not both. Or we need the power to stay in the area, which you would have if you had the Razor. Okay, Legion's top. Troll just went bottom. Monkey King here. So right now, they're all top. All 5 heroes are top. Blinking into the mid lane's kind of dangerous. If you were to take a calculated risk, now is a great time to blindly run up here. You have very high odds of success based on what we've seen. There is a chance one of them did a weird teleport over here, but that's why it's a calculated risk. So this feels like a weird TP. You should know Legion has Blink Duel. And I see Legion up here. Nyx is also up here. And I'm with the guy I feel strongest about. So overall, this is fine. You do some dewarding, right? And I keep sticking in the area, going to Razor. You can smoke break for him. You can like stand here, break that stuff. You TP up here. All right, they're pushing in. Someone's got to defend this. Nyx is here to absorb this. Okay, the team is saying we're all going to teleport and fight. Okay, you should teleport back here then. When the fight breaks out, the people who respond, they need to be in the fight as fast as possible. So you're adding extra teleport time by doing this one, and you have a lot of freedom to choose where, because we're coming early. So you should actually come back here, or even this one. One of these two, and then save this for the cores. Which, Troll TP'd bottom, so he actually can't join the fight, and also Razor teleported. So actually, this top fight will not happen if a lot of the heroes show up. And then you, if we're trying to defend this, should just Croak of Genius, chuck in the thing, and immediately leave. Because I don't know where I know he will save for Blink. I don't know when he will get it, but I know he wants a Blink. Invoker has Invis. She has a Blink. This guy's in the trees. This guy, I usually would have thought would get a Blink. In this game, turns out Glimmer, forced F. That's still some mobility to catch us off guard. So, like, I do not want to show up here like this at all. This is crazy. This is asking to die from a Legion who wants to look for kills, from the other heroes who want to get kills. This is super dangerous. So you should just throw in the spell and back out here. And then right now, you should actually... So if your team is not going to fight top, especially because you know the teleports are on cooldown, right now you would just be behind these guys. You could stand right here so that as they come to smoke to kill your cores, they'll kill you first. You can stand like over here as well, like in this tree line. As your cores shove this out, you're here. I would actually probably not push this if I was your team. I would be very suspicious of where everyone is on the enemy team, and I would be doing very safe stuff. Instead, you guys just showed in 2 separate side lanes. So now if I'm the enemy team and I wasn't sure, should I jump Largo? What if there's people behind him? Maybe I should be jumping Razor, but what if Largo's behind him and like other people? I now see 2 supports. I missed if Centaur showed, but at least Razor showed. So no matter where I go, I know I have the initiative on the Dire. So we're giving away a lot of free information as well as like taking a lot of risk. I don't want to be killed. Nah, sadly, it is the life of the support. I'd rather die instead of Centaur. And I'd also rather be here to maybe turn around the fight with the Razor. If you don't want to die, it's fine. You just got to get your team to retreat. But if someone's going to die, it should be us. Off of this. All right, the fastest way for you to get to them is through the Twin Gate. So let's say you came up here, and let's say you had a deep ward that saw people, and you knew this was breaking out. So we sprint up top, Twin Gate. You could also do that anyways, just down the side. All right, you're double stacking, so that's fine. Uh-oh, I see all this happen. I cannot teleport. Snap Judgment. We have to decide this quickly. Do I join the fight or do I not? I cannot join instantly, so I have to run to the Twin Gate and then run here. That's my fastest bet, and that is still 20 to 30 seconds. I can walk this way, also 30-ish seconds. So the fight will be determined by then. Unless I think there's going to be a very, very extended fight that will go on beyond that. I don't think that will happen. By nature of the heroes in this game, it's a pretty like, we kill you, you kill us. Like, it's pretty fast. So as the support, I'm too late to be here. So it's time to push another lane. So you come top and you shove this in and you do the deep warding while you're here, while they kill your cores. Or you go mid and shove this in and deal with it and try to pressure this lane so that they can't just kill you guys and then go down and do this, kill you and then get roached. They need to be punished somewhere else. Troll is here. Troll should go mid and shove this in. You two should go top and shove this in. And if you have a teleport, then you could maybe think about teleporting here. But also, because we don't have a tier 1, it will also take a very long time to get over here. So notice you and Nyx both try to come over in a delayed manner. So what does that mean? It means we aren't punishing them top. Troll did push in mid. You end up putting a defensive ward here. So maybe if they keep pushing and these guys respawn, we can take a fight. But notice you guys can't really do anything. And in fact, it's just them killing Nyx now. So before we needed 20 seconds and then we could maybe make a play. Now I need to wait 43 seconds. So that's Nyx's mistake. It's unrelated to you, but it's why once you know it's too late to join the fight, there's no real reason to come over like that. So you are defending, right? But really, if these heroes all just pushed up, what would you do? You would really only risk dying because Duel is a short cooldown, so she could have that again. I'm still unsure when this guy's gonna finish Blink, right? This guy could just tornado me and everyone just runs at me. Monkey King could stun me from a tree. So really, as I am down here on my own, I could be dead, right? They killed Nyx out here. With these guys dead, there's no reason, if they were actually pushing and they see you, they should just kill you. So I can say this because I played a lot, right? I see all this coming, and that's why all the way back here when I see this fight break out, I can immediately go, I should go push top. And that's how, if we had pushed top at that time, you're actually here right now. So now, as they push bottom and I can't show, and I'm waiting for these guys to respawn, I am chipping this tower. And I'm keeping an eye on what they're doing. And if I think they're teleporting back, I'm going to play it safe. I don't need to hit this tower. I just need the creeps to go towards this tower. And if I see someone teleport back, I say, let's go fight bottom. Even though I didn't set up a ward in this area like you did, because I went top instead of coming here, I know Monkey King teleported out of here to go here. And I actually happen to see Invoker mid. Oh, maybe I don't actually, if we... This looks like I'm on the wrong perspective. As long as one hero showed up here, though, and the 4 other heroes are down here, and we all respawn, I can say, let's go, teleport smoke, blindly run in here, and worst case, it's 5-on-4, which is pretty good for us. So although you may lose this, we can set up ahead of time for future plays. I like this deep ward a lot more than this cliff. If I could push you even further, try this low ground actually, because a sentry around here is pretty common, and you can actually, from the high ground to the low ground, you can put it far enough where the sentry doesn't quite reach. So a lot of people won't do this. Your observer is better since like it's better than like anything here because a sentry cliff won't catch it, as we can see, but any low ground sentry will get this. It won't get some of the further stuff. Over here is also very good. Also, from the tree to this low ground is also very good. Is Glimmer a good item in this case? It's okay. It's a good Largo item. I would actually say Solar is probably a little better this game. Solar Crest synergizes really well with your cores and also worked really well versus Legion and Monkey King. I would say you could have also maybe tried Drums. It's an item I've been meaning to try on Largo, but a lot of the games it just never works out. I need other stuff. I would say Drums if you had been having a stronger start. Solar, also very safe. Glimmer is okay, but once you're shackled or dueled, it doesn't do anything because you'll be revealing yourself. And then they actually have a lot of AoE spells that even though they can't see you, they can still hit you with spells. All right, this kind of thing. you need to avoid. This goes back to just like predicting where they are. All right, so they've been playing this area from earlier. They got the kills, they pushed in here. So there should be wards. You're actually right. You know, you were like, I think they warded on this cliff. I'm gonna go sentry. But what does that mean? It means I am walking into enemy vision and I still think they're here. No one has ever dealt with top lane. No one is showing mid, although the guy showed mid to push it a little and then got scared. Where did he go? He entered this jungle. He thinks this jungle is safety. When faced with the fear of Razor, he ran this way. So that should tell me there's a lot of heroes here, especially because I don't see anyone here. And I still haven't seen anyone here. I don't have vision here, but if anyone was here, they should have dealt with top. So this area, I am very worried about. This whole bottom area, I am very suspicious of. And that's why when you do this, and then they immediately jump you, I'm not that surprised. I knew it was wrong to go there, but I still did it. That's a classic. Sometimes climbing in Dota is just like acting on what we know. Okay, let's do another one. This is starting to get its way into the mid game. It actually is mid game at this point, but we extended a little far, which is fine. It's not like a huge deal. Scrotus the cat, thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub.
Killing spree. Double kill.
All right, I think you're missing it. I was pretty lenient. I looked at your game, even though arguably I shouldn't have. I think you're getting salty about the Brood thing. If you want to sit here and learn, you're free to, but you're kind of arguing people. I think you're getting salty over it. I'm going to ban you if you keep this up. So if you want to stick around quietly or just like be more polite, it's fine. I will be lenient on that, but I think you are pushing it beyond what most other people would have already banned you. I am up for doing that tiny game, but I don't see a match ID with that one. If you have if you posted it separately, it may have been removed by YouTube. No problem, Mr. Mango. Good luck with the grind. Is it showing? No. For YouTube, if you just do the string of numbers, YouTube often deletes it. If you type like match ID dash whatever, match ID colon whatever, that's usually enough to go through. Try that. Try something like that. While we're waiting for that, we can do... I'm going to try to speed up on these. We've been going into some depth, which is fine, but I also think we can do some like faster speed run replays. So that's what I'm gonna start doing while people send them in. I will grab a couple of you guys. We're gonna like zoom through, give a couple tips, zoom on. Speed dating replays for the next little chunk here. Why am I typing that? Carry. Okay, your question was you don't feel like you were farming that well on the Drow. I'm gonna skip past the lane. Let's see, probably a couple more minutes. This is where we've been kind of starting for a lot of the other games, so same deal. Looks like up to here is okay. Not like a massive lead, but looks like you just got Undying pretty low. If your support wants to rotate, your job is to just chill, play safe. If he's going to hang around, I guess you can be a little bit more aggressive, though honestly, Warlock Drow is not really like a super aggression lane. For Drow, you have a couple early items that you like to hit, and then you get a lot stronger, whether that's like, well, Power Treads, of course. Sometimes they do Dragonlance, sometimes they like Yasha. Whatever exact item you think you need, I'll leave up to you, but I want that item before I get too involved. You are approaching the point where you just need to shove the lane and then jungle. You don't need to take this tower. We just shove and farm. And then if something happens, we show up. If people want to teleport to us, could also be okay. But I don't need to take insane risks. For Drow Ranger, your attack range is long enough to do Ancients, especially once you get 6, and not tank a ton of damage. So if you did like this cycle for a little bit till you were 6, then you could start looking at bottom as well. So for example, right now, I mentioned this earlier. I'll just let this play out actually while we talk about this. The longer you just sit and watch creeps and only get the last hit, you are going to be here forever. 30 seconds for this wave, 30 seconds for the next wave. I just wait and I wait and I wait and give them time to show up on me like this. They won't always dive you like this, but sometimes they will. So if you want to speed up your farm, which is your question, I don't think I farm that well, we have to just shove the lane. Equilibrium no longer matters. I have the items I need. Now, maybe you wanted Power Treads before you started doing that. That's fine. You're now really close to Power Treads, so let's start getting at it. Like this next wave, I don't want to just watch these creeps. Yeah, if you want to kill the range creep, let's do it. You see how you're like denying creeps? This creep wave's dead already. If you had only attacked the range creep, I would have killed the whole thing. Like, kill the range creep, back up, kill the melee creeps. If you're too scared to get the range creep, that's okay. Step back, deal the melee creeps, and then determine if you think you can walk up for the range creep with the safety of the rest of your creep wave, knowing that they will help you as soon as that final range creep dies. If you think there's a little bit of a window, then we can deal with a range creep. But if you had shoved it faster, you could have then come over to your small camp and jungled this, or have done your own half pull or full pull, depending on the situation. And so we keep doing things. Not just this creep wave, but I add 60 more gold to you. Because we attack so fast, we now get this 60 gold. Power Tread's on the way. 6 is almost online, so I can start doing Ancients. I need enough time to do the Ancients. So same deal here. I don't want them to dive me. If they get a bunch of creeps and then they start hitting me, they're gonna dive me. I don't know where Tusk is, so I actually am a little scared right now. Let's take Tusk out of the picture, or perhaps you know where he is. Then just blast it. Just, you know, non-stop auto attack the creeps. Use multi-shot if you think it's necessary. I don't want to wait here with Undying. I just want to get going.
Denied.
And if there's a situation like this where like, well, Zach, if I show I get killed, then I don't want to show. I will just jungle, and then I'm done with the lane. Like, I'm out. I am doing this. I'm moving this way. I'm going through this stuff. And then when I do know Tusk is somewhere, I will return to the lane, shove it out, and then back to jungling. So you are at the realm where like, okay, I show and I die. Kind of like this. Oh, thank God he missed. Woo, we live. All right, so what do? I maximize farm. As soon as Undying comes back, as soon as the cooldowns are back, what are they going to do again? They're going to snowball kill me. And now I don't have Golem to help me. So do I want to stay here for long? No. So while he is dead, unfortunately, he's got Ceaseless Dirge, so he's back. Otherwise, you would have TP'd here, or he has to wait to respawn, TP, and then come in. Ceaseless Dirge, he's probably TPing right now, so I only have a few seconds. This creep wave has to go. Pick the most valuable creep, kill it, start backing off. I must kill this creep wave right now. You see you're chasing a Tusk, so Undying is going to come back. Instead of killing this creep wave before Undying could get me, now I have to deal with this creep wave while dealing with them. And what does that look like? It looks like snowball straight under the tower and killing me. So, as the carry, you need to balance aggression and farming. And there's time just to go aggressive, but when they can just one-shot you, no contest, It's no longer time to be aggressive. It's time to be very scared and just jungle really quickly. So we miss some of this creep wave, have to last it under tower. Right now, I see you walking forward. I don't want to go to them. They keep killing me. So where can I go to get gold? I'm level 6. I can do ancients. This is like super safe. Okay, I can actually see creeps and the golems pushing up, so I think I can snipe this hard camp and then do this. That's okay. Start here, like run to it, start here, kite your way this way, because this is safer than over here, right? Farm this, farm it this way, get this one.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
All right, we're doing it, kinda. You were trying your own pull. Where do we want to farm? Do I want to farm the creep wave here, where they can snowball, dive me, kill me for the 3rd time, 5th time? Or am I okay jungling over here, creeps over here? I feel a little safer over here. In this particular lineup, I actually don't feel that safe either. Usually I would, but I actually don't. So you guys are trying to do a pull. I'm up for that. But I also think you can just completely ignore this creep wave. Like, do this hard camp. This hard camp's 100 gold. This creep wave is 150, and then a bonus from this banner, so 200 gold. So this is half the creep wave. This is 60 gold. This is very similar to this, with this being way safer and not one-shottable because they don't see me. So once you know you're in danger, you have to calculate that, and then stop showing in the lane like this, because that's gonna keep happening to you, you know? So if it's safe, shove it. Not even sitting there, right? We're just killing it and leaving ASAP. Because the longer I show, the more likely I will die.
Dyer's bottom tower's getting the business.
You actually are not in a bad spot. For all things considered, your net worth's actually okay.
The Dyer bet
So if you pivot your style a lot sooner, okay, so right now, I see this happening. I want you to destroy this creep wave, which is what you're doing. This is the correct choice. Because if I sit here, eventually she will come back and scream at me till I die. And I don't want that. So when I have this window, blast this wave out. And then where do I go? Farming pattern. I see them here. I don't want to go there. So go to the triangle and then keep your eye on top. Make your way top, shove this out, and then farm this. Nothing to do, farm this. Okay, it's back, shove it out. Am I comfortable going here? Do I see things on the minimap? No? Okay, back here. Right? This is just, wherever you are, it's the cycle. As the laning stage ends, shove it out. Okay, can I do this? Then do this. I'm too scared? You're probably still safe enough to do this under here, and then do this stuff. And then jungle. Do a custom lobby. Put a bot in your lane so that it absorbs the XP, so you're not like getting double XP when you shouldn't. Play the lane till you have like power treads, or maybe you don't even have power treads. Maybe you only think like, let's pretend a really hard lane. I get Wraithband and Elven Skin. Then go jungle and see how fast you can jungle. So you have a rough idea. If I am making less than 100 gold from the lane, I know I can jungle faster than this. So I'm just a full-time jungler from now on. Once you have that rough feeling, then you know how long to stay in lane and how long or how soon to just ditch it.
Care less about fire.
Radiant's mid tower's getting bad. Top tower's getting beat down.
Why am I surrounded by such
Okay, all the heroes here. So then wherever there's farm, come over here. Good stack.
Radiant's mid tower can use a hand. The Dyer might want a knife.
double kill?
If you feel safe to do this, that's okay. But funny enough, this is worth way more than everything else you just farmed. So if you think there's any level of risk to what you did, then you just stay here in jungle.
Dyer's mid
And I know you typically want to shove lanes for your team as carry. Like, that's the most active farming. But the priority is safety and farming. And if you die, it's probably not worth it.
Disgust.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
Okay. Speeding on. are we feeling about Disruptor Carry in 7.40? Still not amazing. Still not amazing. Yeah, you just have, just to end, like, you're just involved a little too soon. This is actually the time you would want to get involved. Dragonlance Yasha is a power spike for Drow. So for whatever carry you're playing, set aside, like, what is the item timing? I am powerful. Pick a couple small moments. And if you're not at that, don't get too involved. I know this game has a lot of fighting, 15 to 21 at this time frame. So there's been a lot of fighting, and some games go that way. But certainly in the laning stage, there were at least 3 that we saw, I want to say, that were pretty avoidable if you switch your mindset to, I am a carry. I last hit, I get denies. I sit here, right? To, how do I maximize farm? I shove the lane and I jungle. There is a switch to that mindset once you win the lane, once you lose the lane, and a middle ground where you can ignore them, but that one's harder to tell. Okay. I think your question's more on the lane on this one, which I will zoom through. You mentioned you tried to do some creep dragging this game and you felt you were both under leveled, so maybe you messed it up. Keep in mind, the idea of creep dragging is that everybody loses, but we lose on similar footing. The theoretical ideal creep drag, okay, theoretical laning is every 30 seconds a creep wave shows up mid, or shows up in the middle of the lane, and then we fight over it. So whoever ends up winning gets 2 creep waves a minute, let's say. Just make it real cookie cutter easy. The idea of creep dragging is that we both get 1 creep wave every minute. Because I drag it here, I take this creep wave, bring it around. My creep wave that goes through either goes under a tower because they don't do it correctly, or they drag it around here and wait. And then the second creep wave that comes in meets the first creep wave I took from here. And their second creep wave that comes in meets the first creep wave that they take from here. So we both only get 1 creep wave because we deny the second creep wave away from each other. But that's even. We're both getting 1 creep wave. The reason you creep drag is because when 2 creep waves a minute come in, they are getting everything and we are getting nothing because our lane is ass. Because they have like Undying versus 2 melee heroes. You know, they have Ursa plus Shadow Shaman into like 2 super weak laners. Like, they are killing us and farming 2 creep waves and we get nothing. So we are slowing all of us down, but that's better for us and worse for them. So you should be underleveled compared to the usual, just like playing the lane if it was a playable lane. And if it's a playable lane, you don't creep drag. But if it's an unplayable lane, that's why you do the creep dragging. Looking at you, Tiny 4 plus, is it Dragon Knight off lane? Maybe. Versus Monkey King and Witch Doctor. I can see why that would feel very tough. Witch Doctor and Monkey King. So if you want to creep drag, I'm okay with that. Let's see your execution of it. Okay, before you even feel the need to execute it, you might just be able to, like, if you can get the lane to shove out, that's number 1. And then creep dragging is second. Creep dragging, because like when the lane is here, that's the most danger of getting run down by the enemy safe lane that is super strong. There is no being run down here when you're all level 1, level 2. It's not very scary. The very first trick, body block the first creep wave. It will be here at 13 seconds. So you can time around that. You have boots. Most safe lanes will not start boots. So even though Monkey King can beat you, you will tank some auto attacks. He has 300 move speed. you bought your boots first, you have 320. So at some point, you will run away. Every time he stands still to auto attack, you will run away. So if you were here a little sooner, you could have body blocked. If the first wave goes into the tower, you're good to go. The first wave can't be aggroed, by the way, if that's what you were trying. The first wave is unique. The second wave onwards can be aggroed once they reach around here. After 7.5 minutes, you can aggro from as soon as they spawn. Those are the unique rules to the side lane creeps. And mid lane, I think. Okay, so we come through. Next creep wave, and Witch Doctor is behind us. So if you try to run this way, cooked. If you go forward, you're good to go. You can run away and at some point teleport out. If you want to try to connect this to your creep wave, you're actually going to have to skip one. Earlier, I mentioned like, oh, the first wave meets the second wave. Depending on the path you take, you may have to skip a creep wave and do the first wave into the third creep wave. Something like that. It's less ideal, but again, considering the idea that we lose 100% of everything in the lane, it's still better. However, looking at the situation you're in, you actually didn't need to creep drag. And you can identify that right here. Actually, even sooner. This, no creep drag necessary for now. You only need to body block the small camp. As soon as creeps go under tower, you're good to go. It's really hard to fix this. So now, do whatever you want. Play the lane, whack a guy a little bit, just don't die, and don't lose enough health that you can't body block this camp at 1 minute. If you body block this camp at 1 minute, you just need to make sure they don't pull this for until like the 2 minutes. Then you stand in here again, and you will be laning here the entire time as long as your teammate, and you can blame him, right? Hey, if you lose equilibrium, it's your fault, not mine. Because all he does is sit here with the creep wave. And all you do is block this. And how will they fix it? There is no way to fix it. No pull camps are available to them because you body block. So you actually don't even need to do this creep drag. Let's pretend you do, though. If you damage the creep wave, we are going to lose some of the possibility. The whole idea of like our creep wave, a full creep wave denies a full creep wave here. If this is damaged, we're losing that. So you just got to run. Neutrals can't aggro. Only these two can pull. Keep an eye on your courier when you do these kind of creep drags. From here, you're good. You keep like sidestepping. You just have to like go. Witch Doctor will stand still and auto attack while you run. And you will have to stop and slow down for uphills. But after that, you will always get further away from him. So the more you add this little like fidget left and right, it's easier for him to get closer. You just have to believe. You have to believe and go.
Something bad's happened to the radio.
Advanced trick. So now we run side to side. You're good. So the way you are doing it. Where the hell is the creep wave? Get over here. Okay, so the way you are doing it, it is a 4 creep wave versus 4 creep wave. Even if this is full health, they will mostly kill each other out. If you... let me go back to an old creep wave so you can see this. Here, see how they're aligned? Same concept as half pulling. Hold the creep wave here or here, whichever side. Let it start to go. And then run in right now. So we're trying to push this. Instead of one creep wave denies itself on one creep wave, we go 1 for 1. I'm going to try to use one creep wave to catch the back 3 or the back 2. And then it can also fight the next creep wave. And these 2 creeps are going to go forward. Things are going to get really weird. But it's more likely they mess up, shove things in. And at any moment, you can go from here to here. It's very easy for you guys to go from here to here. For them, they have to go from like, I drag the creep wave here. I have to catch creeps here. I maybe got to catch them outside. Oh, now we're laning over here. It's so much peepo wider. So it's way harder for them to catch every single creep slipping by than it is for you guys. Because it's like here, here, and then maybe it meets again here or here. And that's for you to like run through. But for the Dragon Knight, it's just like these 2 spots. I won't lose the slow creeps when I keep running straight. The creeps will chase you to the last point they saw you.
After that, they're going to do a spin. And if they don't see you, they will go home. But they're supposed to go to where they left the lane. So you pulled them out from here. They're supposed to go back here. If you've watched enough Dota and played enough Dota, you will sometimes see the creeps do very strange things. And I don't have an explanation for it because no one does. They're supposed to go back to where they left the lane. So let's say the high ground is where you often lose creeps because they get here, they don't see you, and they turn around. That's why you have to stand and auto attack, and you know that. You've been doing it. So now they run this way. So let's say you sprint forward. Somehow you're super fast. You sprint through here, you beeline through these trees, and then you like hide behind this tree. If they lost sight of you here, even though you're over here at this point, the creeps that are here will try to walk up to here and then go, where is he? And if they don't see you, they go, well, that's it. Turn back around. Nice detour, guys. Back to work. And it doesn't matter if you're like over here or right in front of them. They will go to this point they lost sight of you. So when you run really fast, as you turn points like high grounds or trees, just slow down around there and make sure they're like, I'm right here, keep coming. And then they will continue to chase. Okay, let's speed forward again. Because I don't want to focus too much on the lane so much as the early game. Here are you sprinting straight through. This one's okay, actually, because you were going to lane in like a weird spot. That was kind of fixable. So you end up going around. At this point, the pros always try to go back here. For pub games, honestly, if you bring it up here, it'll also work out. If you try to go through here, you're going to miss this creep wave. You're going to have to wait for the next one. Could be okay. There's enough mistakes in Dota that even though they're supposed to win the lane, they will grief themselves a lot of times. That's why I think if you do the inferior pull this way, where they can technically contest, and that's why the pros don't do it, this is also a pub game, and I think they'll mess it up, so it's kind of okay. Let's see how you do it this time. So you run around circles again. This is worst case scenario. Try to avoid this at all costs. The range creep is what kills things. So if their range creep dies first, your creep wave will live too long and will shove out. And you will have very temporary gains. It's still better than like nothing, but to max this, the range creep should not be touched till last. And that's why the reverse is true. If you can kill your range creep first, you can make your one creep wave go really far if you kill that creep though. Now looking at yours, you're having to trim it down and then still look, right? You still push 2 creep waves forward. That's the difference of having the range creep killed first. And if you two weren't there to work on it, this would be 3 creeps moving forward.
Someone took out Radiant's couriers and Goner.
First blood.
All right, I'm gonna jump forward. At the end, your lane, not that bad. Could be a little better, but at this point, it's okay. From here, Skywrath is a pretty straightforward kill. He's very squishy if you if you like toss him under tower with some damage. So having a smoke could be good. Second casual Windlace, even after Tranquils, is pretty good for Tiny. Because as you farm to Blink, you're just going to be sitting on empty slots. So any like cheap shit, like a Windlace is good. Some people just do like Brown Boots Windlace. Tranquil's Windlace is okay too. Tranquil's Soul Ring and still a Windlace, also okay.
Double kill.
I actually don't even think you need Tree Grab as support Tiny. If you go Tree Grab, it's usually for the lane to get denies and trade. If you're going to creep drag, you just skip it completely. And even if you play the lane, sometimes you skip it completely. I guess versus Natures, it might still be worth getting. And yeah, because you don't feel great about your top lane, you get the creeps in a good spot, and then you go mid and try to get runes. You did go, but you were just a little late.
So that'll be your point of improvement to improve your... Oh god, these creeps see everything. This is a disaster. They see all 4 of you.
Something bad's happened to the Radiant's courier.
Own it.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Yeah, there's some stuff happening on these sides. You and Bane need to work with the Zeus.
Dire's top
When
tower's
Spectre has
getting
6,
down.
you can try a little bit more around that, like get her involved. You guys had like 2 losing side lanes though, and mid could have gone even. It's the closest though. It looks like Skywrath beat him too. So we are in the like we've lost everything lane. How do we recover? We gotta make the plays first. You gotta buy a lot of smokes, and you gotta get people involved. When you're this far behind, kills are worth a lot. So having to invest more ends up paying off. But if it ends up like this, then they're just gonna keep farming. So it's gotta be quick and snappy. You gotta have the wards down to see where people are. You gotta have the smokes to go. You gotta do it. You gotta get out before they rotate and kick your ass, because like we are behind. So it has to be very... It has to be very decisive and surgical. In, out, kill that sniper, get out, smoke, kill that Skywrath, get out. That's how you have to recover from these kind of situations. Which obviously sucks to be in, and is not solely your fault. You know, we kind of lose our lane, but we're not fully responsible for the other lanes, although we try to help them. But sometimes you do just end up in this situation where you've lost every lane. And that's kind of what you have to do. You have to try to find these quick kills. Potentially, you can just AFK your farm way, AFK farm your way back into the game, but that is more off of the enemies not punishing you enough, which, depending on your rank, will happen. But I'd say it's kind of... It's not very in your control, so I recommend trying to look for opportunities as a much more actionable game plan. Hey, we go hard. I'm doing well. Hope you are too. Okay, I think we're gonna move on to another game. We are trying to like, what did I say? Speed date our way through the end of this stream. Like, keep hitting different people.
Thank you.
I'm gonna need more water
Expedition
before we do
33.
that. NPR. I still gotta go back to that. I'm trying to finish Hades, and then we're back to Expedition 33. Hopefully, I still know the parry times. That's the problem with taking a break. I'm just gonna get whacked by everybody, and we're gonna have to relearn. Oh, this one's brutal. 8K at 15. This will be a hard one. I'll let it play out for a moment here while I go get more water, and then we'll keep going.
Radiant's toughened up their structures. Radiant's top tower's hurting. Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Radiant's top tower's hurting. The Radiant lost the top tower.
Kill.
Radiant's mid tower's in trouble. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Tis mine.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
Gold. Clear cutting.
Okay. I should have downloaded this before I started typing all this. Okay, this Mirana game. How do I play the early game to make team moves around more and do more? I did switch item build next game, earn first. That game we won. Okay. Not too worried about the specific item build. Well, maybe I should be, but looking for opportunities can be
Better get ready.
irrelevant to the item build, I guess.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
But maybe you need to build certain items to like be able to
It's
make
in the
plays.
bag.
This game, position 4, and then is this off lane? Wait, who's the carry? Carry Pudge, off lane Viper. Okay. The actual setup in your own lane will be a little tough. In fact, you maybe hold your teleport for when they try, like, or sorry, you hold the arrow till they teleport out because of Viper. If you want to skip
30 seconds
arrow
to
for a little
showtime.
bit and just like crush the lane with auto attacks and like 2-0-1 build, but don't expect to get kills because you don't take the arrow and you have no stuns, I think that's okay too. And then in between winning lanes, you can just like stack and then like go secure mid runes and stuff.
And here we go.
I think you have a pretty good level 1 fight. I would be willing to buy a smoke.
ZQuixotix.
Especially, hey, Cavalcade, thank you so much. You have Pudge, you can also take arrow, right? You have 2 mangoes. Just sell 1, buy the smoke. If you really think you need a second mango, you can just buy it, right? We have the money right now. It'll come out before it's even needed. You could even be using like 3 different spells and you probably won't burn enough mana. Mirana auto attacks a lot, so your build is very spellcaster heavy, which I do want to use Starstorm, but in between Starstorms, I want to be attacking nonstop. So I would buy more branches. I forgot I was supposed to skip the lane, almost got into it, got baited by myself. This is totally fine for Viper. Just come to the rune. Tell Viper, or tell Leshrat, get bottom, you get top. Death Prophet will be denied anything. She didn't even go bottle this game, but in terms of like what I need to do here, it's nothing. So I can come over, stack this, get the rune. That introduces more gold to my team. Maybe even if I double stack, even better. But this, I'm just like farming with the Viper, which he should get most of this. And then he would get more levels, which I want this guy to be. He's the one who will do more damage with his build than me. And if we don't go for runes because the timing doesn't make sense, then I just stop them from pulling. You don't actually need to farm with Viper like you did. Yeah, poke, poke, poke. Poke, 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 poke.
Double kill.
All right, that was a little messy. I'm not going to worry about it. Lane's in a good spot. So again, getting close to 6 minutes. Stacking power rune is my default. As you have time, you can sit like in this area. You could jungle their stuff as you walk over this way if you didn't want to stack instead for whatever reason. So you're arrowing your own stuff, sure. On your way over, you could arrow their stuff and then double stack this and save it for your team. So that would have been better. You made your half the journey already, but then didn't finish the job in the stack in the rune. So that actually would be better. Notice Viper, off-lane players, if you complain like, oh, I can't play the lane, settle in. Stop typing and just wait. Because see, this lane's coming in. So you don't need to help Viper. He will be laning where he is soon. He will be laning further in soon. He's okay. These early plays for the stacking and the power runes have a lot of potential. You guys kind of force a bad play, and rather than keep this guy low with auto attacks and like finish the kill with poison attacks, you guys are trying to go 100 to 0 on this guy, but he's winning those trades.
The dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Oh, we're here for the wisdom shrine. I think you might have been able to stack into it.
What's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
Doing our own mud golems. Viper go. He went mid. Alright, that's your farm then. Oh, I see you changed the build. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, no need to Ags rush on this hero. I know I mentioned the possibility of getting there eventually, but it's really far away. You don't need to open with this build. Your team, you need to initiate, actually. So your item build will matter this game. I wasn't sure if it would, but I was wrong. Atos is a good default. Atos into Arrow. Because they have a Dispel, then we're going to need to do Yules. Yules also is very good versus Spirit Breaker. Gives you another TP cancel, or sorry, channel cancel and a TP cancel. On the Crystal Maiden, waste Rupture time, all this stuff. So Yules is the item I would go for. You mentioned you change up the build next time, so I guess you learned your lesson. But the way I can tell is that Viper should be strong. The lane's not going as well as it could, but this guy has no crowd control, but he brings the damage. This guy brings the damage. His crowd control is very hard to land. Pudge, hook hard to land. So I just arrow hard to land is the last thing. So I need to help set that up. Yules or Atos, if it wasn't for this Dispel. Casual Earn is okay with me. Like if you wanted to do that, but based on the way your lane went, I'd probably just do like Brown Boots, Windlace, Void Stone, Yules. Keep arrowing your own stuff, but very easily could just change the path, arrow their stuff. This goes back to stealing enemy farm rather than taking your own defensive farm. So because of that, I don't feel we've done too much yet. If you did the same amount of farming, but it was their jungle, I would feel better. But also, based on what we've mentioned, you would have the ability to you know, maybe we helped get a good rune and Leshrac was able to join a fight, something like that. We would have been able to set up for a little more. Right now, I think we're doing a lot of jungling towards this Ags.
Denied.
Guess what's happening? Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
These are the fights I want to be in. This is where you're really strong, ignoring the current item build. But like any number of builds, it's usually like early mech, Urn, Atos, Yules, whatever other active items. You know, you can do anything. And these are the kind of fights you like to join. Starstruck, Starstorm is a lot of damage. As support Mirana, I don't really want to be jungling. I want to be like in those fights. Now, if you could call them to go to you, that might be a little better. But for example, you see this down period where you're just like, I push the lane and then now I'm like AFK waiting. I could twin gate. I could teleport, try to force the play harder, have a smoke, have wards down. We haven't really done much warding, so it's hard for me to direct my team to go land warding. There's been a lot of just defensive jungling towards the Ags. Damn.
No place here.
It is a lot of damage, though. I will not deny that. I think some of that... He's taken, like, bonus damage, right? Or is that the old one? Oh, shit. That's not even in here. All right, we just did that damage. Nice.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits. Have fun trying to bust down Radiant.
Little bonus tip,
Radiant's
work on the backpack efficiency. You get a little bit more out of your stuff. For the amount of mana you have now, you'd probably have just gotten like 100 plus extra mana if you drop the Ags before Arcane Boots. 175 from the item and then 10 intelligence. You'd have like cut your mana pool in half almost, and the Arcane Boots would have filled the rest. All right, so here's where like I want to do stuff and we have to depend on like landing an arrow. Oh shit, Pudge Carry got blinged. Let's go. Hell yeah. Thank God someone built crowd control.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
It's kind of a weird build for carry Pudge, but I'm sure it'll work for a pub game.
You know the drill. Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Okay, yeah. Since we didn't go mid, just like take this.
Right now, Dire's top tower's getting Radiant mid
And then we do want the smoke. It'll help you make the plays. Get mana regen instead of the Staff of Wizardry. It'll help you spam your spells a little bit more. Same with the backpack trick. It'll really go a long way to restore your mana. Yeah, Viper, get her. And then see how we went straight back to defensive jungling. So, let's go back to this. This is a little bit slower of a game, which does happen. I'm not that surprised for like Crusader. So you take this tower, and they were recently mid. They're also bottom, right? And Spirit Breaker's here. You have Leap, so you're a better hero for this than most. You just want to send it. Just walk in. Because we have enough information that I might run into 2 heroes, 3 heroes. I have a decent chance at surviving because of Leap. Even running into that many heroes, because they just leap over cliffs and stuff. Now, if you're a slow hero like Crystal Maiden, then yeah, I gotta be a bit more careful. If I run into a hero, I'll probably dead. For you, this is some of your benefit, send it. Just go in, place your deep wards. Top, also good. You know, like right here is fine. If you can make your way further. This spot's good, though I think it's caught on a little bit. You make your way further, drop it in here, good. We need the deep ward down. Then, with that deep ward, I don't even have to leave right away. Because maybe I continue to see information that they're in other parts of the map. Maybe the deep ward goes down here and I start to feel safe. The same jungling you're about to go backwards and do, and that means Pudge can never jungle safely, Leshrac can't jungle safely, Viper, Largo, all these heroes who aren't as mobile as you and have the safety to do this, they can't jungle this because you're there jungling. But where you could be is just here, arrowing this stuff, instant killing creeps, you know, double Starstorm, stealing this stuff, and if people show up, you leap, teleport, run away. So now I take farm from the enemy. You get the same farm, whether you jungle here or you jungle here. Your net worth is the same. But your Pudge's goes up a little bit because this is available to him. The Bloodseeker goes down a little bit because he wastes time. He doesn't know you did this. He runs from here to here, and then this camp is gone. And he goes, "What? That's so weird. It must not have spawned. Oh, this one's gone too. This one's gone. This is crazy. Where are they?" Right? He just wasted 30 seconds of his time looking for an empty jungle. And that's what actually builds gold differences. You're doing a bunch of farming, so you're pretty rich. Your own farming is good. But if you redirect it to the enemy side of the map, then these guys will drop. And these guys will go up. And if the fear in you is like, well, what if I feed while I'm doing that? That is scary. I get that. But that's what the warding and the minimap awareness is for, is to know when is it safe to do this, when is it too scary to do this. Just sit in the tree and wait when you're not sure, rather than spend 20 seconds walking back and then 20 seconds walking this way. Sit in the trees for 30 seconds looking for information and then step out. That's a 10-second time save. You don't even have to stay in the trees. You can be jungling like this stuff while deciding if it's too scary to stay or go further or whatever.
Killing spree.
Ah, almost. Okay, I think that's good for that one. The main thing is like redirecting where you farm. Like even if you do the same item build, changing where you farm will be better for your team. And then if you do a different item build, it'll be easier to make plays, but you will have to join the team because a lot of that was AFK. But some of that is because you were limit testing the Ags, which requires AFK farming. So it's kind of unavoidable, which is why you should then at least steal it from the enemy. No problem. Rushing Ags is grief. I don't think it's the best build, but there's a lot of room in Dota. For example, the Mirana finished the Ags, jumped mid, and then killed the Bloodseeker. And if we put that on paper, like, hey, if your support could farm for, I think you finished it at like 16 minutes. It's like, hey, your support won't be that useful for 15 minutes, and then they will kill the carry and threaten that for the next 5 minutes. Is that full grief? You know, like, I think it's greedy. I agree with that, right? But, like, there is some value there. So personally, I wouldn't write off any, like, build right away. That's why I'm usually pretty open to, like, weird heroes, weird items. I think it's totally fair to think like, no, I think it's really bad. I think it's grief. I would understand that. But I guess everyone just has to like make the decision on that on their own. That Ags ended up pretty fast though, because the Viper had a bad game. Like the reality of it is Mirana was not as useful in the lane, so Viper had a bad game. But the enemy team also played really slow. Again, there's like a Crusader game, and so Mirana got away with it. I guess the point is, I wouldn't give up in grief over seeing a build like that, even if I don't think it's that good, and it won't work like going forward. It may work for the given game, since anything can work in any given game. But whether it will consistently work, not so much. Let's see. we're gonna do this one next. Oh, full 5 party. Okay, this one for Viper mid, the question was, how do I transition from being strong in the lane to ending the game? Now, we're not going to cover the whole, like, end of the game part, but at least transitioning from the lane somewhere around here into being useful in the game is the scope of today. So let's load into that and then jump ahead a little bit.
Dyer's band.
There was a bottle question earlier. Let me see. I have a question. How many runes do I need in the first 10-ish minutes to get value? I feel like I missed too many and would be better off with an extra bracer talisman instead. That is a good question. Let's just like quick maths. Because I guess we have to recalculate this because now they just changed some consumable values. So a bottle, 3 charges is going to be 330 health and 180 mana. Salve and tangos are a little bit more than that. Tangos are pretty close. So if we compare tangos to the bottle, that means health-wise, tangos... Like every bottle, full bottle, is 90 gold in terms of HP. To put a little bit more consideration, though, tangos are quite slow at 16 seconds, whereas the bottle is quite fast, 2.7 per charge. So I would up the value because if you wanted like that speed of consumable, you would need to compare more to the salve or even like fairy fires, like consuming it. So I would even bump it higher than the tango value. And also to keep things simple, let's just say 100 gold for a full bottle for health. For mana, 180 mana, this is our closest, 150 on the clarity, which is a little less. And this is now 60 gold. So then let's bump that up a little bit. Let's say like 70 gold worth of mana. So every full bottle is 170 gold. And yeah, for the consumable, like the fast nature of it, since you don't have to sit around forever with the tangos and the clarities and like, oh, I'm worried the clarity is going to get canceled. You know, the bottle's much faster. So I think, you know, a little bit more value. But we can put the rough value at a full bottle for 170 gold to 200. You know, if we want to keep it real simple, 200 gold per bottle refill. And the bottle is 675. I know your question was like in the lane, but it'll also extend. Like you're going to keep the bottle throughout the game. So the bottle will pay for itself, but getting it earlier is like the goal, right? To get these power runes, to get the full value. Some of the runes, I think the water runes only give like 2 charges. I actually can't remember if the bounty rune only gives 2 charges as well. So you could cut down the gold value a little bit for there. But long story short, 3 to 4 runes would do it, and then more than that would be better. And then the rune itself, which is hard to value. You know, like what gold value do you put on amplified damage, stuff like that. It's... I understand, like, not getting... Oh, sorry. Actually, that was the right game. I understand not getting the value and considering a different item, but I would also say... working on the habit to get the bottle is actually probably the better long-term solution to your improvement at the game. Like staying aware of the time is a very useful skill in many different ways, not just the runes, for stacking, for major objectives, all that. I would push yourself to like keep doing it and try to remember to get the bottle. Water and bounty are 2 charges. Okay, thank you guys. When did clarity go up? Just recently, 7.4. The tariffs just hit the clarities. They were from out of the country. Okay, let's jump ahead a little bit further back. Actually, that was a little bit too ahead. Okay, so doing pretty well in terms of last hits. This build has a little bit more farming focus to start, I feel, and then you go into fighting. Though I guess you could also fight a little sooner. Was it Ags? I thought people still did Boots of Travels. Maybe I'm crazy.
Dire structures
If you do
fortified.
like Thompson's build. Maybe they don't.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe do more tank. I'm seeing some people do it, and you could probably get away with it for a pub. Okay, so sorry for you. I was just double checking that build. Okay, so lane's going well. If you do want to like rush to this Ags and you're just gonna focus on your farm because you don't think the side lane plays are gonna work out that well, shove the lane and then jungle this stuff, and then if you get a good rune, you can rotate. You actually come here for the 6-minute rune, and it ends up being a haste. So right away, could make a play. You know, quick check. Actually, TP, kill this guy, haste back. That could be very doable. Down here, Slark looks too low. This guy's too healthy, so not that interested in top. You don't have to use this right away. We can save it for a little bit. And it looks like we come back mid, deal with a little bit more creep waves. But this is one way to take this early impact Viper laning and affect side lanes. Especially because you have your ultimate, right? So you're doing great. These guys are not. But you show up, this guy blinks away, you just run him down with a haste, kill him. Her, I guess in this case, anti-mage, drops a little bit of money, doesn't farm for a bit, so really just stays at this net worth until they respawn, and then that gives your centaur like 30 seconds, he catches up by like 200 gold. So we're taking your strength into the side lanes. The haste is a great rune to do that. You're trying to take this mid tower, which I'm open to, though I would move your camera up, I was about to say. Can't quite see a lot from where you were looking at. This one, we're close to the tower, I get that, but this is a pretty far back dive. Hey, your Slark could really use some help. I think this is worth showing up for and helping them out, get a kill, put the fear in them.
The Dire weren't partial to that mid tower.
Oh, raided. Sorry, I totally...
Radiant's
I'm so bad about I like zone out the noises a little bit sometimes. None Hustler, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome. We're doing replay analyses for Dota. It's free if you'd like to join in once. Oh wait, we have one. I have one guaranteed one I gotta do. And then after that, we'll probably do a couple more random replays, focusing on the early game this time. If you'd like to join in, if you play Dota, stick around, welcome.
trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm Zach, by the way. I forgot. I never do. I'm so bad at raids, guys. I'm so bad at it. Welcome everybody to the stream, my unpronounceable ZQuixotix stream.
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
No worries, I'm the same way. I'm glad it's not just me. I get so focused, I start tuning out all the noises, the raids and everything. Well, I hope you had a good stream. Thank you so much for raiding in. Welcome all. While I looked away, I see we're still jungling. Notice you don't have enough mana to like, oh, that, you know, if that lands, that's a free kill. I know we got to be worried about that, but while you jungle, make sure you buy some clarities to keep the mana high up enough.
Radiant's mid tower's getting beat down.
I know he mentioned coming to the side lanes, but we do want to balance showing up to the side lanes and then also being in mid for the runes. Pretty good, get the kills. Oh no, the Earthshaker. Damn, the walking echo.
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days.
Still doing pretty well though. This is the downside of this build, is that it's harder to like show up to stuff easily. Like we feel conflicted about, should I finish it or should I move on?
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Radiant's bottom
When should I buy
tower's seen
clarities
better
and
bottom
salves?
tower.
Salves you kind of stop. Salves are mostly for the laning stage, and you will sometimes see people do it later. If you're trying to play super, super fast, I would not worry about that for where you're at right now. Clarities are kind of swapped. Buying them at the start of the lane is usually not great because you have to stay out of the lane to get the clarity value. If you go into the lane, people hit you and then you've lost your money. But by being out of the lane, you lose creeps and stuff. So clarities are not usually worth it during the laning stage itself, except for like roaming heroes who like move between lanes and in that time they can clarity. And then after that, you notice all these periods where as you start to get below, let's say 2/3 mana, half mana, or it depends on the hero. For you, okay, I need 100 mana to Viper Strike. I need 70 to use Nether Toxin. And if it's if the fight goes for 14 seconds or longer, I might need 2 Nether Toxins. So I need 240 mana. And then if I teleport, I'm going to need 75 mana. So then you kind of add all that up. And I want to have that amount of mana in case a fight breaks out and I can show up and use all my abilities. So depending on your hero, kind of calculate that amount. And as you get close to that, you don't want to wait till you're there and then buy the clarity because there's downtime of like the clarity has to get to you and then you got to use it, right? So you get to about 400 mana, let's say in this case, and you go, I'm probably going to need the clarity. I still plan to farm more. I know I'm going to use more Nether Toxins, but I know I need to keep my mana high enough. Buy the clarity, have it come to you. The clarity did get more expensive. It's 60 gold now, but it will still give you 150 mana, which is for you 2 casts of Nether Toxin. And even if you're not being like super efficient, multi-jungling, stacks, whatever, the lowest net worth camp is a small camp, which will give you 60 gold for your Nether Toxin. So as long as you farm 1 extra camp with the Nether Toxin, the clarity has paid for itself and you've gotten XP. And then, of course, if you do any like min-max stuff, you might get even more than that. So post lane, clarities are pretty goated. Feel free to buy a lot. But buy like 1 at a time. Don't buy like 5. That doesn't make sense. Buy 1, use it, see how it goes. You get a regen rune, great. Stuff like that.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
All right, where are we?
Mega kill.
Radiant's mid towers coming.
This is why I think some people still do the boot to travel, even with this like Topson build, so you can like farm and show up to stuff a little better.
Radiant's top towers taking hits. Radiant's gone and fortified their structure. Guess what's
Alternatively, it's not just on you. You are partied here.
towers getting Radiant's top
You're the strongest hero, and it should go both ways. Like, they should play with you,
use a little help.
and you should play with them.
Radiant's top towers hurting.
But it should be like together as an effort. For example, you're looking at this Dragon Knight, but would I rather you solo that Dragon Knight or get one of these poor suckers involved so that they can get some assist gold? And it'll be easier for you because rather than having to 100 to 0 them, this guy will stun for you. This guy will like leash to cancel TPs, right? A little bonus damage from Ancient Apparition. Nightmare setup so that you can TP in and show up.
So there's a bit of synergy. This is where like smokes help a lot, stuff like that. This is a great play from your team. They tried to go for a wisdom steal, which is actually pretty good. You guys get a kill. So what are we gonna do? If anyone on our team jungles, it has to be Slark. Because Slark can make the best case for it. He's the carry. He is behind. He should be doing the most defensive max jungle farm. Everybody else on your team better go to the enemy's half of the map. Or at least spend the time like sprinting to another lane, like to the mid lane. Because when you get this many kills, you want to do things. And because you guys are behind, taking the tower would be great. So 4 of you go take the tower. I don't even hate if Slark joins, but if Slark just wants to jungle his way mid to deal with this, that would be okay. I forgot you guys were... There we go. All right. 3 of us went. Pretty good. And then we hopefully take this tower. They may come to defend, but they used abilities for the fight, so actually you guys should be good here. Okay, critique to the Slark though. So I mentioned going mid. I don't want any of you... I want you guys to take this tower, right? So if one of you feels the need to teleport mid, now you're not taking the tower. Slark, we said, okay, he doesn't need to go to the tower. So Slark needs to deal with this bullshit. He needs to deal with like the waves coming in and all that. So Slark should move this way with the farming pattern, and also Slark should not skip boots. Side note, if Slark actually jungles this stuff, it actually ends up funnier for your team, because when you guys are done and you're looking for farm to scatter, right, falling back is one of the natural moves to make, and then you're like, what the, Slark's here, right? So now they have to go this way, and then we've already lost a full creep wave at this point. Usually stream Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and then depending if I'm doing videos or not, Tuesdays and Thursdays. But they have mostly been video days lately. Mondays and Wednesdays are the replay analysis days for anyone interested. You guys are free to drop by and join. Hey, October! I didn't know you were here. What are you up to? Oh, what happened? Smoke? Get him! Alright, I was a little scared when he echoed you, but isn't this much easier than having to do this on your own? Right? Having like someone to stun for you, Nightmare. Whoa, 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 where you go? Whoa, 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 Viper! Come back! The team's still in! The team is still in! Alright, some miscommunication there. I think you guys are on separate pages. It happens. Maybe you got scared and you were thinking of getting out. I think you're strong as heck though. So I guess that's part of playing, is to like learn your limits. It's easier to learn the limits if you go too hard than it is to be overly passive. So I think it's totally okay to feed a little bit as the learning process. It may cost you a couple games, but in the long term, it'll be to your benefit to know, hey, I may be low, but they'd already used a lot of their ultimates, right? The reason you got low, Echo, Snapfire ult came in. This guy had used the Mana Void, right? They went through the abilities and you were still chugging. So now it has to come down to right clicks to finish you off, or for like some lower cooldown spells in the ultimates, that's true. But that's where you are king with this build, right? You are slowing people with nosedive and whatever bullshit. Their attack speed is worse. You have extra magic resistance. Like when it comes down to those final moments, Viper bops. And that's where we gotta be. We gotta be brave. Frogging it up. Nice. Nice, October.
I'll take that.
Had a lot of pauses here. Okay, let's go a little further, and then let's do the game I've got to do as part of guaranteed donation. Thank you so much. We'll do that one, and then we'll do maybe 1 or 2 more random ones for everybody.
Oh, I'm so sorry. First round. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I totally missed it. Again, zoning out the noises. My bad. My bad. Thank you. If you're skipping, I mean, you're going Boot to Travel now. I would either get it before the Ags or after. I feel like if you're doing Dragonlance is like a fighting item. I can now attack from further, which makes it easier to take towers. It makes it easier to do the fights. This is, I'm ready to fight. And then this is, okay, but actually I'm still farming and I will sometimes show up to fights. So I feel it's swapped. I think it's okay to do the bots as part of like split push, but still show up to stuff, but do it right after the Ags and use that extra farm speed to get back to your fighting items and then like fight. I think if you do Dragonlance, just continue to go aggressive items, whatever you think you need. Yeah, no problem. We met at Raleigh playing Mafia. Oh, nice. Okay, there were a couple different people I met there, but I mostly remember that. That's cool. I am glad we got to meet. The Mafia games are fun. Look away in the fight. Every time I look away, your fight breaks out. The rune, get it.
Radiant's mid-tower's coming apart.
Next to Crit and Bulba. I think I remember this.
Double kill.
I'm sometimes bad with names and faces, but I kind of remember. Anyways, I'm glad to meet. I'm sorry I'm terrible with names and faces. That's totally on me. But also thank you for dropping by the stream as well. I'm glad I was able to do a replay, help out a little. Teamwork. Let's see this and then we'll move on. Get him. Get him. Get him. Oh, you're destroying them.
Double kill.
Destroying. Amazing. All right, send it. Go. Supports on your team, they can do the deep warding. You guys should all push up. Just need to make sure you can't get picked off by anti-mage. So you TP back. I mean, technically you have Boots of Travel, so you could be the guy to do this. And I'm sort of okay with that. At the same time, the hero who probably has the most strength to move into the enemy half of the map, steal their farm, you know, if you run into anti-mage, kill him, it would have been you. So, because the Boots of Travels are on the way, I think I'm okay with you going over. Without the Boots of Travels, you should definitely stay here, deal with this for your team, and then fall back. And you can let one of these guys go. Very generous of you, you know, but like, supports can hold this, all that. They need money too. Slark could go. If he doesn't want to split push on his own, he could hand over. Okay, this is, oops, Sport Legend, and then, let's see, what time are we at? Did we do a Legend game today? Oh, we had one earlier, right. Hello, Hef. Oh, he knew his name. He turned around and said hi. All right, back to his napping spot.
Dyer's ban.
Okay, for this one. Trying out Dazzle. Feel like I'm pushing at the wrong times and choosing the wrong targets. Not sure how to best save my carry. And then you used to crush your lanes, but you feel like you've fallen off in Legend Bracket for some reason. All right. We're kind of skipping over the laning stage this time around. For you in this lane, who are you against? Kunkka? Kunkka and AA. You have a Wind Ranger. You might be able to get some good harassing with Poison Touch. I don't expect you to crush this lane. I feel like Wind Ranger will get what she needs, though. So if this lane doesn't go, you know, like stomp, I think that's fine for what this is. As long as Wind Ranger's getting farm, I would feel okay. And as we, like, jump around a bit, looks like it's not too bad. It's like, yeah, we could maybe do a little better, but it's close. And if we took a deeper dive, we could maybe figure that out. But we're trying to focus on the early game this time. So let's go from here. How do we enable Wind Ranger from here? I see you have your Observer, so if you place it somewhere as you head out, that'd be great. Notice where Wind Ranger is. Her spot is, like, pretty good. She's a ranged hero, so she can... Kunkka's pushing this in. She'll be able to poke. She could do her own pull, I would say, except it was blocked. But before you left, you actually checked, you unblocked it, so then hopefully it spawns at 6 minutes, so she kind of chills and then could do the, like, 6:17 pull if it... unless it gets blocked again, like in this next 11 seconds. So I actually think this could have been an okay time for you to, like, head on out, drop the Observer Ward, and then go for the rune. For Legend, I would say it's in that realm where it's pretty good to do if you can. Kind of shoving in the... your Poison Touch hit the wave, and then Wind Ranger also power shot the wave. So it's kind of like killing the equilibrium. And then she ended up getting hit by a bunch of stuff.
Radiant's toughened up their structures.
Saving up for boots. If you could also get... So the problem with, like, saving for boots is I'm not really much of a hero right now. I know this is really tempting, but I think Clarity and Smoke and then Observer Sentries as needed would be pretty good right now. So that you can go to the 8-minute rune, be regenning with the Clarity, like if we buy it a little sooner. And then if you get a good rune, you can bring the Queen of Pain around. Although it looks like she's pretty low. But that means it could also save her game, right? Like, shield rune, dive, kill Marcy. Regen rune, you've just, like, saved the mid lane. Maybe she just backpacks it, uses it later. That would also be, like, okay. Here she is. So this was kind of on her own free will. If we had helped a little bit, it may have, like, we can guarantee it happens more consistently if you're involved.
All right, carry on.
Unfortunately, she did get killed. I think she was low from earlier. You are doing Nothal Boon. 2 points in Poison Touch is fine in the lane. If you think you're, like, crushing the lane, I'm okay with going more. This does feel kind of close, so I think it's time to move away from this. 1 point is enough. You'll still get the Hex with the Nothal projection, so you don't need more points, because you really just need the initial Hex to have some crowd control, some, like, channel cancels. It doesn't really need to be more powerful. And then you start going Shadow Wave instead to keep people alive. I suppose with this game, with an Ancient Apparition, if you wanted to do Grave or, like, all in on Poison Touch, I guess I'm open to that. Though I think you should do Poison Bloom in that case rather than Nothal Boon. I think this game I would personally still do Shadow Wave and then just try to use it before and after the Ancient Apparition ult. Like, you have more freedom. Yours is just a regular ability. A million pauses. Well, I guess Marcy never came back. Feels like I'm over-focusing my lane a lot. I know what you mean, but also, you know, the lane's important. Don't feel too bad about spending a lot of time on it. It's it never hurts to be better at laning. But knowing when to leave the lane is also part of it. And we're kind of seeing we aren't doing a ton for Wind Ranger. I know she is not the fastest farmer. Like, if we ditch this lane, her ability to jungle is not the greatest. However, if you want to change that and you're like, I think we really need kills to speed her up, I need one of these guys to come along. So that it's going to have to be some give and take, right? Like, I help mid, so mid can now come top. And then we can maybe do something. Otherwise, we just have to, like, just bite the bullet on it, farm inefficiently for a bit, but maybe we can kill Ursa, because I think we have, like, good heroes down here, or, you know, whatever play you want to make instead. This is closer than I thought, actually. An attempt for Kunkka's life. It's pretty close.
Dyer's mid tower.
Goodbye.
Double kill.
Damn. I think that could have worked if the power shots connect, but some have been missing, so unlucky.
Dyer's top tower. Radiant's mid tower. Dyer's top tower's getting beat down.
Okay, we're running into the same situation as a lot of replays we cover, which is that we are now top for a very long time. And people keep coming here, which means Wind Ranger's farm is not really speeding up, and Ursa's is. Right? Here's another rotation top. Here comes the sniper. If it happens every now and then, it's sort of okay, but you will lose your carry in plays like this, and now they're not farming, so Ursa will continue to do very well. So at some point, we need to cut it. I see you, like, TP back instantly. Just walk bottom. If you're needed top, then you can TP in. I will say it's a little funny that everybody left, and someone on your team probably should have stayed top. Till I was like, how do we, you know, rotate that many heroes, and then it's still being shoved in by Kunkka. So maybe you would have been needed up here anyways. But maybe you wouldn't, right? Like, I didn't know Marcy was going to show again. I didn't know Kunkka was going to push this. So I think if you walk bottom and then you see it happen, you can still TP top, and it's okay. Ah, so close. You know who's farming, though? This guy. He's having a great time. His farming pattern's not that efficient, but
Dyer best do something about that bottom tower.
okay. Some like tip/reminders to get you feeling like, let me get out of here. Small pulling after the 5-minute mark should feel kind of bad, because at the start of the game, when we start with 600 net worth, and then we go to lane after some bounties, and we're like 800, right? A small can't pull, we're talking like 10% of your value. You know, two creeps get denied. That's like 10% of the enemy's value. Small pulls, very worth it. At this point, as we look at some of the net worths, right? The value of a small pull is plummeting. In terms of equilibrium, it could still be useful, but we're also at the point where I kind of mentioned, to speed up your farm and to have time to do other stuff, you're actually like shoving the lane, jungle, shove the lane, jungle, stuff like that. So small pulling should be, there will be times to do it post the 5 minutes, but you should almost always be looking for something else to do. And this is one of those instances. This tower is gone. Okay, like, I really need to get to this Ursa. Queen of Pain, I think maybe she's doing okay. You know, you think she's got the Dagon. Like, let me play around her. Sonic Wave almost up. Maybe we're doing this a little bit too soon. Maybe if I'm here, though, 1 extra Hex makes this kill a little bit easier. Okay, Centaur also doing well. People can self-report, like, who thinks, like, hey, I'm strong, be with me, whatever. But those are the people I want to go with. You should have actually hexed her there. Still overall okay, although it looks like it's still going. It's starting to backfire. So right here, feel free to use it earlier. Where are we? Here we are. So this position is much easier for you to fight than where it ended up being. This is a pretty low cooldown. Feel free to just chuck it out. And then you would get the Hex. And now we're like too close. We're the save hero who's like, you know, too far in, which is why this backfires. If you do it earlier, she might still get away, but that's okay. You won't die for it. And then you see, you know, like, okay, we killed her, great. We didn't get her, we still did a lot of damage. She's still gonna have to go home. My ult's only 70 seconds. I don't mind that much. Oh, who's that? Thank you. Not really sure what the main uses of the ult are. I'm still OG Dazzle ult. Yeah, I agree. The new one feels weird. In these early plays, if your team doesn't have a lot of crowd control, feel free to just use it for the Hex and the damage. If they have ways to silence you and prevent you from saving, then you have to just like sit at the edge and then Nothel projection in, grave save, and then try to turn the fight with like the Hex and the heals after that. That's why Hex duration it's a flat value. That's why once this is not super useful in the lane, you don't need to get more points in it because it doesn't improve Hex value, which is where these early fights will go more than like the poison touch damage, which is not bad, but you also get damage from when like Shadow Wave hits multiple targets. So it's not like you're only choosing. This has more limited uses than this, which is why as soon as you can level this kind of griefs you in the lane. So like you use this to win the lane, and then you start to go towards this once this can't win you the lane anymore. Himalayan Salt Block, thank you so much. Behind the patch, is Core Wind Ranger good again? OG made a really good case for it at Dream League, and that kind of brought it back. People are playing it again. It is not as busted as it was before. I think it's still a little bit of a specialty thing where you kind of have to know what you're doing with it and have a plan for it. But to some degree, it's always been useful in pub games, you know, like the focus fire damage and all that. Ooh, careful. Gonna reveal like smokes are going on if you smoke people next to them. In that case, just like hang at the edge. This is a little funny to look for something because they just won the fight here and then they backed off. You might actually be running into a lot of heroes. This is a bit scary. Got the kill anyways. That kind of stuff, feel free to like ult and use it for the Hex if you think it'll help you get the kill on a core hero.
Looking fortified.
Yeah, that's good. Used it behind the tree. Got a support kill. Oh no! Wow, wow, what did he do?
Dyer's top tower. You know the drill.
Okay, be careful of this. All right, so let me actually switch to this creep. So I know it's hard to know the exact night and day visions of stuff, but after winning a fight like that, and you have wards, right? So we've been saying today, we need to look for opportunities to go place wards. This is a pretty good one, where it wasn't the smoothest, and I am kind of scared of Ursa, but if I want to think about warding, I could start thinking about it. I got to make sure I don't show in the wave though. So make sure you wait for this range creep to die and then try, this is kind of advanced, but if you can pay attention to where creeps are, that'll help you, right? Where like, you can look at your side and it usually mirrors, although when it gets to stuff like this, that's when it gets weird because your creeps have stopped to fight these guys and you may not be sure where their creeps are. But as a support player, you should also roughly know that it's around, like, when do I do small pulls? I know where the creeps are, you know, roughly. So here's where you can maybe take a rounder path if you want to go right away and then play a deep ward somewhere down here. But once we show, it becomes a little bit more obvious if we're doing something. And if we think about, did you really need to show in that creep wave, or could Centaur do it? Centaur could do it. So you didn't even need to show yourself in that creep wave. If we're playing aggressively and we're a save hero, you should almost never show yourself if possible, unless you know what they're doing. So you need more information to decide. You should be target number one, always. They should always want to kill you first. So if you show yourself in a creep wave next to Centaur, who are they going to kill? They're going to kill you, and then they'll kill Centaur. So anytime you do this kind of aggressive stuff, you need to stay out of sight so that they have to second guess themselves. I want to kill Centaur, and I think we can kill Centaur, but what if Dazzle's behind him? Then we're going to waste a lot of our time, and then he's going to get away, or they might kill us. So now I don't feel good. Oh, I want Wind Ranger. Oh, but what if Dazzle's actually behind Wind Ranger, and we commit on Wind Ranger, and then Dazzle just saves her? Then that's a waste of our time. She's going to wind run out of there, right? So you being out of sight protects multiple teammates at once. And then as soon as you show yourself on a creep wave, they go, oh, okay, just kill her. No big deal. She can't be saved. Get her. How can we submit a replay for you to review? After this one, and actually, why don't we just start? So, nobody else donate for today. I saw one other person do it, but I did say we would do some random raffles. So submit your games, post your questions. We're focusing on the early game today. We'll do one more random one, and then we'll get to the other one that got donated, and then I'm probably going to stop after that. We are pushing into dinner time and all that, and I'm getting tired of talking. So, although I appreciate the support, please no one else donate for a replay because I'm not going to be able to do it today. Otherwise, on most Mondays, Wednesdays, we just do the replays like that. If people donate, I do them guaranteed. Otherwise, I just pick them randomly from the chat. And we do a handful. We're at like 12 to 15 today, I think. So we churn through them. I don't know if we're going to stream this Wednesday, actually, though. I haven't decided. Remains to be seen. Slightly preemptive on the grave, but I understand getting scared, and you know that's part of playing Dazzle.
Double kill.
Kunkka is a little bursty, but it's telegraphed by X, and then like you see this stuff coming in. Witch Doctor, he's bursty, but also you see it coming, right? Like the Maledict lands, then the Death Ward comes in. So like those, I have time to react to. This particular game, the scariest is Ursa jumping in and like deleting someone, and then Marcy doing the exact same thing with her ultimate. So these two are the burst heroes that are the most worrisome of will I react to grave in time. So when you go into this and then you like instant grave, this is just a matter of experience speaking. If you kind of categorize this in your head ahead of time, it becomes easier. Because I don't see Ursa and Marcy, I have time to see the damage come in and then grave. If I see them and they're like literally about to blink Queen of Pain, or even then I think you would have time to react because we're early enough. But sometimes, you know what I mean? Like Sven, Sven jumps in and just like they're gone in half a second. Then that one you kind of do need to do more preemptively. I think at this point you have time to wait to see these heroes come in, and then you can grave. Again, totally understand being uncertain in a fight, so you just like do it. That's fine. But like this is where you would technically grave. And you see how much time I have to react, because I know she can't get burst until she starts getting lower, and then I go, I mean, she could be burst now. Like if she jumps from a tree and then Earth shocks and they both hit her, I might not react in time to that. So now let me grave. It's a little nitpicky, but it does matter when playing versus Ancient Apparition. It's a game of chicken on who goes first. Because if this guy Ice Blasts early and your teammate just backs out, you can just grave at the end and save him. But if you grave too early, then this guy will just wait for grave or hit your grave target and then get the kill. So it's stressful in the fight to try to like figure that out, but that is part of it, of doing this.
Radiant's top tower's hurting. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's mid tower's getting the what for?
Translucent blue jellyfish. I'm good to hear. As I make that, sometimes I'm like, I wonder who will try stuff. Good to hear it's already been given a go. Did you win the game? You guys tried the Winter Wyvern. Did it work? Sounds like it went well. What's the deal with Dazzle versus AA? Unless a mechanic changed, it should save you. Let me just double check. Sometimes this stuff changes and you miss it.
Take a care when my shadow falls upon the foe. From shadow to shadow.
Better get ready.
Let's make our lives easier, level this up. Yeah, Grave will save you, but Ice Blast lasts a lot longer. So you gotta wait towards the end of the Ice Blast and then use the Grave. Which is why versus Ancient Apparition, you can make the argument to max Grave ahead of time. I would do it second at latest, but you can maybe do like a couple points, like some of this in the lane, couple points of this, and then you end up maxing Shallow Grave first. I think you can make that argument. I also think it's okay to just like use 1 point in it and then still max Shadow Wave, because it's still useful every time the ult is down and useful on anyone not affected by the ult. And then after this, max this one, which is a normal build anyways. And Glimmer. Glimmer can be a good item. Glimmer is a good item, I should say. Glimmer is a good item versus Ancient Apparition for this very reason. Because you can't heal, but you can give barriers. So you barrier up whoever's been Ice Blasted, and then hopefully heal them after that.
Thank you. What?
My last Prime sub that I'll ever have.
And it's me, Shrimp Gripper. Thank you. Thank you for choosing ZQuixotix for your choice of Twitch channel entertainment of the year. Thank you. We appreciate your... What did the airlines say? I'm already blanking on the rest of it. Thank you for your patronage. Enjoy the holidays. Thank you, though. Thank you. Oh, wait, wrong rank. Archon. And if you apply now for the airline credit card, you'll also get 50,000 miles for free. Okay, we're gonna do this one, and then we have one more to do after that, and we'll probably stop for today after this. Oh, always forget to download for whatever reason. And if you didn't get one of your games reviewed, you guys know how it goes. Most Mondays and Wednesdays we do this. Still undecided on this upcoming Wednesday, so don't hold me to that one. But the future Mondays and Wednesdays should be good. Did you watch Dream League finals? What do you think happened to Spirit? I did not expect them to get dumpstered like that. I think it was a bit of like both. You know, Spirit did feel a little below what they usually are, and Yandex felt like they were really on top of it. Like even if Spirit had been in full form, I think Yandex would have given them a run for their money. So full credit to them. Game 2 was kind of whack though. Game 2 was kind of messy. I don't know. It's actually not that strange because Spirit does play. They are a little hit or miss sometimes. And I think without being in the environment, you just don't know what the actual cause is. But that is a team where it's like, I don't know. Sometimes they feel very subpar, and then other times you're like, damn, best team in the world. And you never know what you're going to get game from game. And that's why it's so scary. So scary. Okay, this one is a mid tinker.
This one is indubitably in the bag.
And you're on a losing streak, so interested to know what you're getting wrong. Okay. We had another tinker game earlier today, though. It was very different circumstances. Mid tinker, got to work on your lane, and then just work on good timing. So this one actually panned out, but I was gonna tell you, you're taking some serious risks. So yeah, the enemy team doesn't know, but you know that you're on your own, and you're like standing here, you're standing here. If they ran forward, now whether they're gonna do this in a pub game, yes, I don't know. But let's say the mid ward's already down and they saw you here or here, and they had a smoke, maybe they don't have a smoke. They just hit you with some slows and toss you back, you just feed first blood, like right away, you know? It's not really worth risking that. There's no real benefit to what you were doing. I mean, there's some benefit, but compared to the risk of griefing ourselves. And if you're playing Tinker, you want a very stable start. I like that. Laser into the last hit, pretty good. 4 last hits, doing great. We just don't want to grief ourselves is Tinker mid. Because your ramp up is crazy. That's what you play for. That like, you know, the early game, I don't need to go crazy. I just need to do what I need to do. I need to get my farm. Would this be worth? Thinking of this worth taken versus Silencer. Oh, don't mind me, Silencer. Getting maroons. Oh, I said I wasn't gonna do the laning stage. We skip ahead and he dies. What have we done to him? This was fine, and then you went to pressure him. Okay, but the question is, and I'm all for trying to outplay opponents, but I think the real question is, do I need to kill Silencer? And for you, you really don't. Like, this guy has no farming ability. All Silencer does as a mid laner is crush mid in terms of damage and harass and all that, and he's not doing it. So you are winning simply by continuing your own path. You don't need to kill him. You are already outpaced. You've already won, actually. Like, if this is a high-level matchup and I was looking at this, I'd be like, yeah, Tinker's done. Like, he's won the game. Or he's won the lane anyways. But you're trying to, like, push for more. And if you think you can, you know, I'm up for it. But I actually don't think you even need to take the risk and then, you know, potentially die and throw it away. You're on like an amazing pace to level 6 ahead of this guy, and then you're gonna farm like 4 times faster than him. But you do some like aggressive movement here, and then it, you know it, yeah, right? Like, whoops. The thing with Tinker mid, I don't know if this is what you've been playing and you've been on the losing streak, you're not allowed very many mistakes on Tinker. These heroes who have explosive farm rates have kind of a strict game plan, and if you break it, it's more punishing than other heroes, because either A, you were snowballing and then you die, you're actually worth so much money and so much XP that your deaths are worth more. On the other hand, if you die before reaching that point, you are delaying, you know, the exponential thing we're talking about. Every time you die before you can exponentially explode, you push it further back, which also slows down your time. Most of these explosive heroes can be dealt with, you know, like Tinker with blinks, nullifiers, initiations. Like, you can find Tinker and kill Tinker. Alchemist, you know, you get some anti-heal, you naturally outscale the guy. These explosive heroes do lose over time. So it's really important to just have safe, stable starts. And the few deaths is like, well, you know, you can die on Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, but it is more painful on a hero like Tinker. Unlucky on the rune. You don't really care about the rune that much, but stopping Silencer from getting, I appreciate. I do think just like shove this in jungle though. This is a little late. So like this, you're jungling here. You farm, boom. Oh shit. They've got you, right? This is actually a little late for a warning system for you jungling this stuff. You actually want this like more at the edge to see them over here, and then you know. Like here plus Watcher, and then you'll like mid heroes coming this way, and then heroes coming this way, you're good to go.
Radiant's bottom towers seen better days. Dire's mid tower could use a little help. Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
I kind of missed what was happening. I didn't see what you did the last few minutes because I was just trying to read the chat. Saw more talk about Spirit. I would be, so I get it. Laurel did kind of have a rough time. I think that's not that strange. Like, if you think about your own games of Dota, sometimes you go on a losing streak, you know, like we're watching. From game to game, day to day, sometimes we play really different. Being a pro, you obviously try to be more consistent, but it's not like you're not human. Like, you go through the same stuff, and then there's 5 of you on the team, so like if anyone's going through it, it's rough. That's why I think it's incredibly impressive when a team can consistently be good, but then people be like, "Wah, I'm sick of gaming gladiators winning every tournament. This is boring." But actually, that's crazy to be able to win like 3 different tournaments back to back to back. Is really impressive for a pro team, in my opinion, or, you know, whatever team you're talking about at any given moment. It's actually not that strange to go like do well, do poorly. Oh, we had 3 good days. Then I had a bad day. Like, if you ever just look at your own Dota games, you're like, oh yeah, I do that too. It's just a human element for a complicated game. And then maybe you slept poorly. Maybe you got a stomach ache. Maybe you're in a bad mood today. Maybe you're just a little off. Maybe you're a little tilted.
Pretty sight right now.
You're taking a lot of risk being in the machines reach pretty far, and you're like clearing it in the low ground, so you have less safety. You can kill this creep wave from like back here Just like march at an angle, do it twice, get out.
Brewing at Radiant's bottom
You'll take less risk. They didn't kill you there yet, but I would just, you know,
against bottom tower.
they might get you in another game on that. Oops, had to walk in a little more before using this one. Almost. Don't steal my stuff.
The Dire might want to mine the top tower.
Okay. We need you to get to blink, so I'm just gonna speed forward a bit. This is about what I'd expect from a Tinker mid up to this point. You see a little bit what I'm talking about, right? You had a little bit more danger because you ran in, but you can really clear it from back here. Honestly, you don't even need to go here to clear it. You can wait for it to come to your tower. You can miss a couple of creeps, but like if you go to another camp or something in the meantime, it'll be a little safer and you'll still get a lot of farm. You know, this stuff, it's like, this is the timing, 0 risk until that moment. So like, do I really need this tier 2 tower, tier 1? Or do I need this blink dagger? There's no reason to walk up and take these little risks. You know, we're still here, but there's like 3 other heroes here, so it's scary. In the meantime, you could have just come over here, jungle, TB here, stack, TB home, TB out, clear this, repeat. Or Shaman was doing it. So you jungle here, you TB home, TB back, this lane is pushing at that point, you pick up 2 creeps there. But 0 risk, and you picked up these 2 camps from earlier, which is net gain. All right, now we can start looking around the map to make plays. So Wind Ranger and Shadow Shaman in particular should look for things. I guess behind the Huskar, kind of a weird draft. Yeah, I feel like I keep seeing you TP into the most dangerous part and then stepping forward. See how your machines go like all the way back here? So you're overshooting. The difference from here to like here. It seems minor, but it's a pretty big deal. It's the difference between abilities that can reach from like high ground to low ground, blink dagger, stuff like that. I thought you TP'd in there. Did you make crazy? Oh, maybe you were just TPing home. Where are we going? Where are we going? This is so scary. Dawnbreaker ult. Now maybe we don't know the cooldown of. Can we be killed? We can so be killed. I don't need to solo kill this silencer. This is so scary. This is so scary.
Killing spree.
It was very scary. Regen rune, keep me alive, please. So this is second death. You're actually doing pretty well, but like this second death is also very painful. And these are 2 deaths that actually never even needed to happen. And I think you're missing the mark a little bit on Tinker, which is like you're trying to be too helpful. Different heroes are helpful. Tinker, you must commit. You must. I jungle. I farm. I don't show up right away. I come very late, and then I clean up kills, right? You have to be more of an asshole to play Tinker. You gotta be there for number 1. It's me, baby. You know.
Might want to mine the top tower.
Trying to be too active too soon will backfire. Saving teammates, great idea, but of course, risk to it. These early deaths hurt a lot. For just to like bring my math example earlier, let's say like a normal hero can get 500 to 600 GPM right now, but Tinker can get 1,000, you know? That just means when you're dead for a minute, you lose more gold, which means we miss the window on like the Ags finishes so early before they have, you know, any BKBs and blinks and things to get to me. Like every time we delay it, it becomes a harder Tinker game.
Double kill.
The Radiant's courier didn't make it.
Okay. With that,
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
I think we move on to our last one.
Dyer's bottom tower's getting the business.
Just a quick look over here.
Their structure. Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, a little bit more focus on your own farm. As soon as you're 6, double jungle camps are worth a full creep wave. So anytime you're deciding where to go, put that in mind, right? Like mid has the most risk. Your own tier 2 back here, there's very little risk. Very little risk over here. Some risk here, right? So you don't need to like TP here to deal with the creep wave right here. You can be jungling this other stuff, waiting for the creep wave to get closer, and then you like TP back here, TP in the trees, couple machines already TPing to the next spot, and then you're just a little bit more efficient, which does matter because it, you know, you're an exponential hero.
Double kill.
Okay, the last one, like we said. And this one was... I'm going to assume Lone Druid carry since it's unranked. I don't really know there's going to be much to look at this game, to be honest, because as I look at these stats, I mean, this seems like a pretty heavy snowball. I'm not sure there's a bunch for you to learn from this, but we can take a quick look. No problem. Happy to help. I guess we could ban for that. I don't usually care like what people say since that's like a more attention-based thing. And they just leave before I even have a chance to ban. It's a weird thing to come in and just drop. That's a bizarro comment for sure.
30 seconds to go.
Lone Druid. Let's jump ahead. Lone Druid's actually another. We were just talking about Tinker being kind of an exponential hero. Lone Druid also a hero that you can't really afford too many deaths. I am not fully sure on the build because Lone Druid just got through a massive rework. So I'm trying to decide what we'll even focus. I guess the early game we can still give advice on and stuff.
I feel for lone druid, you're just farming up to your item timing, which, yeah, I'm not sure what the best build will be for here, but it's usually 2-ish items. It was in the past. How did we end up in the jungle so early? Is this a jungle lone druid, or were we in the off lane and we gave up on the off lane? Where were you? I jumped too far ahead. Okay, we were maybe the off lane? Maybe we were position 4, and now we jungle, and Razor gets the lane. This was a party game, right? Razor being the random. Oh, we took the most bizarro build, and we made Razor deal with it. Bear Steel's pretty sick. Oh, the Wisdom Shrine, very nice. You just don't really have a playmaker. You kind of just have to walk at objectives like this and then take the tower, which, okay, we did. So deal with this creep wave. You can finish the tower, place a deep ward. I see you have one in your inventory. Luna TP'd back. Actually, if you can just do a second dive right away, amazing. Just run at the Luna, get a second kill. And then we jungle. You should place your observer while you're in there. I don't mind the jungling. I'm pretty open to the idea of the support lone druid, but I think you should, you would literally just be safer doing the same thing if the observer was already down. So spend some time doing that, and then you can feel a little bit safer stealing enemy farm. I'm not sure how much we're gonna have to talk about because there's a 4K lead at 11 minutes. You should send the bear in first, by the way. When you do this kind of dangerous stuff, send the bear. Not that I want the bear to die either, but the bear is worth less than the hero. So let it go forward. And then still, same idea. Observer, you know, here. It help keep you alive. When someone is coming over, you can get out of sight a little faster. And if you're gonna be back here jungling like this, definitely try to pay attention to the minimap. Minimap in time, because it's not like you're doing anything else. You're just like clicking creeps. So try to keep an eye on it, and that way you can stack them and farm a little more. Because if you're going out of your way to run all the way here to steal from the enemy, I want to max that time. I don't want to have to go somewhere else and then come back here. Damn. Razor, you're doing too well. We didn't get to do the drop bear surprise. Okay, show up mid, kind of wrap around, get the Kez. Okay. Still got this observer. Oh, God. After having this observer for like 4 minutes in the perfect place to put it, we end up sticking it right in the mid lane. Oh, we were in the place. Put it over there, man. You'll feel so much better about jungling on their half of the map. You know how to use your ultimate. That puts you above the lone druid carry I had the other day.
Double kill.
All right. This is quickly becoming an unranked stomp. Disaster. Disaster for them, I mean. For you, it's A-okay. But I don't know what feedback to give. What announcer was that for the killing spree? I think I have the Lena kill streak.
Killing spree.
Oh yeah, that's Lena.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Radiant's bottom tower seen better days. Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
No bear going home. I don't think you really need Radiance once you reach this point in a game. You could probably just go for a lot more early items and end it, but you can do the Radiance too. I think from here, honestly, you guys just do Roche and Tormentor and then you end the game. You may not know you have such a huge lead, so I guess you can kind of like still wait for certain item timings, like Ags on the Viper and all that. I think you should be getting the feeling by now, though, of how much of a stomp this is. And then, you know, if you're doing Radiance, sure, get the Radiance, get Tormentor, Roche. You'll have like a, at this rate, 20k lead, and then just end. I also want to take a look at the lone druid support. I don't know if it'll go like this. This seems like a little bit out of control game. But I do think it's interesting. And it got such a big rework. It might be like kind of wacky like that. Still a Largo guy first and foremost though. So we're still playing Largo, and then after a bit more time, we'll take a look at the other stuff.
Mid tower could use a little help. Dire's mid tower buildings technical difficulties.
I'm not a fan of the current Treant support.
Radiant's bottom tower and Radiant's bottom tower's done for.
I don't know what to do with it. I'm trying to think of a better build for it, because the issue is, so the lane is really good. The changes are good for the lane. Nature's Guise is online sooner. There's a bind on the Leech Seed. Living Armor level 1 scaling is really good. Then, post lane, not bad. Go around fights, do stuff. Once you get into like the full team fight territory, it becomes very strange. You can no longer sit at the edge of the fights using spells because Living Armor scaling value is not very good. And Leech Seed, you have to punch things. All you can do is throw Nature's Grasp at the edge. You can't easily go in and out of the fight with Nature's Guise anymore either, because at that point, it's still like a 30-second cooldown. So you can run through the trees, but you can't, like, you don't have the extra invis safety. So it's really strange. I think you have to have a build that allows you to run in and punch things and stay in, which has never really been Treant Protector's strength, because of his slow attack speed and his low armor. It's usually been better to like go in and out of the fights. So I've been trying to think about like what build tanks you up enough that you can be in there and that's useful. But it just doesn't feel that great, like in my mind. I'm not sure. The Aghanims is interesting. Feels more like a, I haven't seen the mid Treant. Offlane Treant I was more open to. His farming up to that is still a little slow. I thought about like, oh, what if the support you try to do the Ags build, but it is slow because you have to max Q and just like split push. I don't know. It feels very strange. Maybe the I feel like he is in the middle of two very interesting roles where support Treant is not just a sit in the back heal bot, and core Treant is viable, which it never really was, but he doesn't quite feel there. And I think this is where facets could make the difference.
I don't know exactly what they want to buff, but I think there can definitely be a core facet to make the off lane, possibly mid Trant, a thing, and then a facet to help his team fight element, or like give him a little bit more to do as a support, and then I think he's good. Okay. I had thought about Glimmer. Invis go in with guys, Glimmer out, Glimmer in, guys out. It could be interesting. It was never a great item for him because he already had the Invis. It was doable if it was a good Glimmer game, but it, you know, you'd prefer other items. But maybe it is. Maybe it's like pretty good now to be able to like run in and out. We can answer like random questions here at the end, but then I don't think we'll do another replay. I think we are gonna wrap up for today. Maybe Wednesday we'll do more, but I might also just take off Christmas Eve, in which case we'll be back for replays next Monday, like in a week. Any tips on laning as Largo? Your lane is not amazing, is what I have found. Certain combos make it easier, but you can use, you can like get by. And in particular, you need to use your auto attacks to be more impressive, because your spell damage is not that great. Your best case is the enemy buffs themselves, you dispel them, do damage, and regen yourself. That's like max value catchy lick. Most of the time, you don't get that. You're like dispelling yourself or your ally, which means you're not doing damage, but you are dispelling and like getting some heal. But your auto attacks are pretty strong. So you like hit someone, Q, or swap that. Hit them, Q, hit them, right? Your auto attacks do more than the spells. But of course, being a melee hero, you will get whittled down over time. And if they don't have dispels, you don't get healing from the catchy lick. So he feels really good in certain specific situations and then very like mediocre for the rest. But you really come online with the ultimate, so it's okay that your lane is weak, in my opinion, right? You're just trying to get by and then get through it. And then come online later. Have you done the math on Urn of Shadows? I don't remember. Did I say there was some math I wanted to do? I actually can't remember. If there was, I have forgotten to do it. But my current conclusion of Urn is that... Oh, I never did the double Urn, if that's what you mean. I kept playing Largo, and I never had a chance to double Urn. Realistically, I think the double Urn will be too memey. It's probably not worth it. Because Urn itself is worse. So you're just buying a worse item, but buying two of it. And there's very few heroes that there's not something else you want to solve with your items rather than two Urns. What it's really good for is when multiple people on your team buy Urn. I think that is really good. And I think that will take ages to catch on. I think a pro team will have to show it off if it's worth it. Where everyone just earns themselves and like enemies, and then it's cooking. If one person buys Urn, it's strictly a worse item than before. So it has to be multiple, and preferably not just your own buying two. I will probably at some point still buy two to try it, and I think Bounty Hunter will be my guy to give it a go. Maybe Mirana, but I haven't gotten around to it. Any games worth it in the winter sale? I haven't actually picked... I have so much of a backlog. I haven't really bought anything in the winter sale. I think Hades is on sale. If you haven't played Hades, that one's pretty good.
I am working on finishing that up right now myself. Seeing the carry get their ass kicked hurts. Yeah, it feels weird. I think you just have to, like, before it gets too bad, you gotta try to do as much as you can, because your extra damage in the start is your best bet. So, like, run in, take some good trades, and then slow down a little from there. How do you deal with the changes making guides and YouTube obsolete? Yeah, honestly, I don't do that much. I know there are people who... The thing is like, the Steam guides don't actually do anything for me. You know, there's like no monetary value from making a very well followed Steam guide until you have such a following that maybe people do sponsor for it. But I don't ever plan to reach that point for the Steam guides. So I don't really go through and constantly update it and write like extra info on it. I make the YouTube guides, people are free to show in and chat, and I like explain stuff there, and there's value there to me. Not to make this so much business, like I only do things for money, but also kinda, right? Like if it's my living, I kinda have to prioritize that stuff. So like the YouTube video, even as it goes out of date, at least had its initial value, and maybe there's even more value as there's a follow-up. But the Steam guide isn't really anything, at least that I see. If someone could explain to me, like, here's how you'll make money from this, I'd be willing to do it. And if I may be arrogant, I think I could write some really good Steam guides compared to, like, what else is out there. But I just don't see why I would for the amount of time. If I had a bunch of free time, I'd be happy to. But, like, to spend my time doing it and then updating it through patches is a lot to commit to, which I am not in. Peter, thank you. Yes, that is a great point. We may not stream again before Christmas. Even if we do, not everyone would show up. Everyone here, happy holidays, whatever you celebrate. I hope you have a good time, whatever you end up doing. And if you're like starting to tune out because we're just chilling here at the end, totally understand. But yeah, what kind of streamer am I? I forgot to wish everyone happy holidays and such. Thank you. Yeah, Conda might end up being in. I want to see what happens to Conda, but I don't know who will do it. I will try it on Skywrath. That's about where I've got to. The only sponsors I see on Steam guides are gambling sponsors usually. Yeah, it is kind of how it goes.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Sargia Mastro.
At the end of the stream, thank you.
An anonymous...
He's going to keep going. Wait, we should listen to at least a couple.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to ZQuixotix.
Anonymous user, thank you so much. I guess anonymous gifter. Anonymous gifter, thank you so much for the support, holiday spirit perhaps here at the end. Thank you so much. I don't want to trash anyone. You know, I understand there may be people who make guides that may or may not be as popular, but let's not trash people. I do understand though the interest that like not every guide is the best. There are very few good ones because at the end of the day, you have to do there. It's a big investment to make the guide for very little payoff. Again, like unless you make it to the point where a gambling company wants to sponsor you, which is unfortunately the reality, right? They're the ones putting money into the gaming environment. And I won't judge too hard on people who accept it, but I don't really want to accept gambling sponsors on this stream or channel. So I don't know, unless we can get L'Oreal to like sponsor the Steam guides of a Largo guide. You know, I'd write one out at that point, but they don't seem interested. They don't seem interested. The thing is, Steam guides are ultimately the best for like newer players and for keeping things simple.
That's what I will say for all the existing guides out there. If you put it in that frame of mind, like for someone who really doesn't know anything, just having a basic guide out there is better than nothing. Because ultimately, when you want to start getting into itemization and being like, okay, well, how do I adjust to this? How do I adjust to that? It's so much more in depth than you could ever go in a Steam guide. Like, what are you going to write on there on Lotus Orb of like, hey, here are the heroes it would be good against, here are the heroes it's bad, but also consider like this. Like, you've got an essay in Lotus Orb, right? At the end of the day, once you want to get advanced, there is no Steam guide that would really make sense without it being just essays on top of essays for each and every item. Which is why it's mostly, like, for example, me, it's mostly just there so I don't have to buy, I don't have to search through the shop, you know? It just, here are the most common items in 90% of the games, and I am the one doing the heavy lifting on this item is good, this is bad. But, like, I wouldn't be able to check the guide fast enough. So any advanced player will probably move towards Dota 2 Pro Tracker into more like creating their own guide, stuff like that. For the basic, like, I'm new, I don't know itemization. You don't need like that advanced of a guide. Like anything that just covers basics is already like, it fulfills its role, you know? How much money for a 5-page essay about Lotus Orb? I had an old video on Lotus Orb, I believe. Let me wait, let me see how much it made. It would be way faster for me to make another video than it is for essays. I am super bad about writing, is a massive weakness for me. For whatever reason, I am really bad about writing. Okay. Wait, where's the date on this? This is a super old video, if I recall. So it's really poorly done. I talked for 55 minutes about Lotus Orb. So what if I transcribed that? This video made $13. Published in 2020. So I suppose the price for a 5-page essay on Lotus Orb is 13 bucks. I'm not doing it. No one even try. I am not writing a paper. I would make an updated video, but I would not sit down and write that. Hi, Jupiter. Jupiter will do it for $12 though. As long as it's 55 minutes long. I don't even know what I talked about then. It's an older video, so it probably wasn't that well done. I'm sure now I could hit some very good points on Lotus Orb in 20 minutes, which is still probably a lot longer than most people would think for a single item video. I think 20 would be short for me too. I think it would more likely be around 30 minutes or something. Core items on Bounty, boots. That's it. That hero can build just about anything. Bounty Hunter is very flexible. So for him, whatever you think will help your team the most. I am not a big, I wish I could. I would love to build damage and ags and all that. It's, in my opinion, really not the way to play Bounty. It should just be whatever your team needs, build. And you have that flexibility. Auras, do it. Catch, do it. Hex, do it. You know, like, he can do anything. We need a cat guide. Pet head. Give food. Actually, that's not even correct. Give food, and then from there, it depends on the cat. Give food, clean litter. Those are the mandatories. Everything else is unique to the cat. What itemization should I have as a cat? Mana boots or treads? I think power treads strike me as a cat boot. I think that would be good. I like the long format videos. I watch them while at the gym. Nice. I'm glad. That is the only way you find me at the gym lately,
is through someone else watching a video of it. I have not been good. I've not been good. I'm happy to hear that. Honestly, I realize I tried to move away from long form video. Gato, the perfect time for you to show up. I tried to do shorter videos, and to an extent I still do. Shorter stuff because it's like, oh, it's the YouTube way. You gotta do it this, you gotta do it that. I'm realizing more and more there is truth to it, but you also have to you have to make the videos you make, otherwise you burn out, which is part of the reason there's been a huge dip in videos lately. Because it takes more for me to try to shrink things down and think about clickbait and all that stuff. And it burns me out because it's so unnatural to me. And it's good to do that to some degree. But actually long format stuff is way more my pace. And it may be not as, maybe as watched as other people, shorter stuff. But at the same time, I think you have to make what you make, find that audience. And if it works, it works. Maybe you do have to adjust beyond that. But hopefully it works. Because if you force yourself into something that you will burn out on, then you will burn out on. Which is where I got. So now I'm kind of revisiting what I prefer. And I put out some longer videos. It still hurts me a little bit. When a video gets too long and I'm like, For example, the recent, the guide video on the 5 supports to try, there was actually an extra 8 minutes of that video talking through honorable mention stuff, talking about some heroes that did well, did poorly. And then while I was editing, I was like, what if I just cut all this out for video length? Because a 20-minute video is way more clickable than a nearly 30-minute video. But in the end, it didn't even perform that well, so I could have left it in. At the same time, maybe at 30 minutes, it would have done even poorly, more poorer. So it's kind of... Any pointer for someone that wants to get into content creation for Dota? Everything I just rambled on. But also, just find what you want to make. And if it's just for fun, then you don't even have to worry about the viewership, right? I have to because I've made it my job. But if you're starting as just for fun, then make what you like, right? There's no expectation beyond that. I wouldn't mind doing long form content plus short form, but the problem is the YouTube algorithm. It gets confused about what people like different things. I am no expert. My current impression is that it would have been better for me to just do... You need to create the idea that when you put out a video, the people who want that video will click that video. And if it's half the people, half the audience is oh, I wanted a 10-minute video, half the audience wants the 50-minute video, YouTube gets confused and then no one wins. I don't win, you don't win, no one wins. So I think that's where me trying to chase different trends and other content creators trying to I should have done YouTube shorts. Now I realize YouTube shorts destroyed my channel, right? Because YouTube will just change its shit all the time. These are the negatives of content creation. But for me, and recommending to anyone getting into content creation, find what you like and do it. And you may have to adjust, especially if you want to make a career out of it, you do to an extent have to do what makes money, but you will burn out a lot faster on it. And doing what you like can also find its success over time. You find that audience, as long as you're not super niche and no one wants to watch it, then that's a separate issue. I kind of agree. I think the true try-hard Dota players really looking to improve will click the long videos, and that's probably a lot of you guys. Thank you, because that's what I make more nowadays. But to be fair, I totally get it. Sometimes a shorter video is easier to click, even if you are a full try-hard. It's I have a short amount of time here, I will just watch this, Or the casual audience as well. It's yeah, I don't want to spend an hour. I want give me 10-minute tips. I get it. I think it's totally fair. But every time I try to make a short video, I come up with a million questions that I wish were addressed. Because this is what I mean by you have to find content that you make. I could do a 5-minute Dazzle guide. But then to really be good at Dazzle, I feel you would think,
oh, well, what about this interaction? What about this? What about in this situation? And then I would try to answer all those extra questions in the video. And that's why they always end up so long. I go on so many rambling routes covering different thought processes because that's how I think, and how I think someone wanting to improve and replicate, you need to know those things. Creates a long ass video though. Thank you all. I realize this is a subsection of the total audience, but I appreciate all the... I'm glad to hear you guys be like, I like that video. I like this kind of stuff. Thank you. I will say the biggest issue with content creation as a job is that where I am at, I think there's a constant second guessing. If I was super rich, I wouldn't second guess at all. I would put out whatever and be like, yeah, whatever, who gives a shit? If this is a low performing video, whatever. But because I am at that edge of like, it is technically a job and I am making it, but at any moment I could just stop making it. I feel like I constantly second guess what I am doing. And so, any amount of like, not to like bait compliments, but thank you so much. Like anytime it comes out, it does help. So, if you're writing a nice comment on a YouTube video and you're like, what's the point? That's the point. It always helps. Why not focus on shoutcasting? I would be up for it. But how? You know, if I expanded to other games, fair enough. But for Dota, and this is nothing against the top talent. I like a lot of our top talent, right? How do I pass them to be hired? Because there's only so many slots. I would argue Ricky and I are already like 1.5, let's say, right? Like just below us, or just below the tier 1 talent is us and like a couple others. And if you don't like our style, you prefer another, like I think that's fair. And there's stuff I want to improve on too, so don't get me wrong. But ultimately, if I reach their level, how do I get hired over them without like totally surpassing them? And can you imagine, what does it look like to be a way beyond Cap and SVG, for example? Like, I can't even imagine that, you know? So like, even if I get on the exact same level, there's no guarantee I get hired over them because they are tried and true and we are more new. Again, no flame. I like both of them a ton. I'm just kind of explaining like me envisioning like, what if I fully dedicated to casting for Dota? It's tough. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. Switching to another game, I think, could be fair, you know? And I think a lot of casters do cover multiple games. Maybe it's something I could consider. I would have to learn another game, though. What would I even get to, guys? What could I do? Tofu, I love doing the variety stuff. Unfortunately, it's hard to find time and justify and all that. I love to do it though. Thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. All the kind words. Thank you. I thought about a second channel. It's just a lot to maintain. Like to split up some of the content. I do think about that. I think the first big challenge to accomplish this next year is an editor / YouTube thumbnail maker. I think getting someone to do those for me, it will be tough to let go of control. But I also realize I learned to do this stuff because I had to. Someone else who is like dedicated to that will, maybe at first we have to get on the same page, but once we are, they will be far better at it than I ever could be. And then we could, maybe the time save, chug out more videos. You know, even if they don't perform better, there's just more videos coming out to the people that like them. That is also good for the channel. And then maybe because they're doing well, more people reach it. I do find it funny, like I will still get comments of like, oh, I never found this channel and I'm glad to. And it is funny to me because like, I guess that's content creation, you know, that even after having made this channel for however many years, and I really don't know how many, like what other English education channels are there? It's just like BSJ, Speeds, Game Leap. Purge doesn't really make as many educational stuff nowadays.
Kezu's kind of back on it. Those are the biggest English channels that are, unless I'm blanking right now. There's a couple others that are like more memey or more for other regions. There's a lot of smaller channels now, but like even now, people will be like, oh, I never heard this channel ever. And that's kind of like wild to me, but also means like, yeah, maybe there's still room to grow. Yeah, Balloon Dota has some good stuff. Great stuff, actually. A lot of his videos perform very well. Adrian's also knocks it out. Doesn't make as many videos, but they always knock it out. There's other channel creators. I'm, you know, not trying to say like there are none, but I don't feel like there's that many. So like the fact that I recognize I don't know all of them either, and I'm in the scene, so I guess I can't blame like a casual viewer for not knowing all the stuff either. Dubu, yeah, Dubu's good, but he's too good. He's like a coach and a pro, so sometimes he has to stop. That's the only problem. There's someone from New Zealand who came back just for Largo. That's pretty funny. I would do that. Shit. You get a hero from your region. That's awesome. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging around and chit-chatting with me. I appreciate it. We are going to end for today. And yeah, I'm not sure if we'll do Wednesday. I know tomorrow I want to try to do some video stuff. And potentially, if that's not finished, I may use Wednesday to do it before like the holidays are out. Does that mean it would release on Christmas? Maybe. We'll see. And if not, we'll be back like next week or something, whenever it is. Thank you, everybody. Have a good holiday season. I hope everyone is able to do something fun, eat something nice, play some games, whatever it may be. Family time, I guess, you know, sure, whatever it may be. Hope everyone has a good one, and then we'll be back with more Largo probably. Oh man, I'm not done with that hero. Largo. It's so fun. What a fun time. Okay, I'll see everybody. It's time to go make